Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mooresville, North Carolina, to Trackhouse Motorplex for round number 5 of the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season. My name's Andrew Clemens. Alongside me in the booth here today is Randy Kugler, the official series announcer, and after qualifying concluded yesterday, the track, as you can see, got a good dusting of rain overnight, and it has still not completely dried out. Here for the opening round of heat races, the number of drivers that missed out on morning warm-up opted to go out expecting drier conditions by the time their heat race rolled around. But for the KA100 Masters presented by Speed Concepts Racing, those guys will have to navigate a relatively damp racetrack to kick things off. Championship points later, Mike Rollison in the 427 pink and purple RPG Cosmic will lead the field to green. Alongside him will be the reigning series champ, the number 1 plate in the PK Sport North America Sodi kart of Danilo Romalo. Scott Kopp will line up there on the Franklin Motorsports Tony kart in third. To his outside will be that Rollison Racing Tony kart of Max Pappas. And the rest of the field is going to begin to form up as they head down the front straightaway. And we get set for the first heat race of the morning here, Randy.
Yeah, coming down for the green, and you look at the circuit right now, you'll see that it is not all wet, it's not all dry. There's spots everywhere that are a little bit of both, and it's going to be real testy for these drivers. Looks like we got a start. No start. A little bit out of shape going into turn 1. Rollison with about a 2 kart length gap as they crossed for the flag. So we'll try this one more time. Mike Rollison and Danilo Romalo bringing them around in the front row for a start. But you've got inside of the corners, a lot of them is still wet. The outside is dry. You'll see a lot of drivers running that outside groove to try to get more bite until this track truly dries out. But it is far from being dry. In fact, in practice, we had a lot of off-track excursions where drivers went in a little deep, hit a wet spot in the track, and then just lost all traction whatsoever and went off. So I think it's really going to be a tiptoeing process for these first few laps, Xander, for these guys to really understand where the best spots are in this circuit to go fast and stay dry.
Yeah, they're going to need to be very careful if they get pushed offline at all, especially because with everyone running practice, a lot of them kind of stayed single file and dried off the majority of the racing line. But anyone starting on the outside of the racetrack is going to be in a tricky spot through turn number 1, and especially if you go wide, let's say in the bowl corner, turn 4, that gets really treacherous on the outside. Even with the banking, with how dark the surface will be because everyone files down to the low line really quickly. So as they go down to the front stretch, you can see the inside lane. They're in the darker part of the racetrack. That's the slicker part. That's still a little bit wet. We're going to look for the green on this attempt. By this time through, we do get it. Green flag in the air, and we're racing up the hill. Mike Rollison to the lead, Romalo to second. He kind of was a little thrown aback by that start, not feeling like it was a clean one, but we're green, and you can see already Raleigh is whipping that kart left to right to try and get some heat in the tires and hopefully survive the bowl. For now, everybody does. In fact, Max Pappas was already trying to make a move for second. He couldn't do it, but he is still on the bumper of Danilo Romalo. Let's check it in the hairpin here this time. He'll pull out a line. Inside, not enough confidence on the brakes, though. Again, going to the dirtier part, the wetter part of the racetrack. Max Pappas remains in third on that green and white Rollison Tony kart.
I think you mentioned earlier about the 2 wide racing in the corners, and that's a good example of it right there. Pappas wanted to make the move, but to go inside under braking, you're going to have nothing but wet track. It's going to cause you to drift way out and probably lose several positions. It's going to be very calculated where you make these passes that you can come out of this with a dry track and remain traction and move forward.
Well, at least there's still plenty of time left in it. 12 laps for each of the heat races in the full-size classes today. So 1 down, 11 to go as Raleigh leads over Romalo, Pappas, Scott Kopp, and Miguel Mir in the fifth spot here for KA100 Master. A big thanks to everyone for tuning in here. Again, this is championship weekend for the US Pro Kart Series. Most of the divisions are all but clinched up. Really, 6 of the 8 are locked. This one technically is still mathematically possible for Laurentius Mardan to take it out of the hands of Mike Rollison, but not with the way things run right now. A heat race win or maybe 2 would be enough, I think, for Raleigh to clinch it. Again, it's only a mathematical possibility. He'd need a DNF in almost every single session. Laurentius Mardan would need to win almost every single session. And at the moment, it's Rollison leading. Mardan back in that 7th spot on the Techno kart. Unfortunately, not enough speed right now to keep his championship bid alive. As they go down the backstretch, though, we might see a group closing in on the leader because it's kind of like a rain race. Everyone's quickly going faster and faster by the lap and experimenting on grip, and the leader is the guy going in blind. Everyone else can use him as a gauge. And for Mike Rollison, he's being used as that gauge, and that's allowed Danilo Romalo to close back up on the PK Sodi kart. He's down to a car length away and was a tenth and a half better last time around, Randy.
I think this top three group's starting to check out a little bit now, but like you said, Rollison is getting some company now with Danilo Romalo and Max Pappas right there in the rear bumper of Romalo. Not a lot of passing yet, but I think you're going to see a little more two-wide racing as this race goes on. Even you notice in a lot of the areas that were wet and damp, they're not quite as dark as they used to be. It's starting to lighten up a little bit. I think by the second or third heat race, we got a pass in. Romalo to the inside, makes the pass. Here comes Pappas, side by side. Pappas now goes into second, and Rollison back to third. Now Rollison shovels back up to second.
Still Pappas ready to go, but he's got to be worried about now Scott Kopp on the bumper into the hairpin. Scott being a little more conservative early on in this one. He stays tucked back in, but Max Pappas has shown that he is eager to get through to the lead, and he was so close to getting the job done there. He was riding the inside curb, almost kind of just skating along it to try and get up. Now he's going to lose that third spot as Kopp gets down the inside. No, he'll cross him over. They'll bang tires for a second. Here comes Miguel Mir to follow. Pappas and Mir through on Scott Kopp for P3 and P4, and the rest of the pack will stack up, and this is going to let Danilo Romalo and Mike Rollison get a big gap as, man, one driver sideways. I think that was Nicky Coelho getting a little bit out of shape in turn number 3.
And this really played in the hands of Danilo Romalo and Mike Rollison as we went from a 5-car battle for the lead 2 laps ago. They've checked out now almost looks like about a full second over third place. So Romalo and Rollison, if they stay in line, would really be able to kind of handle this one on their own and battle for it in the last lap or two.
As they head to turn number 9, you can see one other driver in the mix there. That's the pink and chrome International Motorsport Kart Republic of William Isaias. He's trying to make some moves. He's up down 2 spots after qualifying 5th in the middle of that swarm. But up front, Romalo and Rollison able to put some clean laps together. Both of them pretty even on speed that time by. 5 complete, 7 to go as they head down the backstretch, and Raleigh is just going to push, I think, Danilo Romalo away. Well, Max Pappas rides in the 3rd spot, a second and a half back, and then this swarm with Mir, Kopp, and Isaias, 4th, 5th, and 6th. So here come your leaders through turn number 6 with a healthy margin. And again, with Mike Rollison, we've seen him do this many times this season already in the US Pro Kart Series. Just push away, let him go in to the lead, ride in second, and build that gap out everybody else. And I seeing Romalo pull away a little bit, but I think Raleigh is still fast enough that he can probably hang with him to the end.
Well, I think so. I think they're just doing some smart racing right now. William Asias in the number 461, running back in 6th position, actually went purple. But now Rollison, and you called it, Xander, Rollison just goes purple with a 51.623, and now Laurentio Mardan on the charge, a 51.590. He goes purple, but he's all the way back in 8th position. So he's got some work to do trying to work his way through this pack. And that gap from 2nd to 3rd, Rollison to Pappas, now almost 2 seconds as Danilo Romalo and Mike Rollison continue to race nose to tail, staying in line and allowing that gap to grow every single lap. And right now, barring a lot of racing between those two, I think it's up to them to finish this one off.
Yeah, I don't know if there'll be many others that will be able to take a whole lot away from this besides the fact they've got speed defined. When you look at the lap times there, that time by 51.6s for Romalo and Rollison, everybody else 7s and 8s. I talked with a few drivers yesterday, and the big consensus was that even when you're only a 10th off here, that's still a pretty massive margin around this racetrack. It's a track where that last extra 10th seems to be a lot harder to find than maybe some other places, but it's easier to get within that 3 or 4/10th window. So while these guys look like they're only 1/10 of a second off of Raleigh and Romalo, that's actually a pretty big hill, or steep hill to climb. And I'll be curious to see if they can get there by the time we get to later in the day. All that said, this track is so different from where they were in qualifying yesterday afternoon with the damp conditions. I mean, it is a completely different racetrack. And I'm sure we'll get back to a pretty gripped-up racetrack by the time we get to the latter half of the second round of heats. At least for these guys, their third and final heat should be pretty gripped up. maybe heat 2, but we're also in about 10 to 15 degree cooler conditions than where we were yesterday. We're getting in the upper 70s, but the air temperatures, track temperatures, a good bit higher as well. We started this morning here with warm-ups around 60 degrees, so a cool fall morning here in North Carolina. Beautiful weather, all things considered. But the track, from what a lot of guys were saying, even without the rain, they were expecting to change a bit overnight just by having lower temperatures.
That gap over 2 seconds now from second to third. Mac Pappas has actually gapped about a second over Scott Kopp. But Mike Rollison, that last lap, just went purple with a 51.414 as he closed in a little bit on Romalo. But you can just sense Rollison right on the rear bumper of Romalo. He is waiting. I think he can make a move, has been able to make a move the last few laps, doesn't want to, wants to be patient, realizing, as you said earlier, Xander, that he really doesn't have the championship lock technically, but it would almost cause a DNF in about every heat race today and trouble tomorrow for him to lose that championship. He knows if he just keeps his cool, keeps steady, doesn't get a little crazy out there, this championship is his to win.
Well, I said earlier that I wasn't sure if anyone's going to be fast enough to run with him. William Isaiah has proven me wrong on the International Motorsport Kart Republic. He's all over the bumper of Scott Kopp, and last time by, a 51.3 to the leader's 51.6s. Kopp was quicker than the race leader as well, as they're both catching Nicky Coelho. As we come to the front stretch, it'll be 2 to go this time in the two-man battle up front of Rollison versus Romalo, but they've kind of, stabilized out at a 51.5 pace-wise. Kopp and Isaiah, another quick time for both of them to catch back up to Max Pappas, who had pulled away a little bit. So fight for third, fight for the lead here with a lap and 3/4 to go as they exit turn number 4.
So if you're Mike Rollison right now, Xander, how aggressive do you get to take this win in the heat race? Or do you say, you know what, it's all good, second place, we're cool with it, we'll get him in the next one, let's not crash each other?
Yeah, I think if you're Mike Rollison, knowing that this heat race is either the session or the session before the session that you will fully clinch the title, you kind of will just ride at this point. But, you also got to know the guys you're running around. There's guys where you feel like you can have a lot of fun and kind of treat the heat race as like a mock battle for the win and race for the lead. There's other guys that when you're head-to-head with them that they will go and leave nothing on the table and potentially, win or crash. And it's up to Mike Rollison of what he thinks of Danilo Romalo. I'd say it looks like he feels confident enough to race with him as he takes over the lead in turn 4. But again, it's all calculated risk from this point out. So he goes through, gets a little bit of a cushion going to turn number 6, and then he's got really 2 to 3 passing zones he's got to protect from. First one coming up right here is that infield hairpin, but he's far enough ahead. He should be good. In fact, now Romalo, a little mistake. Raleigh probably heard that, and at this point, it's over. Mike Rollison by 4 car lengths coming out of turn 9. Perfectly played, gets by him in turn 4, and then by going in a little deeper than where Romalo was comfortable in turn 8, he made a mistake, opens the gap up, and your championship points leader might have just clinched the title right there off that heat race move. Mike Rollison wins heat number 1 over Romalo. Max Pappas holds on for third over a hard-charging Scott Kopp and William Isaiah, both of them ending right around where they started, 4th and 5th. Coelho picks up 2 net overall to 6th. Laurent Martin 7th. Miguel Mir was up in the top 5 early. He fades back to 8th by the end. Then Brett Harrelson and Mingnan Zhu, your top 10 in the opening heat race for Speed Concepts Racing KA100 Senior. There's a good look at how they all sorted themselves out for the 14-driver field, all the way down to Pete Vetter, Luis Quinones, Alfonso Santiago, and Tom Gerstner. But the man, the captain of our Rollison Performance Group, sets it out. They're 1 for 1 so far on sessions today as team owner Mike Rollison leads us in KA Master. But only 14 in this one. There's over 50 in the next one. BBS Race Engines KA100 Junior is back up to be big enough here, Randy, that we've split them into 4 groups for 2 rounds per heat race cycle and an LCQ that'll run later on this evening for them as well as for KA100 Senior. A massive turnout for the 100cc divisions, and we'll get set here for groups A and B to go your way when we come back with more action here from Trackhouse Motorplex. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series Championship Weekend. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction.
We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex for BBS Race Engines KA100 Junior. It's Chase Buscaglia on the GWR Gillard, who was quickest in qualifying. He'll lead us to green alongside the Iron Rock Tony Kart of Diego Guillot down to turn number 1. And Enzo Vidmontien a little sideways. 2 drivers on the escape route. One of them was Stephen Miller on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. The rest of the field looks like they've survived the opening corner and into turn number 4. A great start from the outside. Guillot leads us on the Iron Rock Tony kart. The chrome and orange and white colors take us through turn 6 as Buscaglia leads over Keegan Kaminsky. Here comes Kaminsky with a big run there, and Buscaglia knows that he'll cover low. Kaminsky deep on the high side, and Enzo Vidmontien underneath him is going to take over third, maybe. Kaminsky's going to have to try and find a place in line now. He drops back to 4th as behind them. Up the move now is Max Weiland. He'll pick up 1 spot on the Magic Kart. And all the while across the line, Diego Guillot is long gone. The field trying to hang on to his coattails. Look at the gap already, Randy. 1.4 seconds at the end of the opening lap as Enzo Vidmontien around the outside gets around Buscaglia up the hill.
Buscaglia, who was so fast yesterday, just doesn't have the speed. It looks like got a pretty good start, but then lost that lead spot on that first lap. And Diego Guillot, my goodness, he's got, as you said, a second and a half on lap 1. A lot of it because he had clean racetrack, and it is crazy behind him. And now Vidmontien has gapped the rest of the field. He's trying to reel in Guillot to make it a 2-kart battle. But our pole sitter, Chase Buscaglia, right now, clinging for life. He's shuffling back a little bit. So big surprise right there.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, again, totally different track conditions. We're seeing a driver that was fast yesterday. Now he's slowing. Chase Buscaglia's got a problem. Chase Buscaglia off the racetrack. He pulls into the pit lane. Your top qualifier is out of heat number 1 as he drives behind the wall. Terrible news there for Chase Buscaglia. Meanwhile, up front, it is still a dogfight for third as Kaminsky and Miller battle amongst themselves. Enzo Vidmontien is 1.8 back from the lead, but a second, actually 2.5 seconds out from the fight for third. So Buscaglia trying to hang on with a wounded machine out in front has really given this race to Diego Guillot and a potentially second to Enzo Vidmontien. I don't know if these guys even, working together are going to be able to make up that kind of a gap. It's massive to get up to third already here, and they've only got 9 to go at the line.
And it doesn't help that the fast lap was just turned in by Diego Guillot, who continues to gap the field of 52.299. And that gap as they cross the line this time will be upwards of 2 seconds in just 3 laps. Unbelievable dominance early by Diego Guillot.
Yeah, very impressive from Diego Guillot to keep being quicker and quicker. That third place group now is Stephen Miller. As we see getting in the mix is Diego Ardiles getting by Kaminsky. They were 10th better, so they were faster, just not fast enough. Then there's that 4-car pack behind led by Javier Herrera with Peyton Westcott in tow. But kid on the move, Diego Ardiles in the RPG Cosmic, and the orange helmet there, middle of 3, is looking really sporty. And then that 4-car pack here with Herrera, Peyton Westcott, Max Weiland, and then right at the end of it in the 9th spot is Ethan Sky Manuchik. So all at the end there to 9th, then back in 10th rounding it off is Justin Music on the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart. But Stephen Miller continuing to try and chip away at the margin to Enzo Vidmontien. This time picks up a half-tenth. He picked up 2/10 on the race leader, Diego Guillot, so that's a little bit of hope. But again, only 8 laps to go now. Not a lot of time to make up that kind of a margin. He's at least got Ardiles, for the moment, happy to push him as they try to close back in on the 2 Drabbits that got away while they were trapped behind Buscaglia for really only 1 extra lap, but it was enough to kind of mar them backwards.
Further back in the pack, in the 13th position, is driver number 828, which is C.J. Bowman. C.J. Bowman in 828 started in 21st position and has already advanced 8 positions in 4 laps. So he's a driver on the move, working his way through the field, keeping it clean. So a great run early by the 828 of C.J. Bowman. But Diego Guillot again with a 2-second advantage and 4.4 seconds ahead of third place. Just total dominance early in this KA Junior race. Diego Ardiles does run third, Stephen Miller and Keegan Kaminsky. That's your top 5. Christian Meyer, a decent run. He's moved up about 3 spots in the 802. But Diego Guillot, the story right now, got a clean start, got around the leader on that first lap, and just checked out as they raced behind him. And right now, just not looking back, just moving forward.
Diego Ardiles, while we were away there, was able to get around Stephen Miller, obviously. So he's been the fastest driver up until last lap when he passed, and Javier Herrera took the quick time honors. I'm curious with clean air if he's going to look any better, as we got 2 together in the infield. One of them is the 874.
That's Santiago Duran.
Yeah, Santiago Duran involved. He was frustrated. So was the 842 machine of Sebastian Frigolay. They were around the mid-teens. They'll drop to the tail end of the grid now, as another quick time's given by that Orsilon Racing Tony Kart, the green and white machine of Javier Herrera. He did a 51 flat that time. That's half a second better than the race leader, Diego Guillot, and 2/10 better than the pack he's tracking towards. So Javier Herrera up 1 spot from 7th on the grid. He's starting to close in now, and this will bring him even closer as Stephen Miller goes by on the inside there. In turn 8, Diego Ardiles drops behind. Kaminsky still in line, and then here comes Herrera now just a car length away as they come out of turn number 9 and up the hill to 11.
Herrera on the charge, but I will give a call out to Diego Ardiles. He started in 11th, and he's worked his way up to 3rd, so he is having a good run. But Javier Herrera just went purple with a 50.876, and right behind him, Peyton Westcott in the 889, a 50.874. Both those drivers a half a second quicker than the leader, Diego Guillot. And Enzo Vidmontien is closing in a little bit. That 1.8 second gap is now 1.4 seconds from first to second. But with 7 laps in and I believe 5 laps to go, don't know that they can really close in that much in that short of a period of time. And remembering how these heat formats are, Chase Buscaglia, although...
around goes Peyton Westcott. Peyton Westcott there in the Nash Motorsports machine was on the outside there, side by side in that pack as they were going through. And the young lady out of California is now slow to get back going as she had clawed her way up. She hit the fastest lap of the race last time by. Now she's spun around and is going to drop to probably around 15th or 20th.
Tough break for Peyton Westcott. She was one of the movers, and now she's got to work her way back up in this one with time running out. Diego Ardiles back in 4th is one of the top movers right now as he's moved up 7 spots. And C.J. Bowman up 9 spots back in the 12th position, kart 828. The gap right now 1.2 seconds from Diego Guillot to Enzo Vidmontien.
Look at this here. Javier Herrera, a little bump and run to Kevin Kaminsky. He gets through in 6th. Kaminsky now is 3 wide on the outside. He'll hang on over Ethan Skymanuchik and then as well Max Weiland. But Javier Herrera up to 4th and still digging for more with 4 to go as we climb the hill to 11. All the while, we are going to have a battle for the lead here pretty soon. I think right at the end of this race, we might have it. Enzo Vidmontien on the Motaz Sport Kart Republic has closed down to within a second now of Diego Guillot. So Diego Guillot coming under pressure in the closing stages. Last time by, he gave up 4/10 with 3 to go. At this rate, it'd be a last half-lap battle between Enzo Vidmontien and Diego Guillot because they're coming to 2 to go this time by.
What a charge by Enzo Vidmontien. Back 2 seconds just a few laps ago is knocking off about 3 to 4 tenths every lap. The last lap by, it was less than a second, and you can now see visibly on the racetrack that gap gets closer and closer every lap. Vidmontien on the charge. White flag is out. Xander, this is it, but I think he's got a chance. One more lap to go, and that gap right now, less than almost a half a second, just a little over a half a second gap. So a half a second gain on the last lap.
Yeah, that's a big gain there for him here now. And the draft's going to pull him the rest of the way here on this lap, so he'll be on the bumper, I think, at this rate by the drop of the white flag. Third place, Stephen Miller, thanks to the shuffling behind and that kind of carnage, has gotten far away. Ardiles is going to have to deal with Herrera on the final lap for fourth, but we'll keep our eyes on this fight for the lead. It's Diego Guillot there in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart leading the way. Enzo Vidmontien on the Motaz Sport Kart Republic closing in. Almost there, and we're coming to one to go. What's the gap going to be at the line? Guillot might have heard the challenge and started to go a little better as the checker in red comes out. End of the race. We got a wreck somewhere on the racetrack. This will get ended one lap early, maybe 2 laps early as the red flies. So that means we're going to go back to the last time they crossed the timing loop based on the red flag. And I don't know where the wreck is. It looks like it's a hard impact. It's the 816 that has slammed the outside wall coming out of turn number 7. So bad news for the driver there that has hit the wall out of turn 7. And we get our first red flag of the day with an impact. And that's normally not a problematic section of the racetrack in the dry, Randy, but we've seen some crazy incidents over the years on a wet racetrack. We think back to one of the original US Pro Kart Series date here at Trackhouse Motorplex 10 years ago, back in 2013 in the wet. It was a monsoon, it felt like here, and Derek Dignan absolutely obliterated the wall in turn 7 just by dropping a tire out of turn 6. It's a fast section of the racetrack, and right there, unfortunately, it looks like it bit one driver in the 816. The driver involved was Jared Clark. So we'll give an update on him when we can, but that's going to put us in a bit of a holding pattern before we go into Group C and D here for their opening heat race, Randy.
Yeah, that was, you talk about the race back 10 years ago. That was in the spring, so a little bit different weather situation. But, yeah, it was it got pretty wet. And quite honestly, if the track is totally wet, that's sometimes better than a tweener, where it's dry in some places, wet in other places, because you really have to be on your toes as a driver to know what parts of the circuit are wet, what parts are dry, where you can trust the track, where you cannot trust the track. If the track's all wet, it's gonna bite you wherever you go. You got to really be tentative out there. But in this case, I think some of the drivers, especially on those last lap, maybe 2 laps to go, they're going to charge a little bit. They're going to get a little aggressive, and then if they hit a spot where the traction's not there, it can come back to bite them, and that's probably what happened in this incident. So hopefully the driver's okay. We'll hopefully be able to report on that shortly. But a red and checkered, so this one does come to an end, and looks like Diego Guillot will come out on top in that heat race. A total dominance until those last few laps when Vidmontien closed in.
Yeah, so the officials and on-site medical team taking a look at Jared Clark. He's probably shaken up from the incident, still in the go-kart at the moment, but responsive. So he's talking to them, letting them know of what's going on with his situation, and we've got our eyes on that as well. We'll give you an update when it is time on Jared Clark. In the meantime, as you can see, drivers are set and ready to go. Mason Walters in the Brandon Jarstrack Racing LN kart, they're standing on the grid. He's getting set to lead us to green when we come back with the other half of BBS Race Engines KA Junior. Don't go anywhere. It's the US Pro Kart Series season finale here from Trackhouse Motorplex.
Hey guys, and welcome to GoPro Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. We're here to show you the fastest way around this racetrack. The key takeaways from GoPro Motorplex are the speed bowl. Drivers want to use the camber of the turn to slow the kart down, rather than over-braking on entry. As it's a long flowing corner, the constant turning of the steering wheel is bringing their speed down. Drivers with confidence can make up time on entry to this corner and using the embankment to their advantage. Once the kart is stabilised around halfway point, you can apply the throttle with confidence and know that you're going to get a fast exit. The 180-degree hairpin on the infield is one of the best overtaking opportunities at GoPro. The fastest way to drive this corner is to keep the kart straight in the braking zone and turning late to set up your exit speed. So if you're in a battle pack, be mindful that the fastest way to drive this corner could leave yourself vulnerable to be overtaken. Concentrate on the exit to this turn as it tightens on exit and goes slightly uphill. That's why the later apex is the fastest way around this turn. The final corner at GoPro sets up the driver's speed down the front straightaway, but also towards the speed bowl. A common mistake is drivers turning in too early, clipping the inside curb and running wide on exit. Drivers should be focusing their vision.
Well, we're back here, and Jared Clark checked out and shaken up a little bit, but he should be okay. The kart a little worse for wear, but he's got time before the second heat race for him comes up. In the meantime here, Mason Walters leading us down to green. First attempt by, and we get it. We're happy with that start, and so the field will cycle on through. Sebastian Garzon joined him on the outside lane. He drops into third. A great start for Ty Fisher on the Race Lab Karting TB kart. He gets into second as they go down to turn number 4 here on the opening circuit.
And a special call out. We just.
Oh, no. One around right off the bat in turn 4.
Oh, in the first lap.
That's the 880 Speed Concepts Racing entry of Nathan Dupuis, who spins around.
Started 4th, too. Bad break for him. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Want to give a call out to Sandy Criddle Stopcrow, an old friend of mine from Ohio. Sandy's watching on Kart Chaser and enjoying the show, Xander.
Hey, thanks to everyone for tuning on in. Of course, we got a lot of shout-outs that always come in on the live chat. And if you want to give your favorite racer some love over the loudspeakers here in the paddock as well as on the stream, make sure to send in your love on through. As the field comes by, we'll give you an update of where everybody stacks up at the end of the opening lap. It's, of course, a good start for the race leader, Mason Walters, who's won here before already in the Stars Championship Series. He, in fact, clinched that championship earlier this year with 3 wins on the season. It was a phenomenal run for the BJR KA Junior driver. Sebastian Garzon, Ty Fisher, Cade Yeager is 4th. Charlie Smith 5th. Carter McMurray, good start, safely there in 6th, and 3 spots up for Mateo Pappas, fellow Orsolone Tony Kart driver, to 7th. Roberts 8th. Tremmel 9th. Alexander Vanchev rounds out the top 10, but that's all going to shake up here as they're battling behind. McMurray's going to lose his spot as through goes Mateo Pappas to 6th. Behind there, Graham Tremmel looking on, and then, of course, it did change while we were going through the pack for 2nd. Sebastian Garzone got by for 2nd over Ty Fisher. That Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Cade Yeager in the 4th spot, or sorry, Charlie Smith in the 4th spot. Roberts in 5th, so Charlie Smith with a good jump up, 3 spots. Davin Roberts up 4 in the Ryan Perry Motorsport red and white Tony kart there. He leads that group down to turn 4, and they're going to pass again. No, Mateo Pappas was looking to get around Cade Yeager. Couldn't quite pull off the move into the bowl as they head over to turns 5 and 6. But this group, this is where the fighting is right now, as the top 4 have all spread apart here on this opening couple of laps.
Last lap, Sebastian Garzone was a little bit quicker than Mason Walters. You could see that gap between 1st and 2nd get a little smaller each lap as Garzone is on the charge. He's got a little bit of breathing room over Ty Fisher, Charlie Smith, and Davin Roberts for the top 5. But Mason Walters leads the charge. 2 laps in the books, 10 laps to go, with Mason Walters, Sebastian Garzone, Ty Fisher, Charlie Smith, and Davin Roberts, your top 5. And the gap remains 0.8 of a second from 1st to 2nd.
As they go up the hill, this train from about 6th or 7th goes back to maybe 12th or 13th. Big group there as they all head down the back straightaway down to turn number 4. Still early on. Mason Walters pulling away already, though, out in the lead by 9/10. So this group led by Mateo Pappas with Cade Yeager right in line there. That's 5th for Pappas. He's up 5 spots now for Max's young son as a little bit of a just awkward move there as Graham Tremmel tried to slot in line behind Carter McMurray. He loses another spot as Graham Tremmel was able to try and get on the inside. So all shuffling through as going by the line. That's the 860 of Alexander Vanchev who got through, I believe. So Vanchev to 9th, Tremmel back to 10th. That's 5 spots now for the yellow suit of Alexander Vanchev up on the grid as we watch them come down the backstretch once again now. 4 complete, 8 to go. Still single file all the way through. No passes this time, but Ty Fisher has company as Sebastian Garzone and him now have linked up and are starting to try and make up some ground on the race later. Here comes that group again for 6 on back. This is Vanchev. This will be 6 spots gained. He gets around McMurray. Alexander Vanchev picks up another one on that yellow and black Zanella Tony kart, and it stacks him up again with McMurray. Tremmel in line, right back there behind Graham Tremmel. That is another one of the Speed Concepts Racing entries. I believe that might be Alexander Gonzalez, and then Braden Zerbs behind on the 8s as well, or Cash Perkins, sorry, that's Jackson Woolney on the SCR entry. Then it is Cash Perkins. So Woolney up 6 spots in 11th here at this group, running just outside the top 10.
And Ty Fisher latching on the back of Sebastian Garzone, and those two have gone purple the last 2 laps, but they're not that much faster than Mason Walters, or even running together. That's how strong Walters is. Right now the gap a little bit less, 0.7 of a second, so they gained a 10th that last lap, but they still have a lot of work to do with 7 laps left in this one. Right now Mason Walters fairly comfortable out there in the lead with a 0.7 of a second gap over Sebastian Garzone and Ty Fisher.
As they come out of the final turn, let's see what the gap looks like. Halfway given there by head flagman Porter, and another 10th knocked off. We're down to 6/10 for second up to the lead. So Mason Walters, again, like you said, he's been really strong on his own, but these two starting to really hit their stride in the second half of heat number 1. Both Sebastian Garzone and Ty Fisher at a 50.8 last time by, a 50.95 for Mason Walters. So let's see if they can keep that stride going. You saw Garzone hang that right rear off the edge of the runoff out of turn number 6. That's a section of the racetrack when we've come here in years past that has only been guarded off by the plastic Scribner barriers. They removed those after practice day with a number of drivers making contact with them. And it, of course, opens up the exit of that corner. Same with this one coming out of turn 9. Open in your hands, rolling a little more speed on the exit of the turn. Drops the lap times quicker than what we've seen in years past. And as they go down to turn number 1, Walters improves, but he still gave up 300s to that pack behind, and they're starting to get a little whiff of draft off the back of the BJRLN card. So down the back straightaway, Mason Walters, Sebastian Garzone, Ty Fisher, 1, 2, 3, half a second apart at the moment.
They've got to stay together. They're a little bit quicker each lap if they stay together, but they can't gap each other. Right now, Garzone seems to gap on the straightaway a little bit, and they don't have that full benefit of the tandem, and that's really helping Mason Walters. That gap it closes every lap a little bit, but not a lot. Looking back through the pack, Alexander Vanchez in 8th position, started in 14th, so he's on the move. And back in 10th position, Jackson Walney moved up 7 spots. So 2 drivers doing really well out there. Patricio Gonzalez back in 14th, advancing 7 spots as well. As that second and third gap now, 0.4 of a second. That's the biggest change we've seen, Xander. They now have caught the draft, and it is a 3-car battle for the top spot.
Yeah, here they go. Only 2 car lengths back by the end of the back straightaway. Sebastian Garzone closing into Mason Walters, similar to what we saw, what was shaping up for a good battle at the end of Heat 1 in Groups A and B, as Garzone again a little bit sideways coming out of turn number 6 there, hanging the right rear off. So he's given everything he can to catch the race leader here at the end of this one. And it's going to be a 3-car fight because it's 2.5 seconds before you find the Nash Motorsports EOS kart of Charlie Smith in 4th. Up the hill we go. 3 laps remaining this time by, and it is a 3-car fight. Mason Walters takes a look over his shoulder. He sees the green and white Orsilone Tony car to Sebastian Garzone down to turn number 1. Let's see, Garzone's going to have a big run on him here down the backstretch. Does he do anything with it? He's on the bumper out of 3. Big run coming, looking inside, new leader. Sebastian Garzone gets through in the bowl there coming out of turn 4.
Ty Fisher waiting in the wings back in 3rd, but Mason Walters isn't done. He's right in the rear bumper of Garzone, and Walters wants that spot back. Ty Fisher, it's kind of a tough choice for him right now. These 2 race together, who knows what could happen. He may need to just wait in the wings a little bit. If he gets too racy and misses a pass, he could lose some ground on those top 2.
Yeah, he's got to really stay close on him as well. Ty Fisher back about 2 car lengths as Walters gets back to the bumper of Garzone. Here we come to the line. 2 laps to go for the race leaders. Down to turn number 1. Walters pushing Garzone, not going by just yet. We know now with a pack this big that we'll see the leader start to defend his position at some point. Garzone a little bit wide out of 3. Leaves the door open in 4, though. No move from Mason this time as we head now to turns 5 and 6 with a lap and a half remaining. Where does Mason Walters want to make that counter move? Through turn 6. Big run here coming into the infield, turn number 8. Does he duck out of line? He does. Garzone tries to cover it off. A late move there from Garzone, but he holds it for the moment over to turn 9, and that one defensive maneuver brings Ty Fisher into the mix now.
Ty Fisher trying to find a way to at least get up to 2nd around Mason Walters so he can make a move on Sebastian Garzone. And to give you an idea how dominant these 3 are, it's almost 4 seconds. Actually, it is over 4 seconds advantage between 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 3rd and the 4th position.
Good pass from Walters, but he overdid it a little bit. Out of turn 1, Garzone still there in 3. Here comes Fisher to the inside. He'll get a big run on both of them. Maybe. Still side by side for 2nd. He's going to get Walters there in the bowl. And Ty Fisher moves up to P2 now as Garzone leads by a car length. How good can Ty Fisher get through the infield section? Can he get away enough from Walters that he can focus on the leader? I don't think he's close enough. Garzone going to cover low. Or no, he'll open up. Fisher covers low. That'll give Garzone a big gap. Walters crosses him up. They'll be side by side. Look for another crossover in 9. Fisher perfectly done there through turn 9. Really parked it on the inside. Nothing Walters could do. And Sebastian Garzone out of the last turn is going to hold on to the heat race win as Walters around the outside with a big run. Gets clear on Ty Fisher at the line. He takes back 2nd. Fisher 3rd. Roberts gets around Charlie Smith at the very end to take over 4th. Charlie 5th. Mateo Pappas 6th. Carter McMurray ends up in 7th. Cade Yeager 8th. Jackson Wolney's forward charge ends in 9th. From 17th on the grid, a great move forward for the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Jackson Wolney. Alexander Vanchev ends up in 10th. Nathan Dupuis, we saw him spun around early. He rebounds back to 14th by the race end. And a few other big movers and shakers. Austin Olds was quick in qualifying, but the transponder fell off. Ended up dead last, 55th. Drives up 8 spots to 19th. 4 up for Remy Andretos, 4 up for Pato Gonzalez, 4 for Benham Abernathy. All of them moving forward here in this one. And then again, the only DNF in this race, pretty clean overall, was Alex Miller. Everyone else, 26th onward, were able to finish. But a good run for Sebastian Garzone to win out in this one over Mason Walters. Ty Fisher third, Roberts and Smith complete your top 5 for KA100 Junior. We get set now for Team Ferris Racing Microslift when we come back with more action from Trackhouse Motorplex here in Mooresville.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
So for TFR Micro Swift here, a 41 driver field, one of the bigger ones on the season. And the driver who has dominated all year and clinched the championship coming into this weekend is the kid on the pole, Parker Ives. And the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart is going to bring the field around. It'll take a minute, though. As you can see in the top right corner of your screen, a lot of the back markers are still not there. They're going to be hustling to get up to the grid. So I don't know if we'll go green this time, but I think we might get a waved off start as the last few straggle around. And indeed, no green on attempt number 1 down by the line. So Ives will lead us off alongside a fellow North Carolina local, Cade Wolf. Then row number 2 will have Emerson Lane on the inside and Maxwell Macha on the outside. Alex Chandler it will start on the inside of row number 3 in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. To his outside will be the Parolin of Isaac Payne. Zane Burgess on the PK Sports Sodi will line up on the inside of row 4. Alongside him, Maverick White in the Magic Kart. And row number 5, Vion Bindi and Colton Schniegenberg's GWR Energy. Jake Manolio starts on the inside of row 6 alongside Mika Barrow. Josh Bergman and Aston Wyatt will make up row number 7. Then it's Parker Stewart on the inside of row 8 alongside Anthony Mazzaculo. Mateo Garcia and Nolan Carney will make up row number 9. Then it's Riley Dobelier and Pasha Ali for the upper half of the grid as they cap off your first 10 rows. It's Kimo Ahmad on the inside of row number 11 alongside Liam Nachawati. Then it's Cameron Johnson and Brody Stoffel. Oscar Gus Wonderl and Camila Canache. And then Lawrence Perriman, Juan Diego Garcia Arce, Sterling Mulata, Win Goldshock will round off the top 30. Bashi Jimenez and Marcelo Flores, 31st and 32nd. Santiago Orioli and Daniel Ramirez on row 17. Samuel Chavarri, Ryder Sutton, row 18. Axel Garcia and Avex Capitan Garduno on row 19. Dutch Westbrook, Grayson Walcott, and starting shotgun on the field in 41st will be the number 8 of Slate Harrell, as they are a little bit better packed up coming onto the front stretch this time. Parker Ives, hands in the air, trying to let them know, hey, boys and girls, let's keep it nice and easy. Let's try and get underway nice and slow to turn 1, and we get it. Green flag to the opening corner. Couple drivers way high, wide, and handsome, including the likes of Colton Schniegenberg. He picked up at least a couple, but he's on the outside in turn 3 as he tries to make up more ground. But a great start for the inside lane as Cade Wolf drops to 4th, and up to 2nd, Emerson Lane. Up to 3rd, Alex Chandler. Emerson Lane, 2nd. It's Zane Burgess, actually, up into 3rd from 7th. Great start on the Sodi. Into the infield for the first time And let's see if anyone ducks out of line. Up front, Burgess 1 second. Deep move inside on Emerson Lane. They bang tires. He gets through. It's Burgess to second. Lane back to fourth. Wolf to third. And Maxwell Macha there in fifth. All the while, the chrome helmet of Parker Ives leads us up the hill to turn number 11. We'll put 1 lap in the books for the number 48. And about a 5-car length gap as Macha to the inside for fourth. Burgess a little wide there in second. Across the line, Macha gets the fourth spot. And the lead is 7/10 already for race leader Parker Ives as this mad swarm heads up to turn number 3 from 5th on back with Macha, Lane, Chandler, Bergman, and a bunch of them all going side by side.
And this is not an uncommon sight we've seen in this class this year. He struggled at Cincinnati, but the other events, Parker Ives was able to get out front, run, have a clean racetrack, and gap the field. Not exceptionally faster than the rest of the field, but have a clean racetrack to be able to run his line and hit his marks. Already 7/10 of a second over Zane Burgess.
Around goes Emerson Lane. Emerson Lane and the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic spins on the entrance to turn number 8, and he'll drop back about probably 10 or maybe 20 spots as he was running there 5th into the hairpin. Just got a little bit too loose under braking. So now moving up to 5th is the blue helmet Sodi kart of Josh Bergman. On the SLA kart racing machine of Maxwell Macha down to turn number 1, 4th and 5th as they now command this pack. Alex Chandler closing on in there in the 26 as they go up the hill and down the back straightaway. 2nd and 3rd linked up, but they're still slower. Parker Ives was 4/10 better than just about anybody else on the circuit last time by. His lead now 1.1 seconds back to these guys in 2nd and 3rd.
Dominant all by himself and still 4/10 of a second quicker than 2nd and 3rd, who've been running in tandem trying to close in, but going purple with a 55.986 the last lap. Parker Ives. The battle right now rages back in the field. Zane Burgess, Cade Wolf, and then Maxwell Macha, Josh Bergman, and Alex Chandler. They're all right together, shuffling for positions, allowing Parker Ives every lap to just stretch it out a little bit more.
And it allows 2nd and 3rd to continue to get away, even though they're not as fast as the leader. More battling back here. Look at this down the inside. Jake Manolio getting his elbows out. Nearly got a 2-for-1 move there as he gets clear on Alex Chandler. And so he moves up. It was also issues for Josh Bergman. You saw one driver slowing out of turn 6. That was Florida's Josh Bergman, who went way wide. And he's now back to around the 10th or 12th spot as Manolio is trying to get by on Macha, who holds the ground on the outside and keeps the position for now. Maxwell Macha there in the yellow helmet hanging on. But Jake Manolio is already up 6 spots, digging for more on that Team Ferris Racing Blue and Chrome Kart Republic down to turn number 8. 3 laps in. We're coming to 8 laps to go. 4 complete at the line as this battle continues to stay side by side. We'll go side by side. Let's send it down the pit lane for the first time today to Alexander Searle.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Xander. Here with Dalton Haynes. Dalton, I mean, first and foremost, right, I've seen drivers run 2 classes quite a bit, right? But 3 classes, I haven't seen this in quite some time, especially on the national level, right? First and foremost, I got to ask you, physically, how are you feeling?
Yeah, physically I'm feeling really good. I feel really good about yesterday. We just didn't have the pace at the end of the day in all 3 in qualifying. We had a poor qualifying, but in the middle of the day and the beginning of the day yesterday, we were really strong, and physically I feel great.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say at this point you become a seasoned vet in the KA and X30 class, right? But being a rookie, your first race in the shifter class, only 3/10 off pole position. I mean, what do you think it is about your driving style or how you drive a race car where you're able to just adapt to that so quickly?
The other camera
I mean, in my opinion, you're not a racing driver if you can't adapt to the situation, you know. I'm not going to go from shifter or from X30 to shifter and be super slow, 7/10 off. And if I am, I'm not going to race, you know. As a racing driver, you have to adapt all throughout your career. If I can't go from an X30 to a shifter, who's to say I can go to a car, you know? So, yeah, adapting is the most important thing in racing, and if I can do it this weekend, I'll be very proud of myself.
Awesome, that's a good point. And one more thing, I mean, I'm sure you've done practice starts, right? But now it's the real thing, first heat race of your career in shifter. I mean, you feel good under pressure on the starts?
I definitely will try my hardest not to stall. I mean, I haven't stalled on any start I've done. But as far as if I'm faster than anyone else, I didn't do the warm-up practice start because I didn't go out, so I don't know how much faster they are on the starts than me. That's my one worry, but as long as I don't stall, I'm fine, you know? We have pace.
All right, good luck, Dalton.
Thank you.
That was Dalton Haynes again as they head up the hill here in Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. Cross flags in the air. Parker Ives continues to lead the way here halfway in and halfway home for TFR Micro, as behind him you can see that this group has started to split up a little bit. Maverick White tried to tuck in line behind Alex Chandler and caught the left rear tire. Had to take the escape route up the hill to turn number 3 and lost a few more spots. Here's a fight back for 4th again. Macha back to the inside on Manalio. He'll retake that spot, move Manalio to 5th, Macha back to 4th, and look who's joined up in them as well. Colton Schniegenberg, who picked up a couple spots on the start, then lost some on the energy chassis. He's now up into the 6th position and is right behind him as they make a little contact, and Macha goes a little bit wide there off a bit of a bumper from Jake Manalio, and that'll stack them further backwards and maybe allow the likes of Alex Chandler and Aston Wyatt to close back in. 5 to go this time. 3 cars fighting for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Out of the last turn, Schniegenberg low, but he won't have the draft. Does he have enough? He does not. He tucks back in down to turn number 1.
2-second gap now from Parker Ives to second place. Zane Burgess, Cade Wolf, and Zane Burgess running together in tandem, checking out on the rest of the field. So they've allowed themselves to at least race each other for 2nd and 3rd, and then that big battle back in for 4th. Call out to Jake Manalio, 6 advanced positions. Started in 11th, he's up to 5th, and Colton Schniegenberg started in 10th, he's up to 6th. So those 2 drivers doing really well out there moving through the field. And, of course, with the heat formats the way they are here at the USPKS, they will start in those starting positions that they did in this heat, all 3 heats. I mentioned earlier about Austin Olds in one of the other classes. Although he's moving up, he's got a lot of work to do today because he's starting in that back every heat race. But this micro-sift race right now, Parker Ives total dominance, going purple again with a 54.491, half a second quicker than Zane Burgess on that last lap, and Cade Wolf. Those 2 again, right bumper to bumper, nose to tail, about a 1/10 of a second apart, and then 5 seconds back to Maxwell Macha and Jake Manalio running in 4th and 5th, and those 2 have been battling the entire race. Macha looking to the inside. Manalio looking inside of Macha, rather, to try to get around him. Can't quite do it. Tucks back in. And Manalio's got Schniegenberg right on his rear bumper. And behind them, Aston Wyatt and Alex Chandler. So 5-6 karts right together. They're battling for the 4th and 5th spot. And now Manalio gets hung out to dry as Schniegenberg and Wyatt slip to the inside. Manalio gets shuffled all the way back to 7th.
Yeah, Jake Manalio falling back in line there. Chandler trying to close back up to him as they go up the hill. Aston Wyatt is now up a net gain of, I think, either 8 or 9 positions. A great charge forward for the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Beryl Art driver of Aston Wyatt. 9 spots gained to 5th. He can see Macha up the road, but with just 3 to go, they might still be racy behind him. Down the backstretch, they will stay tucked in and push the number 21 forward. So no change there. As for the leaders, you're not missing much either. Parker Ives' lead up to 2.8 seconds now. Back to Zane Burgess and Cade Wolf. They've got 5 seconds back to this group here, led by Maxwell Macha and Aston Wyatt, who are just trying to keep touch of the Tampa, Florida driver in the 74 in 4th. Macha, you can see just almost in frame, sometimes out of it, because as they passed for the 5th position, he got away a good bit. Here's a look at 2nd and 3rd again. Coming to the line at 2 to go. Cade Wolf continuing to push with Zane Burgess as they have just not had the pace to run down Parker Ives. I mean, he has been long gone here all race long in TFR Micro Swift as they head down the backstretch.
Cade Wolf looks a little bit quicker out there than Zane Burgess, and this is it. He's running out of time. If he's going to make a pass for 2nd, he's got to do it. Burgess taking an interesting line off the corner, swings really wide, but keeps that RPM up, and it looks like there's a gap there for Wolf to make a move, but there really isn't because he's keeping his speed up off the corner. Smart racing by Zane Burgess to come off and take that wide line out of there and really keeps his speed up off the corners.
Yeah, he's definitely going in. Racing line-wise, it looks like he's a little bit less controlled than Cade Wolf is by going in deeper and kind of trying to go a little bit wider. But like you said, I mean, he's getting such a good launch on the exits by using that extra runoff. It's kind of keeping Cade at bay. We'll see if it stays for the last lap as the white flag waves here for heat number 1 in micro. Burgess checks back. Wolf still following him. Burgess a little bit deep there in turn number 1 and kind of goes wide. But Cade stays tucked in. Parker Ives down the backstretch there, out of frame. Big lead for Parker as we head down to turn number 4 this time. Still, a little bit too deep for Burgess. Wolf gets clear. Yes, he does. Cade Wolf able to get through as Zane went a little bit too deep. And Cade Wolf takes over second now with half a lap to go into the infield. Let's see, turn 8. Burgess sends it deep on the brakes. Is it too deep? It is not. Perfectly done. Burgess takes it back from Cade over to 9. He'll block the low side there. Wolf tries a crossover. He'll get it done. And a nicely done move there from Cade Wolf as up the road, down out of the final turn. Park arrives. A perfect weekend so far for the championship points later. Pole in qualifying and a Heat 1 win. Wolf second, Burgess third. Here comes that next group battling for 4th, 5th, and on back. It's Macha, then Aston Wyatt, then a big gap as Colton Schniegenberg takes over the 6th spot. Isaac Payne gets back up to 7th. Manolio drops to 8th. Maverick White ends up 9th. Alex Chandler 10th. And what about a run from the back? 10 spots up for Kimo Ahmad. He moves up to the 11th position at the end of that one. A great run for Kimo here in the opening heat race for TFR Micro Swift. Pro shifters on deck. Before we do, though, when we come to North Carolina, the heart of NASCAR and the heart of a lot of motorsports, there's a lot of superstars that come out to play. And this weekend, 2018 Indy 500 champ, multi-time IndyCar Series champ, Will Power is racing in the X30 Pro class. We spoke to him earlier on Friday about how his weekend was going and what it's like to be back behind the wheel of an X30 Pro machine.
Will, 2 years ago, P6. This weekend, though, we've talked. I mean, this field's as tight as it's ever been, even with a couple international guys gone. How are you feeling after a couple days of practice?
I'm having fun. That's the key. But yeah, ultra competitive. It's really cool having a bunch of teammates sort of help me out with data and video and all that stuff. So I love it. I like seeing these young guys at the beginning of their career and getting to run with them. They're seriously fast, and I think the social aspect of karting's really good, really special. Everyone's friends around the paddock. You see a lot of people you know, and you have a lot of fun.
And you know, running X30 here this weekend, it wasn't originally on the books. Tell us a little about the story of what's got you behind the seat of running, especially like you said with the young guys.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on running. I actually was thinking about running shifter, and I just did a couple of 10-minute sessions and realized like, yeah, you got to do a lot of laps in these things to get fit enough to drive the thing. But Mike said, yeah, he'd run me, so I said I couldn't turn it down, man. Such a great team and a lot of good teammates, so thought I'd have some fun. I'm sure I'm going to be right in the thick of it where I will probably qualify, but that's the fun of it.
And what's been the progression looked like for you this weekend overall? The times have been wicked fast because the barriers were pushed back earlier in the practices, but even then, track seems like it's really quick right now.
Yeah, like honestly, it's half a second covers 20 karts. So if you knock off a couple tenths, you're like 2 tenths for me is from 20th to maybe almost in the top 10. I think in the top 10, so incredibly close. But I've improved every session. I've been hitting a brake pedal in an IndyCar all season, a lot of testing in the off season with like as much pressure as you can hit, where these you got to ease into it. It's just different, but it is ultra competitive. It's really cool. Enjoying it.
And for stepping back into this discipline after the IndyCar and not getting as much karting time as you've had in the past, what's kind of a good goal you would say for you this weekend to end up by Sunday afternoon?
Man, if I end up Sunday, if I finished in the top 10, would be massive. That would be very good. Qualify in the top 15 would be awesome. So we'll see.
Thanks, Will. Good luck this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Karts are on the grid here as we get set to go for Pro Shifter presented by SRP Engines. And it was a GFC karting lockout of the front row. Kyle Wick will fire it off there alongside his teammate Jacob Gulick as they were able to outpace Magic Karts USA's Magic Man AJ Myers, who has clinched the championship coming into this weekend with a dominant run throughout the 2023 season, a season that started off in Orlando with a rough run, but then from there on, won in Houston, then went on to dominate at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, was P2 in Newcastle, Indiana, and with a number of drivers kind of picking and dotting races over the course of the year, he was able to be the best one overall. In fact, it was to the point that Marian Kremers, who was second in points coming into the weekend, had such a far run out, he's actually moved over with the PSL karting camp to help be a teammate and extra data point for Diego Ramos in the X30 Pro class. There's a look at Dalton Haynes. Big storyline for this weekend. For the first time in since 2017, and when the K100 class was introduced in the United States, no one in the SCUSA Pro Tour or US Pro Kart Series history has tried to run triple duty in a senior level class. The option only was available here this year when the Pro Shifter category was added to the US Pro Kart Series class structure. Would anyone try to take that plunge and run all three classes? Well, Dalton Haynes here has decided to take it. In his first ever shifter start, he qualified in the 6th spot. He'll line up alongside Talon Yockel's Magic Kart, both of them just outpaced by the Sodi Racing USA machine of Alan Isambard, who is back for his second race weekend on the program, and new colors for Miami, Florida's Alan Isambard. Behind those first three rows, it'll be the Magic Kart of Michael Riccio, who got his first career national shifter win 2 weeks ago at the Stars Championship Series round at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And alongside him will be GFC Karting's Ethan Boer, the rookie who has been making some strides this season. Jared Ramnarayan will line up in the 9th spot. Carlinos Freganesi will round off the field, and Pro Shifter will get set to go green here in just a moment as they complete the outlap. But what a performance in qualifying it was for Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick. They'd been inching their way closer and closer to AJ Myers throughout practice day, and then the two West Coast cats were able to steal the pole here from the driver who lives in Charlotte, North Carolina now, and has quite a few laps around this racetrack.
Yeah, watching qualifying yesterday, I was kind of a foregone conclusion. Well, who's going to come close to AJ Myers? I'm sure he'll be on the pole. And I'm watching and looking, and all of a sudden, Kyle Wick just sends out a flyer, and the next thing you know, he's on the pole with Gulick outside, and Myers is going to start from the 2nd row. So all of a sudden, this shifter class got real exciting because we got to see what Myers can do with these two up front. They're out here to win this thing, and they're out here to keep AJ Myers behind him.
Dalton Haynes there lines up there on the outside in the 217. Alan Isambard in front of him. Gulick in front of him. Gulick on the clean side of the racetrack. But the track is decently dried out now. Who is going to get the whole shot off the line? It's a great start for Kyle Wick. He gets the lead, and Haynes falls back a little bit, but a good start for Talon Yockel as well. He'll go to 3rd. Myers up to 2nd down the back straightaway. Kyle Wick leads your field down to turn 4 for the very first time.
AJ Myers, a great start, follows Wick off the line right to the rear bumper of Wick as they work their way through this first lap. Tough break for Dalton Haynes. We'll see if he can get up to speed now, but he did not come off the line as he had hoped to do. And in the interview, he talked about it, that he was really working on getting that done. But bad start for Dalton Haynes, but catching up to the pack now. We'll see if he can move up a little bit.
Yeah, Jacob Gulick continues to close in now here on AJ Myers, trying to make up ground. Talon Yockel's knocking on the door, though, for 3rd. Look in, not going to go in turn number 11. He'll stay in line, and we'll put one lap down. Kyle Wick leads the way down to turn number 1. Myers 2nd, Gulick 3rd, Yockel 4th, Isambard 5th, Riccio 6th as Haynes faded back on that start. He'll try to make up some ground. He's in 7th right now, getting around Ethan Boer. On the all black and blue Kart Republic machine. Out of turn number 4 and over to 5 and 6, though. No changes up front. Myers about 4 car lengths back from Kyle Wick. Gulick still safe in third. Yockel in fourth into the hairpin for the very first time. On grid for those watching here, coming up next will be the first of the 2 KA100 senior groups presented by Mike Doty Racing. The other class that will have a last chance qualifier race at the end of the day today to set the top 50 starters that will transfer through to Sunday morning's main events here from Trackhouse Motorplex. Down the front stretch, good second lap from A.J. Myers. He pulls to within a little bit of Kyle Wick. Now he's going to look for the lead. Turn 3, A.J. Myers gets through. A.J. to the point down to turn 4, and he'll block the inside as Kyle Wick did not get the best launch up the hill, and Myers caught him sleeping there at the top of it in turn number 3. A great move by the veteran and current points leader as they go to turn 7 and 8.
I'm guessing Kyle Wick's taking some notes right now on, let's not do that again, because he left the door open a little bit and A.J. Myers made the most of it. He's got the speed, but so does Kyle Wick, and quite frankly, Gulick and Yockel are right there as well. We've got 4 karts, pretty equal out there, but do any of them have the expertise behind that wheel as A.J. Myers as he leads that pack for another lap?
Yeah, he heads down to turn number 1 this time here, safely out in front by 2 car lengths or so. Catching up to them is Alan Isambard as well. He started to roll now on that PK Sports Sodi. Michael Riccio back in the 6th spot trails him, but Isambard seeing the leaders just a little bit away as they go to turns 5 and 6 here this time. Here comes the group through the infield. Talon Yockel was knocking on the door of Jacob Gulick in the opening couple laps, but now Gulick looks a whole lot stronger on the GFC card. In fact, he's quicker, it looks like, than his fellow teammate in Kyle Wick. So let's see if Jacob Gulick can begin to close up to the man in second here, coming to turn number 11 and down the front straightaway. 4 down, 8 to go. A.J. Myers starting to pull away as Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick watch along about 4 car lengths back. Here comes Yockel with a big run over to turn 3. Not close enough to do anything as they head down the back straightaway.
And a quick check on Dalton Haynes back in 7th, a 2:17. Last lap was a 45.854. He's not that far off that lead group, and he has gathered it back up and is reeling in the drivers in front of him. The first 2 or 3 in front of him, he's actually a little bit faster than them, and I think we could see Dalton advance a couple more positions before this one's over. But right now, A.J. Myers has checked out about a half a second on Kyle Wick because he's just been smooth, cutting his laps, making the right, hitting the marks the right way, and A.J. Myers showing why he's about to become the 2023 US Pro Kart Series Pro Shifter champion.
That time by your lap times update there. Myers a 45.65, Kyle Wick 45.7, Gulick a 45.8, even for that for Yockel. 45.8 for Michael Riccio, Isambard, and a 45.6 for Dalton Haynes. Haynes as fast as the leader back in 7th, like he said, just slow to get rolling, but he's as quick as AJ, and he's faster than second on back, so starting to make some waves there on the KR as Gulick continues to trail his teammate in Kyle Wick. Car length away, maybe 2. Coming this time by, it'll be 6 down, 6 to go. Halfway flags will fly for A.J. Myers in the field as they head onto the front straightaway. So down to turn number 1. No movement there. Let's look at the lap updates. A little bit better for Gulick and Yockel than Wick, but all of them still off of Myers, who clicks a 45.58. So massive speed for AJ that time. Here's Dalton to the inside of Michael Riccio. They'll bang tires a little bit. Dalton Haynes back up to 6 as he gets himself back to neutral now, while the leaders head through turn number 6 and 7.
Dalton Haynes on the charge, getting that bad start now, working his way back through. And Dalton Haynes, I don't think he's done. I think you're going to see Dalton moving up maybe 1 or 2 more spots. He truly does have one of the fastest karts on the racetrack, but with that bad start, really got shuffled back. So we'll kind of keep our eye on him as well. But Dalton Haynes on the charge right now.
As they head onto this straight here, let's look if Haynes is going to make up some more time. Granted, he had to make the pass a lap ago, but he was still decently quick compared to Alan Isambard, so maybe he can get himself up to the top 5 as the leaders head into turn number 4. There's a look at 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Where did A.J. Myers go? What happened to your race leader? He was slowing, and A.J. Myers is pulled off or had a problem while we were just looking away. There he is in turn number 1. Mechanical failure for the race leader and points leader. A.J. Myers is out of the heat down at the end of the front straightaway. Terrible news there for AJ as he shakes his head, and right down at turn number 1, he was starting to slow down. And now A.J. Myers is out of Heat 1, so it is Kyle Wick now the new leader. Gulick second, Yockel third, Isambard fourth, Haynes up to fifth and still clawing his way towards Isambard as this race comes to the final few stages. While we're there, let's go side by side down to Alexander Searle on pit lane.
Keeble, I mean, you've been the guy to beat really in KA Senior all year long. This is about as far back as I've seen you all year in this category for qualifying. But for your first time here, I'd say it's not bad, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. We're missing a little bit of speed, but we've got more to come, and it's not over until it's over. You know, the main event's tomorrow, and I'm not worried at all because we all know a KA race. It's just draft, and if you can get away, then lucky you, but it's almost impossible to get away. So I got nothing to worry about. I mean, I'll probably be there for the final, so let's see.
Yeah, you're not really in the points here for KA, but next 30 coming up, you have an outsider's chance to win the championship this weekend. I mean, not really the qualifying you wanted in that class, but overall, what can you expect, you think, throughout the weekend here?
Well, I think it's going to be the same in X30. Like, everyone's pretty much the same speed. I think because I was in the slow group in qualifying, it was difficult because the track wasn't as fast, but everyone's the same speed. Everyone's going to be fighting, so again, I don't think I got anything to worry about.
All right, good luck, Harley.
Thank you.
Back to the on-track action, coming to 2 laps to go. You can see the top 5 are tightening up. Dalton Haynes and Alan Isambard have been faster than the race leaders the last few times. Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick trying to manage the tires. They know AJ will be fast and back in the other 2 heat races, starting up front with his good qualifying effort, so he'll have now fresher MG rubber when we get down to it. But the 5-car pack is becoming 5 as Haynes closes up to Isambard, Yockel, Gulick, and Wick with a lap and a quarter to go, though I don't know if we'll see any major moves. I mean, they're all pretty spread apart right now, Randy.
The gap from first to second looks like it could be a little bit closer between Wick and Gulick. Yockel and Isambard kind of holding their own, but Dalton Haynes on the charge, proving that he really is as quick as these guys, but he's got to get off the grid off the line a little bit better on these next 2 heats to really have anything to say about it. Final lap right now for Wick, and he's about a half a second on track, about 5 kart lengths ahead of Jacob Gulick.
Yeah, as they go down the backstretch for the final time here, Kyle Wick, Jacob Gulick, Talon Yockel, Alan Isambard, Dalton Haynes, all just spread apart evenly. Michael Riccio still running in the 6th spot. He's about a couple seconds away. Ethan Boer 7th, Jared Ramnarayan 8th, Carlinos Freganese was the other driver that I believe may have gone off last time around. He had fallen back. No, he's still going, just about a half track back from this main group. But as they exit turn number 9, as they've rubber banded close and the 4th and 5th place drivers have made up ground at the end, it's not going to be enough. Down the front straightaway, Kyle Wick wins Heat 1 here in Pro Shifter over Gulick, Yockel, Isambard, and Dalton Haynes, the top 5. We were able to talk to a number of other drivers along with Will Power at the end of the day. Yesterday, one driver returning to the X30 Pro ranks here this weekend is Justin Ataconis. The last time we saw him was the Miami Grand Nationals, and the last time we were here a year before that was when the Miami Grands were in October this time of year, and he went toe-to-toe with Ryan Norberg and almost came out on top.
Justin, it's been a while, but luckily it's not been a year. You had a really impressive run after a long way out of the seat at the Miami Grands. So how do you feel now a couple months later coming back?
I feels pretty good. Definitely yesterday, first session, I struggled a lot, just all day. And then, Austin and all the guys over here, they helped me get back acclimated and back up to speed now. And hopefully can challenge RPG and all the Ryan and Ernesto and all those guys have been pretty quick so far.
And what about this racetrack do you feel like favors you so well? Because every time you've come here over the years, you've always been super, super fast.
I get asked this question about every year I come here, and I have no idea. I guess it's just the flow of the track and just the way it is. And but I really have no answer to that. It's just always been a good track to me. Every time I come here, no matter what class you're on, tire, engine, whatever, it's just always been good to me.
And for everyone that doesn't know you too well, what have you been up to over the last few months?
Yeah, I mean, I just started college at UNC Charlotte, about half an hour away from here. And other than that, just kind of been chilling on the couch, watching Kart Chaser all the time, and just trying to stay active as much as I can in the community. And but I haven't been racing much since Grand Nats.
And overall, I mean, obviously you got the bug You always want to stay in it, but now that you're back in it, do you feel happy right now going into qualifying, going into the rest of the weekend, overall, or you still a bit nervous?
I'm feeling confident now. I think all day they kind of struggled a little bit, but now I feel like we finally got the balance right and get everything right going on right now. So I'm feeling pretty confident, and I know my guys got me, and we're going to have a pretty fast piece for qualifying.
Thanks, Justin.
Yeah, thank you.
Dono, it's been a minute. K100 Senior onto the racetrack here as we get set to go green for heat number 1 for the first of the 2 groups. And quickly it'll be for Dalton Haynes having to hop from the Pro Shifter over into the KA kart. I don't know which group he ended up in after qualifying, but of course that'll change throughout the day because they'll race against everybody and they'll race against everyone in their respective group all weekend long. So at least for this one, Dalton will be in the second one. It's Weston Workman, the comp car driver who has spent as much time behind the wheel of a kart this year, if not more, behind the wheel of a race car. It's been a very busy season for the young driver out of North Carolina, and on home turf, Weston's always been fast here, and the Timmy Tech comp kart is going to lead us off alongside Elio Meza, who got that big win on home turf for him back in Speed Sports Racing Park's round of the season in Houston, Texas. Row 2 has the reigning series champ, Alex Stanfield on the GWR Gillard, the red and yellow colors on the inside. On the outside, Connor Ferris and the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. Arlie Keeble and Aiden Rudolph will make up row number 3 alongside Oliver Piatek, and then Cooper Shipman in row 4. Peyton Phillips and Quick McGabriel round off the top 10. Then it's Josh Campbell and Braden Eves, Anthony Rivera, Seamus McKendry, Drew James, the top 15. There's 30 in total here in this one as they come down the start-finish line and head to turn number 1. No green, and everyone scrambling to get out of the line as the leaders pumped the brakes on, and there was a lot of pushing and shoving from the back of the field. Actually, I believe he may only have 29 as Max Pappas was on the entry list, but I think he was using this maybe for some extra practice, which we've seen in the past many times over. As they head over to turn 7, though, it gives us more time to go through the rest of the lineup. Beyond Drew James in 15th, it's Kingston Himes in 16th. Taron Odom and Camden Rumains will make up row number 9. Spencer Mass and Mackenzie Milwain round off the top 20. Then it's Geronimo Gomez-Aza and Alex Feldstein on row number 11. Charlotte Trainer and Christian Blevins on row number 12. Henry McBride and Leah Block on row 13. Jake James and Summer Whited on row 14. Shotgun on the field will be Anthony Martella in the 9-10. So that's the 29 driver field for groups A and B and the 59 driver KA100 senior class. Up the hill to turn 11 here, Randy, as we get set to go, and Weston Workman will bring us around for another attempt at the start. That one may be just a little bit out of sorts, but the speed looks pretty good at the pace they're setting right now.
Well, definitely. Weston was so strong in qualifying yesterday, but he's got a lot of company out there. He's going to have his hands full. Got to get a good, clean start on that inside line and get through that first corner without any issues, and then he can kind of run his race. But that first short bit there is going to be tough. Hands in the air. Not sure if we're going to see another false start. Let's take a look. Coming by for the flag.
Right now it looks good. A late punch-off point, but everyone's green and away. And a good jump for the front row as they get a nice and easy gap over the field. Workman, Meza, Stanfield into 3rd, Keeble into 4th, Oliver Piatek to 5th. As they head down to turn number 4, Weston Workman quick to block down on the low side there to defend the lead. I don't know if Meza was really trying to make a move on him, but Weston Workman was taking that out of his control. Now to the infield hairpin for the first time. Workman to Meza to Stanfield. And to the inside to block there was Keeble over Piatek. No changes in your top 5 as they go over to turn 9. Good start for Peyton Phillips. He gets up to the 6th spot here off the green. Ferris is in 7th. Aiden Rudolph is up to 8th as they go to turn number 11. Workman blocking low. Meza goes high. No change yet. Down to turn number 1. Elio's right there as we get 1 lap complete and 11 to go.
Elio Meza drafting up tight against Weston Workman, trying to push them away from the rest of the field, but Alex Stanfield will have none of it. Back in third, he's right there about 2 kart lengths back of those top 2. And then 4th and 5th right there. We got about a 10-kart breakaway right now. Unlike some of our earlier heat races, this one, everybody is kind of bunched together up front. Anybody's race night now with that top 10 to 11 is they're all within a second of each other.
Yeah, as they go into the turn 8 hairpin here, side by side for the lead. Meza gets through. Piatek gets through on Keeble. Peyton Phillips trying to go as well. He's on the outside of that high-five performance Tony kart. Now Keeble going to get underneath Piatek. Here comes Connor Ferris as well as they go side by side. Over through the shortcut, and then up to turn number 11 and around the final corner onto the front straightaway. Your leaders come down to turn number 1. Meza leads over Workman and Stanfield. Then a big gap to Keeble and Ferris. And then Piatek, then Phillips, then Josh Campbell, up into the 8th spot. I mixed him up with Aiden Rudolph, who's outside the top 10 and 11th behind Cooper Shipman. Braden Eves there in the middle. He's in 9th as this group on your screen, 4th, 5th, 6th on back. The leaders through the infield. A couple of Texans sandwiching Weston Workman and Elio Meza. And reigning series champ Alex Stanfield is for 4th. To the inside goes Connor Ferris. He gets through on Harley Keeble.
Peyton Phillips, our current points leader, shuffled back to about 6th. Actually, he's moving up. He started 9th. He's in 6th, but didn't get a really good qualifying run. He's got to have some good runs during the heat races to get a good starting spot tomorrow to protect that lead in the championship.
Braden Eves made an aggressive move on Josh Campbell. That kind of sent them both backwards, and the big benefactor slipping through the inside was Cooper Shipman. He moves up to the 8th spot now, and that's kind of spread that pack out a little bit from the 4 in front of them as Piatek going back at it again with Harley Keeble. Oliver Piatek, the senior rookie, gets through, and Peyton Phillips looked to follow, couldn't do it through turn number 6, so they put the Sodi in between them as they go down to turn number 8 here with 4 down, 8 to go.
Elio Meza is the leader, just went purple with a 50.391. Weston Workman last lap of 50.566. So Meza a little bit quicker as he gets around Workman and tries to gap a little bit. Don't know that he's going to be able to do it because Workman and Stanfield continue to work together to stay with Elio Meza. They've gapped a little bit on Connor Ferris, who's coming through the pack after a bad start. Ferris back to 4th, and then he'll try to reel him back in and get up to that lead group of those top 3. Piatek in 5th, and then 6th is Peyton Phillips, your current points leader.
Good pass by Cooper Shipman to get by Harley Keeble, so he picks up a spot. And now here comes Aiden Rudolph, Braden Eves, Mick Gabriel all right there. Little bobble for Rudolph. Eves will be looking to pounce on that in turn 8. Oh, up for the leaders here. New leader. Weston Workman gets through on Elio Meza. Alex Stanfield stays in line in 3rd, but Workman back to the point here. And a big turnaround from where he was at the IAME Grand National Championship in July. A lot better speed for the Timmy Tech Comp Cart to start the weekend as he leads us down the front stretch now with 5 complete. Meza with a big shove to turn 1 pulls that gap up to nearly 3 car lengths over Alex Stanfield.
Weston Workman making the pass for the lead, goes purple that last lap with a 50.259. But Elio Meza right there along with Alex Stanfield. Connor Ferris kind of on an island out there all by himself in 4th, trying to reel in those leaders, but at the same time protect himself from that second group behind him, Piatek, Phillips, and Shipman, as they try to close in for that 4th spot.
Yeah, let's see Connor Ferris getting away from them. Like you said, he was quicker than him last time by. Piatek and Phillips, I believe, traded that 5th spot again. So now as they go up to 11, we're coming to halfway. I don't know if there's going to be enough battling in the top 3 to allow more to join besides maybe Connor Ferris. At the line this time, Workman at 50.3. Ferris matches 1.2 seconds back. A 10th slower was Peyton Phillips, but he had to pass Oliver Piatek that time by. He's a second away from Ferris, and now that they're lined up, they might be able to run him back down again. But through turn 4 we go for the top 3. Elio Meza happy to follow Weston Workman for now with 5.5 laps remaining. And Alex Stanfield, I don't know if he's got the speed really to fight for the win, but he's able to just kind of hang on to these two because he hasn't been up to the bumper of either Meza or Workman. Look at all this battling back there. There's his teammate, Cooper Shipman, getting through on the inside of Peyton Phillips. And he takes over that spot there in turn number 8. There was passing as well, I believe, between the likes of Aiden Rudolph and Braden Eves for the 7th spot. No, that was Piatek going by on, Eves trying to go, but it was Mick Gabriel looking as well. Harley Keeble made a move with Josh Campbell, both to get by Gabriel. So Keeble, who has been in a backward slide since the drop of the green, is now at least starting to fight it a bit. He's up to 10th again from starting in that 5th position on the PK Sports Sodi. Through turn 4 we go with 5 laps remaining. There's the big train from Cooper Shipman in the 5th position back to Mick Gabriel in 11th. To the infield hairpin, Peyton Phillips. Bumper not going to go. No passes this time, although Eves, big diver given to him from Harley Keeble, who gets through on the inside of the infield hairpin. So Harley Keeble making up a spot, and Eves is going to hang on over Josh Campbell. And that's all again for 8th, 9th, and 10th and 11th as Campbell down to the inside of Eves. He'll get back into the top 10.
Cooper Shipman going purple the last lap with a 50.057. But Peyton Phillips, our points leader, a 50.030 goes purple the last lap. That was 2 laps to go for Shipman. But Weston Workman still leads the way, just inches ahead of Elio Meza and Alex Stanfield. Connor Ferris still back 1.6 seconds on those top 3, and it's still about a second gap from him back to Cooper Shipman in 5th.
Yeah, I don't think any more battling will happen until the last 2 laps still while Workman leads. Meza there. Stanfield looks a little better this time. He's closed up just a tidbit to the top 2. And as we come to 3 to go, still with a second and a quarter cushion to Connor Ferris, and they're doing everything they can to keep that. Another big lap from all 3 in the top 3. They weren't faster than anyone else, or they were almost faster than anyone else on the racetrack. A little bit quicker was Cooper Shipman's group with Peyton Phillips at a 49.9. But Weston Workman, Elio Meza, Alex Stanfield, Pat in the margin, back to Connor Ferris, and holding even to everyone else. It's a second, 1.6 seconds to be exact, from Weston Workman's rear bumper to Connor Ferris's front bumper. Now it'll go a little bit lower as Meza to the lead. Stanfield pulls alongside for second, but Workman should hold that spot in turn 9, and he does. So no change for P2, but Elio Meza coming to 2 laps to go, takes over the point, and now Alex Stanfield getting racy. He gets by for second on Weston Workman there in turn 11.
That gap gets a little bit bigger now for Elio Meza as those 2 race behind him, Workman and Stanfield. And because they're side by side, although they've cleaned it up now and have straightened it out, being side by side, it's allowed a little bit of a gap for Meza. They're trying to close it back in now, and they are. And I think with just a couple laps to go next time by, it could be a 3-kart battle once again as Stanfield has closed in the rear bumper. And all of a sudden, Workman is looking back in 3rd spot. He hasn't seen much of 3rd place this race. He's led most of the way.
Yeah, not at all, as Meza, late block there in turn 8, now caught Stanfield off guard. Workman trying to cross over Stanfield. He does not. Here comes Connor Ferris and the rest of the Army looking to battle for the lead. Final lap coming up as they come out of turn number 11. Stanfield trying to fend off Weston Workman, trying to keep his focus forward towards Elio Meza as they go to turn number 1. Stanfield got a little bit sideways, but still got a good exit up the hill. 1 car length back, and Workman on the bumper as they push down the backstretch. Workman saying go forward. Stanfield realizing it, kind of opens back up for 4 as Elio Meza still out in front by a car length to turn number 5.
Unbelievable racing out there by those top 3, but Meza right now is going to be tough to catch. They're going to run out of time here if they're going to make a move. Stanfield's going to have to do it here. Taking a peek to the inside. Can't quite do it there. Gives him a little nudge. Here comes Workman to the inside. He slips up into second. He's going to try to make a move on Meza, but Meza's able to check out, and Connor Ferris joins the party.
All a bit too late for Ferris as they go to the final turn. Elio Meza is going to win the heat. Ferris, big mistake. He might lose 4th. Meza, Workman, Stanfield. Ferris hangs on over Cooper Shipman in 5th. Phillips 6th. Rudolph, Piatek, Keeble, and then Braden Eves in 10th to round off the first group here for Mike Doty Racing KA Senior. Josh Campbell ends up back in 11th. Mick Gabriel back to 12th. McKendry, Rivera, Taryn Odom, the top 15. Anthony Martella moved up 9 spots from the back of the grid to 20th, so he picked up a handful. And the only DNF in this one, actually no DNFs in this one at all. Every driver able to finish from the drop of the green here for all 29. So your race winner in Heat 1, Groups A and B, Elio Meza. There's a look at the back half of the results for all 2090, and Max Pappas listed, but he was just mistakenly entered, as he'll be, of course, on the racetrack again for Heat 2 and KA Masters. And there's a look back at your top 15. Meza, Workman, Stanfield, Ferris, the field coming on through. Groups C and D are on deck now here as we get set to go green with the other half of KA Senior. The third place qualifier, Eli Warren, will get to lead off the field in the red speed. The 997s joined alongside by fellow senior rookie Adam Brickley, who is so quick at the Miami Grand National Championship. He's been very impressive to watch over the last bit of racing we've seen at Trackhouse Motorplex. Emery Lida will start on the inside of row number 2 in the Holtz DD 945. To the outside of him, his return to the seat there in the 990, Aiden Levy, who has been absent from competition since going off to college in the fall. The last time we saw him was the SCUSA Summer Nats in Newcastle, but it's a home race for him. It's kind of a reunion of sorts and a homecoming in the way for Aiden Levy at the racetrack that he has spent so many laps in development on over the last few years. The drivers are onto the racetrack now, and we'll get an idea of where the rest of them stack up. In fact, further back from Aiden Levy, row 3's got Dalton Haynes and Paulie Massimino, a couple of veterans in their own form here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Brandon Lemke rolls off on the inside of row 4 alongside Nate Cicero. Luke Welcome and Vinny Miskelis will round off the top 10. Finnegan Bailiff and Henry Wheeler will make up row number 6 alongside them. In row 7 will be Lorenzo Kaufman and Abby Adams. Lydia Small and Raheem Alibi will make up row 8. Then it's Michael Levin and Henry Lepard on row 9. Tommy Anderson makes the switch from KA Masters to KA Senior here this week. He lines up 19th alongside David Weeks. Adam Rylance in 21st alongside Rodrigo Gonzalez, Vance Bowersock, and Xavier Diaz on row number 12. Caden Bell and Pascal Lou, Enrique Fernando Molina, and Kate Ulm on row number 14 to round off the field. 28 in this one, so 57 total here made it up for KA100 Senior and Eli Warren. The father-son privateer duo making up the front row between himself and then father and son of Jim and Adam Brickley on the outside. OTK versus Kart Republic. Independent entries there on both of them as they bring the 28 drivers to green here for the second half of the KA Seniors opening heat races. Let's see it. Warren, Brickley, who gets the jump off the line? It's a great jump for Warren. Emery Lida's right there for second as they go to turn number 1. Side by side, good exit for Brickley. He'll get through. Lida to third, Levy to fourth, and Haynes side by side still for fifth as they head on to turn number 3 and down the back straightaway.
Good clean racing by Brickley and Lida, as they could have gotten together real easy, but they gave each other racing room and settled back into second and third as they find their way around on this first lap. Eli Warren leading the way with Adam Brickley right on his rear bumper. Then Emery Lida right there about 5 kart lengths back in third, side by side. And Brickley makes the pass on Eli Warren and takes over the top spot.
Yeah, Adam Brickley gets through to the lead. Warren second, Lida third. Oh, side by side, Dalton Haynes getting shuffled to the outside lane by Aiden Levy and company. So Haynes back as Paulie Massimino got a great jump there to fourth. Haynes holds on to fifth there over Levy. And they're going to battle further back behind as up front, Adam Brickley leads the way up to turn number 3 for the first time today. And Emery Lida, Massimino, 2 OTKs, joined behind the red speed. So it's 3 of them, but they're not going to work together. None of them under the same camp. It's Lida through to second. Warren back to third as Brickley leads us to 5.
Emery Lida on the charge, moves up to that second spot, and he closes in on Adam Brickley for the top spot. 4-kart breakaway. They've got about a half to 3/4 of a second advantage over 5th place, Dalton Haynes. Haynes, pretty busy driver this weekend, just come off of that shifter race, had a pretty good run there, and now in 5th, trying to close in and join the party of those top 4. Right now, Adam Brickley leading the way, 1 lap in, 11 to go.
Yeah, down the front stretch now. We'll put 2 in the books here. Paulie Massimino's BJRLN kart still riding in that 4th spot. Now change in the lead. Emery Lida through in turn number 1, takes over the point. Side by side behind for third. Brickley going to lose another one, might lose 2 more. Dalton Haynes to the inside. Here comes Aiden Levy looking to the inside as well on Brickley. Adam Brickley's gone from the lead back to 7th now here as Haynes gets through, and so does Levy and Massimino. So it's Emery Lida leading us out of turn number 6 over Eli Warren, Paulie Massimino, and Dalton Haynes. And Warren going for the lead. Haynes for third. Turn 8. Still more battling there as Aiden Levy gets shuffled wide by Brickley, who gets back into 5th. And Brandon Lemke in the Millwright Racing Tony Kart moves up to 6th, while Eli Warren back to the point from the pole. He'll lead us to complete lap number 3.
We have literally got the first 15 drivers nose to tail out there for this top spot. Only 2 laps in, so a lot of shuffling yet to do. But Eli Warren leads him by for lap number 3. Emery Lida, Dalton Haynes, who just went purple 2 laps ago, a 50.553. Quick lap of the race for Dalton Haynes.
3 car lengths back from Paulie Massimino to that second group as they continue to fight for 5th. It's opened the margin a little bit. Dalton Haynes, a big run on Eli Warren now through turn 7. Over to turn number 8. He'll duck out to the inside. Massimino going to do the same to Lida. Dalton Haynes to the lead here in KA Senior. And often, like you said, a top 5 run in Pro Shifter just a race ago. He's still got the X30 class coming up at the top of the order. And there's a big crash. Big time contact coming out of turn number 8. Aiden Levy's involved. Brandon Lemke's involved. One more involved on the Kart Republics. I think it might have been Luke Welcome in the Vice Racing KR. They are all stuck together in a bad way. And Lemke and Levy still trying to get disconnected. Levy's side pod's off, so he knows his session is done. He'll pull that kart off the end of the racetrack. Lemke gets back going. Welcome gets back going, but they're all done here early in this one. That was drivers running just inside the top 10. 8th, 9th, and 10th are out. As now Massimino, big run on Dalton Haynes. He's got to go. Paulie Massimino to the lead in turn 8 as Haynes holds the outside and stays into second.
And getting back to that little skirmish there just for a moment, running for points, Brandon Lemke with an outside chance this weekend for a championship, sitting in 3rd. That is not going to bode well for his championship hope for sure.
Not at all. Bad news for Brandon Lemke there in that one. Let's go side by side down the pit lane to Alexander Searle, who's caught up with fellow Alex here in Alex Stanfield after his opening race here in KA.
Ran, it seems as though for half the race you were a little bit rich on the motor. You were messing with it for half of it, figured it out towards the end. I'd say you'd be pretty confident, throughout the day so far, considering the pace you had without, such top end.
Yeah, at the beginning we just struggled a little bit. We'll look over the data, kind of see what we can do for the next session. The weather this morning was a little tricky in the warm-up, so we didn't get that much data. But I figured it out halfway through the race and caught it back up to the leaders and finished 3rd, so it's good. I just was trying to stay top 3, and it's good points.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 is obviously the goal for a lot of drivers out there, right? But with the way the heats work, you're going to be racing different drivers every single heat race. Can you expect it to get more chaotic as the day goes on?
Yeah, especially watching this heat, it looks a lot more chaotic with these drivers. So just try to stay in the front and finish the race.
All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
That was Alex Stanfield again here. A good top 3 result for him and safe. Unfortunately, of course, he's not in the championship standings here for KA 100 Senior, but like Randy mentioned, Brandon Lemke had an outside shot coming into the weekend. This was not good news to start things off with a heat race loss. Braden Eves ended up in the top 10 in his heat. So did Peyton Phillips. Josh Campbell just on the outside in 11th. So all 3 of his contenders were good. And, of course, Elio Meza, he's even got a further outside championship option if he can really make up some ground today. So it's a pretty wide open group, and with Meza getting that heat race win, he's all of a sudden in a much better spot to fight for a title. Down the backstretch here, Massimino leads a 6-car pack as they have shaken out while we were away. Dalton Haynes is 2nd. Eli Warren is 3rd. Then it's Adam Brickley, then Nate Cicero, then Emery Lida. The crash back there separated the groups tremendously. It's Finn Bailiff who leads that next pack in 7th over Henry Wheeler with Vinny Miskelis and Abby Adams at the end of the top 10. Adam Ryland's on a big charge there. The regional driver has made his way up to 11th now, 10 spots gained. And out of turn number 9, Paulie Massimino up the hill, coming to see 4 to go over Dalton Haynes. So Paulie Massimino's BJRLN kart commands the group. Haynes checks back to Warren, says, all right, this is working. I don't have any pressure just yet. I'll stay tucked in behind Paulie and continue to push him out of turn number 3. For Eli Warren, of course, last weekend right off the bat in the CKNA Grand Nationals, was kind of top 5 all week, and he said he missed the setup a little bit on Sunday. But here, this has been a bit of a redemption weekend already for Eli Warren when he was back at Trackhouse Motorplex. Oh no, hold on, look at that. That's a problem for Dalton Haynes. That right rear bumper bolt looks like it has broken on the 930 Kart Republic, coming to 3 laps to go. And if it's looks like if it stays connected, it might be okay. If it starts to wiggle backwards, he might get the meatball flag. Let's see if it comes out this time by for Dalton Haynes. Down the front stretch, so far okay, as long as it doesn't slip further backwards. But I mean, it is borderline. It's hard to tell. Again, as long as it's still somewhat bolted on both sides, it's all right. Warren back in 3rd, Cicero 4th, Lyda 5th. There were problems for Adam Brickley as they were battling for 4th, and I don't know what happened to Brickley that lap, but he's also gone out. So Adam Brickley, who was right there in the mix, is now down out of this one after last time by. So 3 big names all collected there. Brandon Lemke, Adam Brickley, and Aiden Levy all out in heat number 1. And of course, Luke Welcome as well was a top 10 driver. He's out here at the end of the opening heat race. We're coming to 2 to go. Haynes still hanging on. Warren is right there. Massimino continues to lead. 2 to go this time by for Paulie Massimino as they head to turn number 1. And Eli Warren now has to make the decision of whether or not to try and push Dalton Haynes to that wounded rear bumper or take the chance of going around him and seeing if he can run down Paulie on his own. Down to turn 4. No change there. The RPG Cosmic, a Nate Cicero's return to US Pro Kart Series competition, is on a good run so far. 4 spots up in the 982 and trying to get that last little bit of the way as they go to the infield. Massimino going to block early here now with a lap and a half remaining. Haynes to the middle, Warren to the outside. Warren got caught out as Haynes opened up, and Warren loses a spot as Cicero gets by for 3rd. And Eli Warren, the rookie here, around a couple of drivers with multiple years of experience in the class, just kind of got caught out there. I think maybe a little bit Haynes didn't think he was going to be on the outside as Haynes makes a little mistake there with the bumper dragging. That's going to affect the handling, and there's the meatball flag, and that is going to be the end of the session for Dalton, but it's the white flag as well, so it's all at this point just kind of run to the finish. He's trying to hang on to that bumper. He knows his heat race is basically done, so Haynes is out, and they're going to fight for 2nd. Warren and Lyda, Emery Lyda moving by Nate Cicero in the skirmish, and Paulie Massimino with a big-time lead here over the rest of the field. About maybe 7 or 8 tenths going into the infield hairpin. Final time, Warren down low, Lyda high, Cicero behind. Can Emery Lyda get a crossover done, or will he have to settle for 3rd? Cicero's going to give him the option for it. Lyda's there, looking through, clear. Emery Lyda gets to 2nd. Eli Warren back to 3rd, but up front, Paulie Massimino, smooth sailing. He'll win the heat race here for the Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, Mike Doty Racing team. And then it's Lyda, Warren, Cicero. Haynes again had to pull on in, so he'll drop down the order, at least got the meatball, so it may put him to the rear of the grid. Cross the line 5th, problems at the end there. That's the 937 BJR entry of Michael Levitt. He goes around out of the final corner. He'll drop down. So Haynes unofficially 5th, then Finnegan Bailiff 6th, Henry Wheeler 7th, Abby Adams 8th. 12 spots gained by the end for Adam Rylance. Good charge from the back of the grid. Vinny Miskelis 10th, Tommy Anderson 11th, Henry Lepard 12th. They're up 6 spots as well. Then it was Lydia Small, Raheem Alabai, David Weeks, Caden Bell picked up 9, Xavier Diaz 7, Rodrigo Gonzalez, Pascal Liu, and Kate Ulm. It's time for the mini Swifts. When we come back, Travis Pettit on the inside, Lucas Palacio on the outside. A Trinity Karting Group, Kart Republic, front row. We return here from Trackhouse. welcome back to Trackhouse Motorplex here as we get set for Mini Swift racing action. Lucas Palacio will line up alongside his good buddy Travis Pettit. They put it on the front row, working together in a mixed bag of qualifying efforts for a number of the fast drivers in the class, as the toe played a big factor. Marco Romero moving up in speed over the course of the year. Of course, crossed the line unofficially as the winner at Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston, only to end up losing that one in post-race penalties. But he starts third on the Team Benek 117. Antonio Pizzogno will line up on the outside of row 2 on the Orslon Racing Parolin. Then back on row 3, it's Royce Vega lined up right behind his Benek teammate, and Michael McGoy in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart. Row 4's got Cameron Marcia on the inside in the RPM 114. Then it's Marco Samet in the BJR LN kart on the outside. Final row in the top 10's got Rocco Simone on the inside lane on the Parolin for Motaz Sport, and the outside's got Fion Shi in the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic. Then it's Benja Fernandez, Luke Tall, Kai Mars, Max Mokaram, Luke Gilio, the top 15, all the way down to 40 in total. And we've got some more storylines to tell as this one gets going. D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift. No green that time by. Randy, we were talking before this one storyline. Ashton Woon broke his arm in between the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, round number 4 of this season, and here this weekend for round 5. So he qualified the car, but is now being substituted here for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I believe Tristan Murphy's going to be in the car for the rest of the weekend as a relief driver. So a good match there for Ashton to get a driver in the car to maintain points, and hopefully Tristan can fill the role properly and get him a good run. But false start on the first run by, a big group of Mini Swifts. We'll see if we can get a green next time by in heat number 1. Working our way through. We've got 2 more to go after this one as we work through our first round of heat races today at Mooresville. And we've had some good ones. What's surprising, early in the going we had some breakaways where it was just dominant by the leader, and these last few have been just crazy competitive in this top 2 or 3. So I think we're going to see more of that in this one as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to have a 7 or 8 car pack. Obviously, the teammates up front in the green and white Trinity Karting Group colors would love to have a little battle kickoff for third and let them to push away. But these kids are smart enough to know that if they stay lined up and at least just keep the leader within eye shot, they've all got a chance at the win in the final few laps. It was an 8-car pack battle into the win at the Miami Grand Nationals when they were back here, and Cameron Marshall got his first big race win. Now he lines up 7th as Pettit takes us to green to the inside. Everybody dives, and we get it underway. Big runner on the outside for one of the Sodi karts, and so far so good. Nobody on the escape route. Everybody survives 1 and 2 down the backstretch. Romero to second. Pettit quickly gets down to the low side as Pizzogno's high, wide, and handsome by himself. But Romero getting moved a little bit as the pack lined up, and 2 go around there in the middle. 1 driver still spun and late to get back going.
Not a good start for Lucas Palacio. This was a case where that outside line had nowhere to go. They got to the first turn, and they were just freight trained to the inside. Palacio lost 3 or 4 spots on that start.
Oh, more contact. Romero and Pizzogno get together. Romero's slow to get going. Pizzogno had to go wide, and it bogged down Marco Romero, and now it's a big lead for Travis Pettit. Michael McGoy has gotten through. No, McGoy to second. Pettit the leader. Vega is third. Then it's Palacio 4th, and then up to 5th. What a charge. What a start for Luke Tall in the Sodi kart there. He's up 7 spots right ahead of Cameron Marcia. Great jump for him as they passed for P3. Palacio getting through on Royce Vega, and now sets his sights on Michael McGoy for second.
1 lap in the book as we come around for lap number 2 in these 12-lap heat races. Travis Pettit leading the way, but Michael McGoy, good start, back in 6th, up to 2nd. Royce Vega on the move as well. And how about Luke Tall? Started in 12th all the way up to 5th. He is on the move. Kart number 100, some sliders. Antonio Pizzogno lost 4 spots. Marco Samet lost 2 spots. Palacio working his way back up. He started 2nd, fell back a couple, but now has worked his way back up to 4th.
As they head onto the front straightaway here this time, Lucas Palacio starting to make up ground on Michael McGoy. I think McGoy made up a little bit on the leader. He did. 3/10 better was McGoy than the race leader. Palacio was 7/10 better. So they're all closing back up to Travis Pettit now with 2 complete. And Palacio pulled away a little from Vega, but in general, that whole lead group are all going faster than the kid out in front, as we got 2 more collected and one that's gone up and over. The driver is out of the car and okay. This was Luke Giglio. Hard impact for Luke Giglio up and over. It also collected one of the Rollison Performance Group carts of Jackson LaChapelle. So Jackson LaChapelle gets taken out, Giglio out here, and look at the fight for the lead. Pettit still hanging on, but McGoy is there. Palacio's going to get underneath McGoy, and he'll get into the perfect spot of where he wanted to be, with them fighting for third and the TKG cars first and second out of turn number 11.
Unbelievable racing up front. As you said, strangely enough, Travis Pettit, who's been leading, was a half a second slower those last 2 laps than the group chasing him down, and it shows. Right now it's a 4-car battle for first, and not that far back, another 4-car battle as Luke Tall continues to climb the ladder from 12th up to the top 5. Travis Pettit trying to hang on, but Lucas Palacio, they got such a bad start on the outside of that front row, losing a few spots, has worked his way back to near the front and is trying to grab that lead over Travis Pettit.
Side by side for third, McGoy back on Vega. He'll take over the spot, and the leaders will get away a little bit further as Cameron Marcia has now closed up to make it 5 cars in that lead group. Luke Tall got shuffled back to 7th. He's picked up 1 spot to get back into 6th at the cost of losing touch a little bit with Marcia. So it's Tall over Simone in the second group, but up front, Palacio still trying to work with Travis Pettit to the best of his ability to try and keep them out of range from Michael McGoy and Royce Vega, and McGoy not letting him do that. He's closed down to a car length away. Down the back, no change. Now Palacio has to go. He goes to the inside in turn 4. Saw that it wasn't working with Pettit out front. Lucas Palacio, the championship points leader, clinched the title basically coming into this weekend, goes to the point. Vega still 4th, Marcia 5th. Tall trying to close. He's a second back from this group in 6th, and now nearly 3 wide for the lead. Pettit to the inside. McGoy tried to go way low, and Palacio climbs up on the back of Michael McGoy. Here comes Royce Vega to the inside. He'll get back into 4th and hang on over Marcia, who had just gotten around him. But the Kart Republics are split apart. It's Pettit, then McGoy with a crossover move. Travis Pettit under pressure, heavy pressure there as the furled black comes out. And down to turn 1, McGoy inside, still there, gets through. Palacio to second. Here comes Vega for third. Travis Pettit's going to get swarmed because the whole pack has arrived. It's Michael McGoy down the backstretch in the lead now, and they're 3 wide for third. Marcia to the inside.
Unbelievable racing by the Mini Swifts. Max Christie in the number 139 started in 17th. Max is running in 7th. Just went purple 2 laps ago with a 53.720. Certainly a hard charger. A little bit of a breakaway with Pettit and McGoy right now. McGoy's moved up. He started in 6th. He's up to 2nd. Pettit was the pole sitter. He's held that lead and really had to work hard every lap to keep it. Palacio, who started in 2nd, remains in 3rd. But there's about 10 that have really battled out there to stay in that lead group, and it could be anybody's race at this point.
Down the front stretch towards turn number 1 for Michael McGoy. He's now got Lucas Palacio back to the bumper again. And with Cameron Marcia up now a net of 4. Max Christie up 13 spots on the Motaz Sport Paralympic. Make it 14. He'll take over 3rd as McGoy goes to the lead. Max Christie led the leaders around in qualifying, and by the time he dropped back in line to get a toe lap, it was too little too late. He qualified 17th. He'll have to start there in all 3 heat races, but in heat 1 it's been no issue for Max. With 5.5 laps to go, he's right there on the cusp of the leaders. Here he goes for the lead. Max Christie to the outside of Lucas Palacio to turn number 9.
What a run for Max Christie. Unbelievable. Working his way through the field. Bad qualifying lap. He doesn't care. He's got this thing dialed in, and he wants to win this thing and score some points for tomorrow.
All the way back up in there is Antonio Pizzogna-Nito, who went wide with the contact with Marco Romero on lap 1. He's back in the mix. Marcia's there ahead of McGoy. Then it's Pettit in 6th. Then Luke Tall in the 7th spot. Marco Samet is there in the 8th or 9th spot as everyone kind of fades low and to the inside. Marcia back on Pizzogna-Nito. Cameron Marcia will bring his teammate Michael McGoy with him. They get to 4th and 5th, while Lucas Palacio sees for the first time in a few laps some calmness up front with Max Christie happy to push him and try to pull away. And look at all this. Wow, Luke Tall to the inside and a late move there. Catches Pozzonionito off guard. Pettit gets pushed wide. That's back for 7th, 8th, 9th, or 10th while the leaders come out of turn 9 single file. It is a mad swarm in that second group. Palacio taking us out of the final turn.
Give you an idea of how this front pack is running. Less than 2 seconds separate the first 14 drivers. That is not much when you consider how much space they're taking up on the track. Now, the first 5, they've broken away a little bit because they finally got a rhythm now, but the side-by-side caused everybody to catch up. Now you've got 2 groups, and the first 5 have broken away in line. Lucas Palacio leading the way, Max Christie, Royce Vega in third, who just went purple the last lap, Cameron Marcia, and Michael McGoy. That's your top 5. The second group, Luke Tall, Antonio Pozzonionito, and Travis Pettit, who led a lot of this race, back in that second group in 8th, followed by Kai Mars and Marco Salmon. That's your top 10, but Royce Vega in third, just going purple with a 53.609. Right now, the top 5 checking out a little bit over that second group.
Coming to the line here this time for 3 laps to go. There's a look at the second pack. There's a look at the lead already amassed by the top 5. Palacio, Christia, Vega, Marcia, McGoy. And with Christia pushing Palacio, that whole group has really turned on the afterburners. Now Vega again looking low for second, but he just runs out of steam because Christia stays right in the slipstream of Lucas Palacio over by turn number 4. So over to 5 and 6 now here in D&J Intermodal Services Minis with Palacio. First mistake he's made all race. He drops a tire in turn 6. Coming to turn 8 for the lead. They're going to battle up front. It's Vega on the inside of Christia, but Christia holds the high side and keeps the position. Now he goes to the lead. Max Christia with a late move there in turn 9. Gets by on Palacio. Vega to second. And it's Palacio back to third. Marcia fourth. 5th is going to be Michael McGoy. Now Vega back to the lead. And Royce Vega sees the 2 to go signal here and takes him to the low side.
I certainly don't want to give anybody bad luck here, but these 5 drivers are just going side by side, nose to tail through every corner, and relatively speaking, keeping it pretty clean. I don't know, this second group now closing in. Oh my goodness. All of a sudden, I can't even explain this. We've got like 3 wide, 5 deep. This is crazy. It looks like the Indy 500 start, Xander.
This is wild now as they all try to get back to single file. Palacio gets shuffled all the way back to 5th. It's Vega, the new leader, over McGoy and Christia. Luke Tall is there in 4th. Look at Cameron Marshall all the way on the low side, getting closed off by Pozzonionito. Marco Salmon ahead of him. And side by side at turn 9, McGoy versus Tall. Christia shoves him a little bit wide. Palacio gets back to 4th. Royce Vega with the biggest lead any leader's had since lap 2. 4 car lengths out in front as we come to the white flag here in heat number 1, and it has changed all over. Down to turn number 1. McGoy low to block from Christia. He's going to let Vega get away a little bit, but they'll get a big run up the hill to 3, and they might be able to close back to him now as that pack is about 6 deep. Down the backstretch, Vega high. McGoy low with a shove from Christia. Now he opens the door. Christia's almost there, but he hangs on out of 4.
All this is playing in the hands of Royce Vega, who's enjoying about a 5 car length advantage with a half a lap to go. They're racing behind him. It would take, I think, really a missed corner by Royce Vega to lose this one now. Although they are closing in a little bit, they're still racing each other. And when these guys go back and forth like this, Royce Vega just keeps his line and continues to stretch it out. Winding down this lap, Royce Vega looks like he may have this one in the books. Started in 5th, about to win it. But goodness gracious, what a race. Michael McGoy running in 2nd, Max Christia 3rd, started in 17th. Crossing the line, your winner, Royce Vega. Finishing in 2nd, Michael McGoy. 3rd, Lucas Palacio. 4th, advancing 13 positions, Max Christia, followed by Luke Tall. Travis Pettit finishes 6th. Marco Salmon 7th. Marco Romero 8th. 9th, Kai Mars. 10th, Cameron Marshall through the top 15. It's Benja Fernandez in 11th. Rocco Simone in 12th. William Kim. Luis Fernunez in 14th, advancing 11 positions. And how about Tristan Murphy driving for Ashton Woon, started in 40th, makes the top 15, Xander.
Very impressive run from Tristan Murphy, a 25-spot gain there. You see him listed at the back there. He was the only non-competing driver in this one. The 2 drivers, or 3 that DNF'd, John McClellan, Jackson LaChapelle, and Luke Giglio we saw involved in a crash together. We saw Giglio go up and over. Hopefully Giglio is okay, but I'm sure the kart's got a lot of work to be done to fix it. But that's one tough kid, because if he wasn't okay, we would have red flagged this one just like we did in KA Junior. A shout out to Luke Giglio for being tough as nails, for flipping over, getting up quickly and saying, nope, I'm all right, keep this race going.
Yeah, a real competitor for sure.
We'll send it away to commercial break here. This time when we come back, it's going to be more action. The X30 Juniors are getting riled up and ready to go, and X30 Pro will follow live from Trackhouse Motorplex.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back here to the grid. RPG X30 Pro Junior getting set to go green with the likes of Diego Ardiles on the front row alongside Stephen Miller, as class unofficial champion Ernesto Rivera absent from action. He's moved up to the X30 Pro class in this weekend as well, from dominating the KA and X30 classes. He clinched the title coming in a junior sweep, and he'll be able to have some fun racing against the pro drivers that run next. For now, though, for X30 Pro Junior, let's take it through how they'll get set to go green, because it is one of the bigger turnouts on the season at 18 here for this one. All stacked and ready to go. Ardiles and Miller get followed up by Jackson Wolney on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him will be Enzo Vidmontien. Sarah Bradley starts in the 3rd row on the inside in 5th. Alongside her will be Davin Roberts, Ryan Perry Motorsport Machine. David Ramirez and the RPG Cosmic starts to the inside of row 4 and 7th, alongside Nash Motorsports' 2nd bullet in the gun and Charlie Smith. Carter McMurray, his Timmy Tech Comp Kart, rolls off from 9th on the grid alongside Nathan Dupuis, who's looking for a little better luck than the crash he had in KA Junior. Ty Fisher will start on the inside of row 6 alongside Peyton Westcott. Row 7, Mateo Pappas and Max Weiland. Row 8, Eder Herrera and Alan Bonilla. And row 9, Alexander Young and Ian Noyes. So half of these drivers got at least a decent look at the racetrack in that KA Junior round of heat races earlier on, but all the wet patches are long gone here, Andy. It's still a little bit of a cooler morning, but definitely a lot more grip than what we saw when we first started going racing.
I think track conditions are definitely different than yesterday, but they're also different than this morning. The track, I think, is 95% dry at this point. There could be a few dark spots, but certainly not in the racing line. But those cooler temperatures make for certainly different conditions, and how the drivers adjust to that in setup and in driving style makes a lot of difference in how they finish. And we've seen a lot of highs and lows today. We've seen drivers that have come from far back in the pack and made their way through to get near the front. We've seen drivers in the front that have struggled. So a lot of changes, a lot of adjustments today, and it's not gonna stop. I think as the day goes on, it gets a little warmer, those track conditions are going to continue to change.
Well, here they come through the tram lines, looking to go green for RPG X30 Pro Junior, down to turn number 1, and a good start on the outside, but a little bit too good. That time it looked like for Stephen Miller, but at least it was decent enough to get the green. He was nosing ahead, and they got, two together. Davin Roberts gets collected with the 712 of Charlie Smith, and more collected there at the top of the hill in turn number 3. A number of drivers involved. Ty Fisher involved. I think Dupuis might be in there along with maybe Peyton Westcott. So about half the field, 6 cars at least, were collected on the opening 2 corners. And down at turn number 8, look at this around the outside from Enzo Vidmontien on Jackson Wolney. He'll get the job done for 3rd. That was a slick move there in the hairpin, Randy.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of action in the early going. These guys need to settle down a little bit and get a rhythm going, because we're going to lose half the field if they're not careful. We've had more carnage in the first lap than we've had in most of the heat races.
Yeah, that was pretty wild to say the least as they go through turns 1 and 2 and up the hill. Ardiles over Stephen Miller down the backstretch by about a car length or 2, and all of them kind of shaking the tires because all that dirt of everybody spinning off to the side and driving back on out of turn 3 from last lap. The leaders just had to plow through it, so that made it tricky to get through the bowl. But now we see that, a little mistake as well back from 5th. That was Nathan Dupuis. He dropped a tire out of turn number 6, and now Dupuis gets passed by Carter McMurray, who's up 4 spots. Dupuis is up 4, Net was up 5, but at least still up overall even with the mistake. So Carter McMurray now into the top 5. Dupuis back to the 6th position. And then it's a major gap to Alexander Young, who is up 10 spots from 17th on the grid to 7th. Although Max Weiland's gone around him, now moving him back to the 8th spot, and Weiland up 7 spots as well. So the shakeup really was from that 3rd row backwards. The top 4 are still the fastest 4, and that's why they're all together. And now Enzo Vidmontien moved himself 1 spot higher in that fast 4. He got around Stephen Miller on screen in turn number 4. So Enzo Vidmontien into 2nd. We saw how quick he was at the end of his KA Junior heat. That Motez Sport Kart Republic combination looking pretty sporty here in both classes, Randy.
Yes, and Vidmontien went purple the last lap with a 49.702. So he is getting it dialed in pretty good out there. Right now, Diego Ardias, who was our fast qualifier, a little bit of a gap on the field, not a lot. Enzo Vidmontien continues to climb, started in 4th. He's now up to 2nd, trying to close in on Ardiles. Stephen Miller runs back in 3rd. Jackson Wolney goes purple at the last lap with a 49.342. He's climbing back. He started in 3rd spot. He's up to 4th and trying to move up a little further. Good run for Carter McMurray up in 5th. He started in 9th. Nathan Dupuis started in 10th. He's worked his way up to 6th. Max Whelan and Alexander Young, a couple more that have taken advantage of the early carnage, as Max Whelan and Alexander Young both have advanced about 7 or 8 positions. They're in the top 10, as well as Ian Noyes and Mateo Pappas.
So we're going to take this moment here to hear from one of the top drivers in the X30 Pro class, getting set to go green. Ryan Norberg qualified on the pole yesterday. He'll lead the 40 card field to green while we stay on the racing as well on the racetrack.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Ryan, I mean, you're no stranger to a championship weekend in which you're involved in. And I mean, while you're still searching for that maiden victory, right, I keep mentioning it, you did the second best thing. You grabbed pole position for all 3 heats today. I mean, I got to ask, right, a guy of your caliber, 7-time champ, who's been in a lot more championship contention than a lot of drivers here, where's your head at going into this weekend?
It's just mainly trying to keep it clean. I mean, I say that a lot, but I mean, that's what it wins championships, is just good results. And, we didn't have a lot of that early this season. And so the end of the season is just really, we got to finish strong, but we also just got to, stay out of trouble. So, ideally right now we just, go out there and lead the race and see how long we can stay out front. But yeah, I mean, as long as you're just getting good, clean results, that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, I don't want to bring it up too much, but throughout the year it's been just the you and Joe Turney show, but we saw in the previous round at USPKS for Cincinnati, things got a little messy, right? A number of drivers got up there and kind of gave it to you guys a little bit, right? But what can you expect this weekend with how quick you've been and, kind of a strength and number situation with you and the RPG team?
Well, it's nice having a bunch of teammates. I mean, it just helps with the data and just on the racetrack having just the ability to just, relax a little bit. But, I mean, it's GoPro. I mean, the track is our Talladega. It's our Talladega of the year. So, everybody just gets brought into this no matter, how fast you are. They're all going to be there. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be tight. I don't really think it's going to be like Cincinnati. I don't expecting it being like that. It's just this racetrack doesn't race like that. But, I mean, it's going to be close. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to really walk away with it.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you hear from Ryan Norberg again, expecting that it will be a pack race just like the one we're watching here in X30 Pro Junior with Diego Ardiles leading over Stephen Miller. Jackson Wolney still third. Enzo Vidmontien still fourth. We're only halfway in and halfway home, but they have not stopped battling since the drop of the green as we see Vidmontien getting back around Jackson Wolney for that third position. Carter McMurray's just hoping for a little bit more battling in this group here to bring him into the mix, but Ardiles has been untouched up front so far, and Carter McMurray looking on about a car length or so away is just not close enough to be able to get there at the moment as they climb the hill towards turn number 3. 1.3 seconds. It got it down to 1.1 that time back from Wolney, so almost there for Carter. And again, he's up 4 spots. Ian Noyes and Alexander Young are still the biggest movers overall. They run 8th and 9th. Young up 8, Noyes up 10th. But they are so far back from the leaders. I mean, it's about 4 seconds away from Carter McMurray to get back to Noyes, and about a second to 2 seconds from McMurray to Dupuis, then a second or 2 seconds to Max Weiland. So since that opening lap crash kind of sent everyone all haywire, it left us about half of the normal contenders we've been used to in this division and what we were expecting based on qualifying. And that's what you're seeing on your screen. The remaining drivers that have been clean so far are Ardiles leading the way in the RPG Cosmic, Stephen Miller second on the Nash Motorsports machine, the white and orange Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien, who gets into the back of Stephen Miller a little bit there in turn 4. I don't know if he meant to get into the back of him, but Miller going to take the spot back there in turn number 5.
Yeah, some really tight racing going in there in those top 4, and that's allowed Diego Ardiles to check out a little bit. First time he's been able to do that, and now we're side by side for second. Vidmontien trying to get around, Miller trying to get around Vidmontien and does so. So a good battle out there for second, third, and fourth between Miller, Vidmontien, and Wolney.
Let's go side by side again here with 3 laps to go this time by down to pit lane with Alexander Searle.
Here with Austin Garrison. Austin, I mean, you came into this weekend not thinking you were going to race. Last minute put together a ride. You know, you're wearing Paulie's suit, but it doesn't matter. It put you P2 with no draft and qualifying. I mean, what's your confidence like going to these 3 heat races?
You know, yeah, we got a bit of a late start, you know, but I'm pretty confident our go-kart's going to be fast. You know, we were faster last time we raced here, and the go-kart's handling a lot better now than what it was yesterday. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a pretty good shot at the win.
Any concern with, you know, it's kind of a purple army behind you, right? But you and Ryan work well together. Any concerns for this race?
Just hopefully try to break away from, you know, the people behind us and then just kind of settle it out the last couple of laps. And I'm not trying to go and, you know, fight too much, but, you know, it always ends up happening like that, so we'll see.
All right, good luck, Austin.
Thank you.
There you have it from Austin Garrison as a 2-lap signal is given. Again, a last-second effort. He's got the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed driver on the outside of the front row in the X30 Pro class. Coming up for Junior, that battle for second has kind of exploded while we were away. Wolney's gotten into the spot. Miller third, Vidmontien fourth, and Carter McMurray's there in fifth. But Ardiles is lead now over 2.5 seconds. Randy, picture perfect if you're Diego Ardiles. You couldn't ask for anything better than for the fight to break out for P2.
Well, we see it all the time whenever they're running close together, and all of a sudden, second on back starts racing each other to get to the point. The leader just smiles and says, "I'll see you later." And that's exactly what Diego Ardiles has done, as he's checked out because he's been able to run his race, and they're battling behind him. Jackson Wolney, actually fastest car in the racetrack of 48.793, but too little too late. I believe that's the white flag coming out now. I think we're 11 in, so this will be the final lap. And they're over 2 seconds behind Ardiles. The battle right now is for second.
Yeah, it's still a half second maybe. Call it a little more like 7 or 8 tenths now as they fight for third from Wolney back. So he'll be safe in P2. And like you said, he was quicker than Ardiles. 10th and a half better last time. That's at least a little bit of a bittersweet ending for Jackson Wolney. But for Vidmontien getting through on Miller, now he's got to worry about McMurray. Carter deep on the inside, a little bit too deep, and he overcooks it. And now they're door-to-door. Miller versus Vidmontien. They race each other. McMurray gets back in the mix there in fourth, side by side with Miller. As Diego Ardiles comes to the line, he'll win the heat. Wolney second, and then here's the fight for third. Dupuis to the inside. He's going to get the spot away from Miller. Nathan Dupuis gets P5 at the very end there. A 5-spot gain for him. McMurray 5 up to fourth. Vidmontien third. Miller drops back to sixth. Then Max Weiland. Then Ian Noyes. then Alexander Young, David Ramirez, the top 10. There's a look at the back of the field. We saw Davin Roberts and Charlie Smith get involved along with Ty Fisher on the opening lap. So they end up down at the bottom of the leaderboard. But Ardiles, the winner, and then down Noyes, Young, Ramirez, the top 10. Peyton Westcott rebounded back to 11th ahead of Alan Bonilla, Eder Herrera, Mateo Pappas, and company. The X30 Pros are next up. You heard from Norberg. You heard from Austin Garrison. Another driver we spoke to on Friday was Paulie Massimino. A home race for him. He's already won his heat race so far in KA 100. He's now getting set to go green, and we'll hear from what he had to say yesterday.
All right, Paulie, we're back at home. You know, a few months ago, this place seemed to be a little bit mean to you for how fast you were. With how the couple days of practice have gone, how are you feeling so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. We got 2 fast pieces. K sub's pretty quick. We haven't really been putting on tires or anything like that. So where we've been with that is pretty decent. Obviously, in happy hour, a bunch of people decided they wanted to just keep slowing up on the track and waste all of our laps. So for them, I mean, good for them. Now we're all in the slow group, so good job to them. But and then X30 we were super fast yesterday. Times I've never even seen before here. And then, you know, today we started off pretty good. And now we're kind of struggling to piece everything together. Seems like everybody stepped everything up, and we're slowly getting there. I think there's a few things we need to do that we're going to do, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you think's been the reason as to why we're seeing such quick times? I mean, it seems, you know, unheard of for anyone to go in the low 47s in years past, and we've seen lap times already throughout practice in the 46s. What's made this place so quick?
In my opinion, they have all the barriers pushed out. Obviously now they put the turn 1 barrier back on the track. Not really sure why we decided to do that for happy hour instead of just running in practice. I mean, I get a lot of people hit it, but it is what it is. So I think that the barriers being pushed out quite a bit is definitely a big thing. And then the other big thing is the weather. Weather's nice and cool. The air's good. So track's fast. The track's not getting oily and greasy. So it's definitely, I think it was a little bit faster yesterday. It looks like more sun's a little bit out today, but just got a few drops of rain, so we'll see now.
It's been a year of a lot of promise, especially this last summer. What would it mean to you to be able to get a big win in either class, but especially in X30, looking for the first kind of big one for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. We've had a weird year. Always had plenty of speed. It's just some things in my control that I kind of costed us, and some things out of our control that no one costed. But we've had pretty good speed all year. I mean, obviously, it feels amazing to win finally. Feels like it's been so long, but I don't know. Just gonna try and do the best I can. Just go as fast as I can.
Thanks, Paulie.
Thank you.
Will, 2 years ago.
So the warm-up lap completed now as Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison helm the field. Braden Eves was the fastest driver without a toe as Norberg got a bit of help from Ernesto Rivera in qualifying, and Garrison was towed up behind Justin Ataconis. Eves qualified third by his lonesome alongside standout rookie and the unofficial X30 Junior and KA Junior Series champ Ernesto Rivera. Hayden Jones puts 3 RPG Cosmics inside the top 5 with a good qualifying effort in his reunion with the colors that he was so good on a year ago. Marin Kremers in his first and only X30 start here in 2023 has him starting 6th. Will Power with the fastest group out of the slow group in qualifying lines up in 7th alongside Alessandro DiTullio, Jacob Kolar, Justin Ataconis, the top 10. Here we go for X30 Pro Racing down to turn 1. No green that time by. And it'll give us time to go through the rest of the storylines. Again, Ataconis in only his 2nd start at 2023, another top 10 effort for him. Paulie Massimino, we heard from the interview there, he was good through practice, struggled a bit in qualifying. He rolls off 11th. Last round winner, Harley Keeble, his first visit to Trackhouse Motorplex. He rolls off in the 12th spot on the PK Sport North America Sodi. Then it'll be Diego Ramos who leads the championship but qualified 13th. Whereas his rival, or second in the title fight, Ryan Norberg, qualified on the pole. That's 50 points already. That brings the margin down to roughly 40 to 50 with the way that the drops will factor in. So Ramos needs Norberg to go backwards. He needs himself to go forwards to prevent 7 time from turning into 8 time, and for Diego Ramos to get his first career U.S. national title. Brandon Carr joins Ramos on the outside of row 7 with an outside shot at the championship. Needs a mega round here in Mooresville, and Dalton Haynes rounds out the top 15 in his third of 3 classes he's competing in this weekend. Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, Heat 1 is green, down to turn 1 and look to the outside already is Ataconis, trying to get around Will Power, who hangs on over Keeble and company, and down the back straightaway, Braden Eves into second off the bat. Garrison looking low, he stays in third, and they're side by side with Jones versus Kremers. But the field is clean and green here through turn 4, Randy.
2 and 3 wide back through the field, and everybody found their way. That is amazing. So a really good, clean start so far for the X30 Pro Seniors. Right now, Ryan Norberg leads the way, but he's got about 7 or 8 right on his rear bumper, so nobody's checking out just yet.
Yeah, they're all tight as Norberg defended there in turn number 8. Now Kremers on Jones, not going to happen. Here comes ADT behind him as well as Garrison looks on from Eves. And into turn number 11, Brandon Carr trying the inside on someone. Not sure who he got by that time, as down to turn number 1. Ryan Norberg leads the way here with 1 down and 11 to go. Austin Garrison continues to lurk on there in third. He's waiting on Eves at the moment. Now he's looking to go as one's way off the racetrack at the top of the hill for Justin Ataconis. The BJR driver nearly clipped the outside wall in turn number 3. And Justin is now going to go to probably the back end of the grid as Austin Garrison's got company. Here comes Ernesto Rivera for third, inside, clear for the rookie. And here comes Amarian Kremers. He'll get all the way to fourth as Aiden Jones couldn't get around. And Garrison goes back to the 5th spot.
And all the while, Ryan Norberg checks out ever so slightly over Braden Eves. Not a lot, but these are 2 drivers chasing the points, and these will be good runs for them, with the points leader well back in the pack. So good run right now for Ryan Norberg and Braden Eves, first and second. Ernesto Rivera third. What about that? Coming out from the junior ranks and inside for a pass. Up to second is Ernesto Rivera. Getting around Braden Eves, he takes over the 2nd spot. Could Ernesto Rivera have something to say about this before it's all over? What a story that would be to come out of the junior ranks and run as well as he is.
And to the inside behind him, Austin Garrison takes back the spot from Marin Kremers, gets back to 4th. But again, about Ernesto Rivera, this kid is just so impressive. We saw him at the Rotax US Grand Nats. That was his first American senior race. Ran inside the top 3, finished inside the top 3 all weekend, even won a heat race. And now he's going against his coach, the protege, versus the mentor, the stud from Mexico, Ernesto Rivera. A car length back from Norberg, fastest on the racetrack by 3/10 last time by. He's right there down at turn number 4.
He has closed in on Ryan Norberg, and we could see a pass for the lead before very long, as he is right there. Norberg leads the way, but Rivera's there looking for an opening. Will he race him in line and try to check out, or will he try to get around him? They're not really getting away from the rest of the field, so it's very possible he could try to make a move around Norberg and try to lead the way for a while, but Norberg is not giving an inch. Back through the field, Braden Eves, Austin Garrison, and Marion Kremers, your top 5. Through the top 10, it's Hayden Jones. Will Power runs 7th. Alessandro DiTullio in 8th. Paulie Massimino 9th, and Harley Keeble make up your top 10. Ryan Norberg still leads the way by inches over Ernesto Rivera.
Eves starting to defend his spot from Austin Garrison for 3rd as Kremers hanging on over Hayden Jones. 3rd and 4th starting to lose touch with the 2 RPG Cosmics up front, and I think Garrison might be fast enough to run with them, but Eves doesn't look like it here early on in this heat race. So he's been pretty defensive for his spot, both for 2nd and for 3rd. Garrison's cut him a few breaks. I think he'll need to get around him pretty soon on that SCR red speed if he wants to keep sight of those purple and pink Cosmics up front. Norberg still leading as Rivera's kind of hit the brakes a little bit since he's caught up to his teammate. And behind him, Hayden Jones still going at it with Marin Kremers for the 5th spot. He got back around him there in turn 11, so Jones gets that spot back. A 2nd back from the top 4 with Norberg over Rivera, who's just pushing away as Garrison again trying to go low, but Eves throws it in deep and defends the spot down in turn 4.
Garrison definitely took a peek inside of turn 4, but the door closed pretty quick on Garrison. Eves protecting low, trying to hold on to that 3rd spot. In the meantime, trying to close in on those top 2. But right now, those top 2 are racing just like teammates. They're staying in line.
Oh, what a move by Garrison in turn 9. That was slick, Randy.
Yeah, it was a good move by Garrison. He sees them checking out in front of him. He wants to get up there and race them. So he decides it's time to get around Braden Eves and see what he can do. And let's see if he can close in on those top two, which right now are running in line, not getting fancy. Ryan Norberg and Ernesto Rivera, 1 and 2, staying close.
Rivera still pushing away as he looks back at the margin, opening up back to Austin Garrison, who was a little bit quicker than Ryan Norberg last time by. Eves now is going to have to worry about this group if they ever sort out their issues. Jones, Kremers, and ADT, who is also as fast as the leaders on that International Motorsport Kart Republic. So DeTulio moving forward. A few other movers and shakers behind them. You've got the likes, of course, Will Power's been shuffled back to 8th, and now he's got company because Dalton Haynes is there. He's picked up 6 spots now to the 9th spot as DeTulio goes for 7th on Kremers. He gets through, or goes for 6th. He'll take that spot. Behind him, Will Power under pressure from Haynes. Turn 1, Haynes to the inside. Dalton Haynes gets through there on the black and blue Kart Republic. Power back to 9th, and he's got a line of them ready to go. Here, as Power drops the tire, Keeble is there. So is Jacob Kolar in the 11th spot. As Harley Keeble trying to look for a way around Will Power here in this one through turn 6.
Dalton Haynes running 3 classes this weekend, and he is doing well in all 3. Shifters, X30 Pro.
Harley Keeble up and onto the side of Will Power, just completely drove up onto the side of him, and they both are not happy about it. Keeble, the young kid, pissed at Power. Power unhappy with Harley as well. Harley just walked away while the karts are stuck and gave him a thumbs up, and these two are not done with each other. So Harley Keeble, it was an aggressive move to try and go to the inside of Will Power where he did, the way he did, and he just completely destroyed the front nose cone of the 312. Meanwhile, 3 laps to go next time by. Ryan Norberg and Ernesto Rivera have Austin Garrison closing in. So is Braden Eves, and because of that, Ernesto said, fine, Ryan, I've pushed you this far. I've got to take the lead. So Ernesto Rivera now at the point in their turn number 9.
Ernesto Rivera slips around Norberg and leads the way with just a couple laps to go. Austin Garrison has joined the party. He wants to try to get in on the action, and he's closed in where he could possibly make a move. Braden Eves not that far back, and Hayden Jones back in 5th. Alessandro DeTulio in 6th, just went purple. He's a little too far back to make a move, but showing he's got some speed. The battle right now is those top 3, Rivera, Norberg, and Garrison. As they wind this one down, it'll be 2 to go next time by. And Ernesto Rivera trying to hang on, the student and the teacher, and they are right now checking out maybe 2 kart lengths on Austin Garrison, not very much. Garrison trying to cling on to that draft, but it's hard to stay on with these 2 in front.
And a late race run, not only for Garrison, but for Braden Eves, who's looking sporty now. Hayden Jones, like you said, is a little bit too far back to get there, but coming to 2 to go. These 4 are all locked and loaded and ready to fight. 2 laps left. Norberg again, he's thinking championship. At the moment, Ramos back in 10th. It'd be another big point swing, and I think it'd put Ryan Norberg in the driver's seat for the championship fight into the rest of the weekend. If he could run up front here, he was going to try and do one better. To the lead for the number 1 plate. Ryan Norberg leads us out of turn number 4.
White flag next time by for Ryan Norberg. Can he hold off the young Ernesto Rivera? Will Austin Garrison surprise both of them and make the pass for the win? We're about to find out. Garrison, the inside, makes the pass on Rivera, takes over 2nd. He's going to try to reel in Ryan Norberg. This gives Norberg a chance to check out a few kart links over Garrison. But right now, Ernesto Rivera finds himself in 3rd and not even in the lead draft anymore.
Welcome to the big leagues. Rookie Braden Eves is there now ready to go. So is his teammate Hayden Jones, who now closes in on the top 4 to make it 5 up front. But Norberg's lead, big enough over Garrison, it should be fine. Jones a little bobble there through turn number 1. But Ryan Norberg, smooth sailing here, fending off the charge from his teammate, and Austin Garrison just a little bit too long to get rolling and to get around Braden Eves, I think, early. Cost him some valuable time, but he looks from flag to flag maybe the best driver in this heat race. And as they head down into turn 8 for the final time, nobody going to make any crazy moves there in the infield. Coming out of 8 over to 9, Norberg, Garrison, Rivera, Eves, Jones. Oh, Rivera a little wide. Eves got tripped up. Here comes Hayden Jones to the inside for 4th. As the leaders come out of 11, Jones will get by Eves without mistake. And it is Ryan Norberg winning Heat 1 here in X30 Pro over a close Austin Garrison. Ernesto Rivera. Hayden Jones drives back forward after falling back off the start to 4th. Eves ends up 5th, ADT 6th, Kremer 7th, Dalton Haynes. What a run here in all 3 of the opening heats. Top 5 in shifter, was running in the lead pack in KA before the bumper took him out of that one. And in this race, drives up from 15th to 8th, 7 spots forward for Dalton Haynes. Jacob Kolar 9th, Brandon Carr ends up in 10th. Ramos got shuffled back to 11th by the flag. Paulie Massimino 12th. Nicholas Terlecki 13th. T-Mac Tyler McIntyre 14th. How about the run from dead last? Caleb Gaffera 21 spots gained to 16th. And Justin Ataconis, rough rider out there for Justin Ataconis, able to hang on to a top 15 result after dirt tracking it about 100 feet off the side of turn number 3. A good recovery for him, but at the back you can see there on the results as they cycled on through the likes of Will Power, Harley Keeble, Elio Meza went out early, as well as Brian Boley. So a number of big names there on the opening heat having some trouble. Keeble, the last round winner, is going to have a big hill to climb up towards, and of course him and Will Power, big disagreement about who was at fault for that one, Randy.
Yeah, that got ugly quick, didn't it? I'll tell you, that was a tough one. They were battling in those top 10, and they got together, and who knows, one went wide, one went low, I don't know, but they got together for sure, knocked each other out, and obviously they felt like it was the other guy, and just the way it is sometimes.
Well, you can see that the lunch break will take place now. We'll come back at 12:35 and get back underway with the second round of heats. So don't go anywhere, folks, but if you need to go somewhere, now's the time. We'll come back at the top of the leaderboard, or top of the lineup with KA Masters at 12:35 Eastern.
Take this time to thank all of our sponsors. Our class sponsors: Team Ferris Racing, BBS Race Engines, Speed Concepts, Franklin Motorsports, D&J International, AP Racing, Elf, Hartliff, Verrazino Chassis, AMAX, and Common Kart Sales, as well as our race sponsors this weekend: Old Pro Racing Products and Go Win Races, and our series sponsors: Miami USA East Car, Pros by Parks, and MG Tires. if you need race fuel, today is the day to get it because it'll be loaded up tonight and on its way back. So if you need any more race fuel from USPKS, please buy it today. Make sure you stop by the US Pro Kart Series apparel trailer and check out the 2023 editions of the USPKS apparel, hats, shirts, t-shirts. A lot of good stuff over there. Take a look at it. Make sure you check it out. Don't forget the championship banquet tomorrow after the podiums in the banquet room. So it'll be a great day tomorrow here in Mooresville as we run our main events and then crown our champions for the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season.
Check. 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 Check.
Please stop by the US PKS trailer. If you need some race fuel, please stop by the US PKS trailer today for your race fuel. Also stop by the US PKS apparel trailer. Check out the 2023 editions of the hats, shirts, jackets. Might need a jacket tomorrow morning as things are cooling down here in Mooresville. So check out the US PKS apparel trailer.
Oh, wait. Ready? Pass me that?
Should I record it? Should I record? I think so. What the fuck?
I'll get you the other side.
Puppy dog.
An update for everyone watching along on the stream right now. No, this is not the wrong programming that you picked. There was a man that is being chased and pursued by the police right now that has tried to hide out in the forest behind the racetrack. So we are under a momentary delay before this gets sorted. So just a heads up for everyone. That's why you're seeing police officers with the USPKS officials. No one at the racetrack did anything wrong, but there is a chase going on.
Can't say I would have guessed this is why we're going to get delayed.
I ain't never seen this before. Yeah, this is crazy.
What the fuck is going on?
off with the dog. Yeah. I didn't even see that. Man. Right now. How are you standing this shit? This dog got nothing on his mind but cookies, man. He doesn't care about this convict. You know what I'm waiting for? You know what I'm waiting for?
What? Dude, how sick would it be?
How sick would it be if on stream we got like a cop chasing this guy and a dog taking it down? I want to hear gunshots. Yeah, that would. I would rather watch it. They said the delay could be an hour. Trevor
We are back here after the lunch break after one of the wildest race delays I think Randy and I could both say in history. There is a the cops are out here not after any racer, but something outside of the property that's gone on and put us a little bit delayed. And well, of course, the joke from Tim Coyen is hoping that the guy doesn't try to hop the fence and run out during the micro race and get all the parents all riled up. But at least for now, it looks like we're good to go green and been given the all clear by the local police department. So we're going to go back racing here, Randy. But I will say, in my years racing, you have a couple more than me. I have never seen a race shut down for an escaped convict trying to run around.
I cannot check that off the list.
Here we are. We're good. We're back green now. So now we're good as they head up the hill, and we're underway with K.A. Master nonetheless. Mike Rollison leads the way as the field heads down the back straightaway for the first time. And look at the start already for the man in third, I think jumping quickly through, of Scott Kopp. So a much better start for the Franklin Motorsports Tony Kart driver. He's gone to third. William Isaias has gone through into the third position. Kopp into second. Max Pappas is fourth, and fifth looks to be maybe Miguel Mir off the line. So not a good start for Danilo Romalo at all on the PK Sports Sodi. He's back to maybe seventh or eighth there behind Nicky Coelho. So a very bad start for him. Meanwhile, for second, big challenge coming for William Isaias towards Scott Kopp as we put one lap down. 11 laps to go here in Heat 2 for K.A. Master. And these guys probably happy to finally have a dry racetrack to play on because it was very damp, very slick conditions for their first heat of the morning.
Yeah, they were the testers, so to speak, this morning. They went out there on the track. We weren't sure, and we got a pass for second. Looks like William Isaias takes over Scott Kopp and gets that second spot. So Isaias in second, Kopp in third. Rollison still leads the way by about 2 kart lengths. Then it's William Isaias, Scott Kopp, Max Pappas, and Miguel Mir.
So as they head into the hairpin here, William Isaias is one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. It felt like all session long in the opening heat race on the weekend. So no surprise to see him with a better start already, making up more positions. And that International Motorsport Pink and Chrome Kart Republic is starting to roll up to the championship points leader of Mike Rollison. Miguel Mir as well looks a little better than Scott Kopp here early on, so he's starting to go. And Danilo Romalo, while we were up front, did get himself back into sixth. He's gotten ahead of one of the other Orsalone racing entries of Miguel Mir. Sorry, it's Max Pappas back in the fourth spot. Kopp, though, big run from Pappas. He'll go back to second, and Pappas will follow his way through to third. And Mad Max Pappas was one of the more eager drivers to make moves in the opening heat race. I wouldn't be surprised to see him already look for second when we get down to the infield hairpin on Kopp. Not this time, though. He'll stay behind with that one pass for seconds, giving Mike Rollison a nice little gap once again. And this time he's by himself, so he might be able to try and charge away on his own. It's a little mistake from Isaias. Open the door for Nicky Coelho to get to the inside, back for third and fourth. And now Coelho's P4. Here comes Romalo. He'll get through to fifth. And back to sixth goes William Isaias in the 461.
3 laps in the books now, 9 laps to go for Mike Rollison. Once again, Mike has just kind of been the leader of this series nearly the whole season and almost has things locked up when it comes to the championship. And right now, half a second advantage over Scott Kopp. Good run for Scott Kopp. He's been in the hunt all year, but never quite been up quite this far most of the time. So he's really got it dialed in this weekend in Mooresville, trying to close in on Mike Rollison. And how about Max Pappas doing a one-off this weekend? Max Pappas, great IndyCar driver back in the day, and now he's out here in karts and really doing quite well. I'm sure he has a lot of laps here at Mooresville.
A lot of star power here this weekend, of course. Will Power and X30 Pro, Max Pappas and K.A. Master. Leah Block is here running K.A. Senior for her first national race. So a lot of big names here at the end of the season to kind of help headline off championship weekend for the US Pro Kart Series at Trackhouse Motorplex. And down the back straightaway, Mike Rollison continues to lead, but the gap is coming down slightly. Scott Kopp, after fading a little bit on the opening few laps, getting back into second, now has found his groove. 51.35 last time for him, a 51.50 for Rollison. So that was a tenth and a half better. He's closed in even a little more this time. And the lead that Raleigh had is slowly getting erased as there goes Danilo Romalo to the inside of Nicky Coelho. They're still banging tires all the way to the exit. Coelho's still there, and he spins it in turn number 9 on the inside of Romalo and goes around in front of the field. Luckily, nobody hits him. Oh, it's still close, even all the way to the back. But Nicky Coelho was in kind of a who blinks first contest with the like of Danilo Romalo, and he ended up slamming the brakes a little too hard and spun it around trying to avoid contact. So unfortunate for Nicky, and it really hurt Romalo as well, who was already trying to rebound as well. So down the backstretch they go to turn number 4. And through to turn number 5. We still are watching here with the top 3. Now with that move for 5th, separating the groups out, William Isaias is all by his lonesome. Laurentiu Mardan has moved up into the 5th spot, a much better second heat race in the works for Larry. And as we watch second and third closing into Mike Rollison here, Max Pappas Scott Kopp working together nicely. They haven't made up as much ground this lap. Last lap they were 0.2 better. This time they've kind of stabilized here as we hit the halfway mark. 6 in, 6 to go. Raleigh still leads over Kopp and Pappas. The gap, half a second, covers the top 3. A second and a half back to William Isaias, now up to 1.8. And another second back to Laurentiu Mardan, who is improving his pace over the course of this weekend on that Techno kart in 5th, but he's not right now still fast enough to hang with the top 3 drivers.
You know, talking about this event this weekend here at Mooresville, Mooresville does have a little bit of that racing mystique. We had a couple NASCAR sightings yesterday. Joey Logano brought his kids out to watch the karts yesterday, and Brad Keselowski came out a little bit later in the day. And I just noticed on Facebook, I believe it was Scott Mayer, Sammy's dad, saying that Sammy's qualified full for the Xfinity race in Charlotte this weekend, or today actually. Sammy, a graduate of the US Pro Kart Series. So a lot of NASCAR and big-time racing flavor down here this weekend at Mooresville. And what a better way to end it here for the US Pro Kart Series.
Well, as you can see there in the background, the police are still working on this manhunt chase in the back around the outside fences, but on the racetrack we got a battle for the lead. Here comes Scott Kopp to the inside of Mike Rollison, and up and over the rear bumper goes Max Pappas, who was trying to follow through for second, and he ended up hurting himself and kind of hurt Rollison a bit in the process. And now Scott Kopp gets a big lead, one of the bigger ones we've seen all day here in this one, about 6 car lengths ahead of Mike Rollison, coming to 4 laps to go this time by. So a good start, better start for Scott Kopp, a smooth race, and while there's been a little bit of chaos around him, he's kept his nose clean, not a single mark on that Franklin Motorsports OTK bodywork. He looks good coming down with 8 complete.
You know, I've announced a lot of races, called a lot of races, Sander, but I got to be honest with you, I've never called an arrest. So this maybe is a new opportunity for us, I don't know, but that's it's kind of crazy what can happen at any given time, I guess, but certainly everything under control, and things are being handled the way they should be handled, and we've got karts on track and some great racing, and really good racing right now.
Yeah, really good stuff with Mike Rollison this lap. You saw Scott Kopp kind of climb on that inside curve in turn 1. That hurt him a little bit, and now Mike Rollison has eaten that margin back up that he lost with the contact with Max Pappas. Now, last race, we saw Rollison fall to second, push the leader away, and then go on the last lap. Let's see if he's going to wait till the last lap here this time, or if he'll go a little bit sooner. And with Pappas slipping backwards, it's now allowed William Isaias to get a bit of his draft and close on in for 3rd. So they're a second back from the top 2. 9 down now, 3 laps to go for the race lead. Kopp has Rollison there, and I think Raleigh's just going to kind of wait in line. As for 3rd, William Isaias trying to go on Pappas. Side by side, not going to happen just yet, but they'll stay wheel to wheel going to turn 5. I think he'll have to give way, though, while the leaders run up the road, and that'll add to their margin. Pappas, you can see top of the screen, still hanging on there for 3rd.
Yeah, really a good race out there for 3rd spot between Max Pappas and William Isaias. But Pappas hanging on to 3rd, and back to the point, Mike Rollison right there. It'll be 2 laps to go next time by. I think he wants to sweep, so I believe he's going to try to make a move to get back around Scott Kopp. He's going to have to find the right spot to do it, but he seems to be all over him right now.
Yeah, as they head down the front straightaway, 2 to go. Scott Kopp, Mike Rollison down to turn number 1. Still pushing him, still adding to that gap here. Meatball fly given to Miguel Mir that time by. Unfortunate for him, he was running 7th at the line. I don't know what the mechanical issue is for Miguel Mir. Potentially a broken bumper is what you would normally think. If not, maybe a header coming loose for Miguel Mir's Orsolon Racing Tony Kart. But he'll be out. And with a lap and a half to go, these two still with a 2.5 cushion back to 3rd. Rollison checking the gap back, seeing how much space he's got and what he can do to make a move for the lead and the win. And again, Scott Kopp, a driver who is a multi-time USPKS Masters champion over the years, trying to get himself at least a bit more in the headlines for the K Masterclass at the end of the season. It would be a good kind of send-off into the offseason towards 2024 for Scott Kopp and company to get a win here this weekend, but he's going to have to fend off in just this heat race the driver who's dominated all year, Mike Rollison. His worst, I think, main event finish was maybe a 3rd or a 2nd. He has won almost every main event. He's been up in competitive in just about every other one. And as they head down to turn 4, you can see now Danilo Romalo was wrecking earlier for the 5th spot with Nicky Coelho. He's gotten his way back up to the rear bumper of 4th and Max Pappas. So as they go to the infield, though, final time, Kopp looking back. Rollison's there. I don't think he's close enough. Not going to force the issue, but like you said, Randy, does he want that sweep? It would be a nice send-off for his championship run if he could get him in the last turn, but I don't know if he's close enough.
Scott Popp taking a good line there, and looks like he's going to hold him. Oh, wait to the inside, and Rollison makes the pass. Boy, waits till the end, right at the line, making the pass in the final turn, side-by-side finish, and it's got to be Mike Rollison inches over Scott Kopp, William Macias, Danilo Romalo, and Max Pappas, your top 5. Through the top 10, we've got Lorenzo Mardan, Miguel Mayer finishing in 7th, Brett Harrelson 8th, Pete Vedder 9th, and Mignon Zhu in 10th. Your winner, that's 2 in a row now for Mike Rollison.
Yeah, nice and smooth race for him again, and he's just kind of making it look easy out there. Even when you think maybe he's waiting a little bit too late, he got a good run on turn number 9, was able to get the pass done, and so it's Rollison the winner over Scott Kopp in 2nd. William Isaias ends 3rd. Danilo Romalo 4th. He got around Max Pappas there on the final lap to get that spot. So Romalo rebounds from the poor start off the front row. Pappas 5th. Laurentiu Mardan in 6th. Miguel Mayer ends up in the 7th spot. Brett Harrelson 8th. Pete Vedder 9th. Mignon Zhu rounds out the top 10. Then it's Luis Quinones, Alfonso Santiago, Tom Gerstner, and Coelho did finish just a second back from 13th, so he was able to rebound from his spin to close up to the pack, but not enough time to make up any position. So a 14th place run for Nicky Coelho. Not where he would have liked to end up, but it is still a decent recovery drive for him nonetheless. So the action around the racetrack continues. The action on the racetrack continues as well. We're one group in now as we roll in to the rest of our lineup here for heat racing from Trackhouse Motorplex. We'll take a quick break from the action and come back with more here with KA Masters. Now 2 heats done.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to
So for Heat 2, Groups A and C now go to head-to-head here in BBS Race Engines K100 Junior. On the inside is Chase Buscaglia. The outside is Mason Walters. It was a bad opening heat for Buscaglia, but this time a good jump off the line. Gets him a nice little hole for Walters to jump into. And it is up the hill, all good for the rest of the field as they go to turn number 3 and rocket down the back straightaway. Buscaglia quick to defend here. We saw him have a mechanical that took him out of Heat 1, so he's looking to do everything he can to get every spot, every point, and put himself safely into the main event for tomorrow morning after qualifying on the point. Ty Fisher right there in 4th on that green and white TB kart for Race Lab Karting. And then behind him there in the 5th spot looking to challenge is Keegan Kaminsky's GFC as they all stack up single file there into the hairpin. But Buscaglia desperately defending. Now it's Vidmontien to the inside of Walters. He gets through for 2nd. So Vidmontien up. Here's Ty Fisher looking for 3rd on Walters as well. He gets that done. Walters goes low to block and Kaminsky to the high side there for 4th here down the front stretch. Chase Buscaglia survives the opening lap. Furl black flags flying that time for the middle of the field as the Hornet's Nest continues to fight outside the top 10.
Chase Buscaglia has to get a couple of good finishes now with the DNF in the first heat. He's got to be able to get a couple good finishes just to get a good starting spot in the main event, and already loses that top spot to Enzo Vidmontien, which was strong in the first heat. Vidmontien to the front, and they get a little bumping and grinding as Buscaglia gets into the back of Vidmontien down the straightaway, running really close out there, working their way through. We got a pass for third. Looks like Mason Walters around Ty Fisher with the third spot.
Yeah, Mason Walters able to at least get himself back up one. And for the rest of them, single file to about 8th or so. Down the front straightaway, here we go again. Your leader is Enzo Vidmontien. He was the fastest kart on the racetrack in his opening heat. Ended up getting cut 1 lap short, had to settle for second. The Motaz Sport Kart Republic up the hill by 4 car lengths as Walters gets around Buscaglia. He takes over second, and now he's going to be under pressure for third as he goes to the engine. Looks like the engine woes have now gone away for the GWR Giller driver. He drops back to 5th there at the end of the stretch as Fisher and Kaminsky get by. So Chase Buscaglia's backward slide from Heat 1. He's having deja vu right now here in Heat number 2 as losing a little bit of top-end speed. Now trying to dive back, gain 1 spot. He gets around Kaminsky in the hairpin. Here comes Diego Ardiles. Kaminsky back on Buscaglia. Side by side to turn 9. This will cost them a lot of time, but it'll give Kaminsky a spot for the moment. Now he's going to worry about Ardiles trying to get low to the inside as they bang tires. Ardiles gets through. Here comes, I believe, Cash Perkins or maybe Cade Yeager. Cade Yeager looking to get through for 6th. He ends up getting that spot away, and sliding all the way back to the 8th spot was Buscaglia behind Javier Herrera. So Chase Buscaglia now out of the lead group. In fact, it's down to 3 up front. He's blocking now from Davin Roberts' Ryan Perry Motorsport machine through turn number 4, just trying to hang on for dear life here in heat number 2, while Vidmontien, Walters, and Fisher get away up front.
And keep your eye on Mason Walters. He's closed in every lap on Enzo Vidmontien. The 821 of Mason Walters is the fastest kart on the racetrack, and I think you're going to see him making a move around Vidmontien in the next couple of laps.
As they come out of turn number 9, you can see Ardiles over Kaminsky. Here is the leaders coming out of the final turn. Like you said, he's been closing in on him. Now he's there. Does he want to push with Enzo? No, he wants the lead. Mason Walters to the inside and clear in turn number 1. Vidmontien back to second. Ty Fisher trying to hang on there in third. He was quicker than Vidmontien last time by, a little slower than Walters, who went fastest overall at a 50.7. Flat flying around Trackhouse Motorplex right now is the BJRLN kart of Mason Walters as they head through turn 6.
Mason Walters has gone purple 3 laps in a row. That's how quick this kid is. But Vidmontien says, I'll have none of that. He's not losing, and Vidmontien is right there. And Ty Fisher is now closed in. It's a 3-card battle for the top spot.
As they head out of turn number 9, like you said, Fisher closing makes it a little bit different of a dynamic at the front of the field now between the top 2 and now the top 3. With the middle driver having to worry both out front and behind. There's Ardiles. Then there's the next group that Cade Yeager leads. The standout junior is starting to make some big strides with the BJR camp in 5th as he's gone around Kaminsky. Javier Herrera's lined up behind him as well as they go down the backstretch. Single file down to turn number 4. No changes there. And we're still early. 5 laps in, 7 laps to go. So if these guys stay in line, it'll be hard to catch them. No matter how fast or slow the group behind goes. Last time, it was an even margin back to Diego Ardiles, a 50.88 for him, a 50.89 for Mason Walters. At that rate, no one's going to catch up. It's just a matter of if they fight for the lead or if they stay in line. And Ty Fisher right there seems to be in no rush to move too quickly forward either. So coming to the line this time, 6 in, 6 to go, halfway out. There's Ardiles. Here's that next group, side by side. That's going to be Herrera to the inside of Kaminsky. Kaminsky fends him off, so he'll still hold on to the 6th spot. Chase Buscaglia's backward slide has ended around the 8th spot, but he's got company in that next group as well. So there goes the leaders, though. This will help Ardiles in 4th as Vidmontien retakes the lead in the bowl.
Vidmontien back up front, gets around Walters. Ty Fisher, who went purple on the last lap, reeled these guys back in, and now he may have something to say about it. He's certainly not losing him. He's waiting very patiently as those 3, the 2 in front of him, have raced back and forth. But Ty Fisher running a smart race, not losing him, staying right there.
Yeah, he's close to them as they exit turn number 9. Coming up the hill here, Enzo Vidmontien. Mason Walters there right in tow, no change. 5 laps remaining, this time by the top 3 out in front by about 2 seconds to Diego Ardiles. Even last time with the pass made and Vidmontien went so much quicker, they still pulled that gap. It's now 2.2 seconds and growing from these 3 right here, back from them to the next group. In fact, Ardiles is actually going to be on the cusp of getting reeled back in by the second pack led by Cade Yeager, who was even to him last time but is starting to go bit by bit faster and faster. Diego Ardiles in the 4th spot will not be safe for much longer here. The good news for him, we've only got 4 laps to go when we get back to the start-finish line, so there won't be a lot of time for those guys to get up to him and mess with him, but it might just be enough that he could lose that 4th spot. So we'll see as the leaders come out of 11. 4 laps to go. Let's take a look further back down the grid if we can. Ardiles still 4th. Where does his gap lie at the moment? Back to the next group. There he goes. Here comes that next group of 3 with Javier Herrera now moving up to the 5th spot. Still 1.1 seconds back from Diego Ardiles. Cade Yeager back in the 6th position behind him. Keegan Kaminsky's there as there's a change in the lead. Walters goes by from Vidmontien while we went backwards. Back from this group of 7, you're not missing too much either. It's Davin Roberts in the 8th spot, 2.5 back. Then a big group with Gonzalez, Wolney, Buscali is in that mix. So is Ethan Sky Manjecek, and then Austin Olds, who's had to drive from the back of the grid after having a transponder failure in qualifying. He's up 15 spots once again, so a big drive forward for Austin Olds to be the hard charger here in this heat race. Coming to the line now, 3 to go. Walters back at the point. Vidmontien waiting in line there, and Ty Fisher close enough to watch, not close enough to really do any damage. He's kind of stayed at that 1 car length bubble, Randy, and he hasn't really been able to break through it and start to really apply some pressure for second. This will help. Walters starting to block low down to turn 4.
And that's exactly what Ty Fisher needed. If they go too wide in front of him, that allows him to pounce because they're not going to be going as fast too wide. And now we got a pass. It looks like Fisher slips inside. He takes over the 2nd spot as Vidmontien takes over the top spot. So Ty Fisher now moving up to 2nd.
Taking a page out of Dalton Haynes' book from the Miami Grands. Enzo Vidmontien makes a pass in turn 6. That was impressive. Now he'll need to hold that spot all the way for 2 more laps around, and that won't be easy. Ty Fisher on the bumper as they go to the hill, turn 11, up the hill. Walters high and then low, a crossover, but he won't have momentum. He'll tuck back in, goes high again to turn 1 as Fisher stays right on the rear bumper of Enzo Vidmontien. 2 laps remaining, and a 3-way dogfight is getting underway for the lead in BBS KA Junior. Down the backstretch, you can see the rest of the field hoping, chomping at the bit. These leaders continue to fight and bring them into the mix. As Vidmontien and Fisher stay low, Walters looking into 5. He gets through on Ty Fisher. Mason Walters slips through to the inside and now gets back to P2.
That move was costly as he lost some ground to Enzo Vidmontien. Walters now trying to close that gap a bit, and Ty Fisher has actually lost a little ground. So those 2 racing together has kind of hurt them both, to be honest. And with the white flag out the next time by, Enzo Vidmontien has got to, Mason Walters has got to really step it up and start pedaling a little harder if he's going to catch up and make a move on Enzo Vidmontien.
Well, he was definitely pedaling hard that lap. He closed it back up to just a car length. Vidmontien a little bit wide there in turn number 1. He's going to have pressure now down the backstretch, and he knows it. Vidmontien goes low. Walters with a run around the outside, trying to make it work. They bang tires. Walters gets high into the marbles now. Here comes Fisher. He'll get himself clear going to turn 5, and Ty Fisher gets back in the mix. Vidmontien fended off 1 challenge. He's got another one coming in Ty Fisher's TB kart to the hairpin, but Ty's too far back. Everyone on the normal line there. Just got to take it home. 2 more corners for Enzo. Over to turn 9, around the double right, over to turn 10. Fisher closing. I just don't think he'll be close enough. Enzo Vidmontien fends off the battles. He will win heat number 2, Groups A and C in KA Junior. Fisher 2nd, Walters 3rd. Ardiles ends up in the 5th spot as Javier Herrera got to him and beat him to the line by 13 thousandths. Look at that group. That was Chase Buscali, 3 wide in the middle, hanging on over Jack Small and Ethan Sky Manjecek. And through the rest of your top 10, Keegan Kaminsky ends in the 6th spot. 7th, Cade Yeager. 8th, Alexander Gonzalez up 8 positions. Davin Roberts up 9. Austin Olds 18 spots gained to crack the top 10 from dead last. What a run there for the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic driver, Randy.
You know, yesterday he had the most awful day you can imagine. Lost his transponder in qualifying, causing him to be put to the back for the heat races. He moved up to 15th in the last race. I think he advanced like 20-some spots, and now he's up to 10th. I mean, that is just incredible what he's done. He gets another good finish in the third heat, and he's going to have a decent starting spot for those main events, which are a lot of laps, and that could very well give him a shot at maybe a podium.
And those main events will probably be a lot crazier than these heat races because the field will be all together. We're only seeing half of the best drivers in each group. So when you double that pack size, they battle a lot more. They all know how quickly they can go from the front to the rear, so they're always trying to fight to get to the lead. And we've seen it plenty of times this year, Randy, when in the mini racing, in the KA racing, especially KA Junior, even more so than Senior, that the race could be a battle from lap 1 all the way to lap 20 or lap 16, whatever the end of the race is where we go. And a guy that starts 15th or 20th, if he gets a half-decent start, they fight enough up front, you kind of carve your way forward, and you have a legitimate shot at the race win. Is on the grid. Problems for Sebastian Garzone in that Orsilon Racing Tony kart. His engine has not fired. That's your off-pole starter. They are trying to get the external starter to fire up as the rest of the field scrambles to get around him. Now the 90-second clock will start once that grid is clear, but luckily they've been able to fire him off. So a starter failure, but not an engine failure for Sebastian Garzone. He'll have to get on his horse, though, on the outlap and hustle it to catch up to the rest of the field.
And block that out of his mind in hopes that that's not going to cause me any trouble, is it, during this race? Because he's got to be thinking about that. Oh, man, I barely got off the grid.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? You spend those few minutes on the pre-grid, you put your helmet on. A lot of drivers are kind of superstitious. They'll get in only on one side of the go-kart, not get in on the other, right glove before the left glove. You have your own little kind of routine to, lock in mentally, and then you fire the engine and you snap out of that zone you were getting into when it doesn't fire, and you freak out for a second, and then you get it fired up, and then you got to kind of calm back down, get back to your kind of place of zen, and be ready to go to the win. So we'll see if it affects Garzone at all. It's always a big challenge on these young drivers no matter what at this level. He's going to work his way back up to the front of the grid here pretty quickly, I think, as they exit the final turn. Diego Guillot will start on the inside. Garzone slated to start on the outside. We'll see where he's at as he tries to catch on up. He's still a little ways back. I don't know if he's going to get into his starting spot or not. If not, it promotes Carter McMurray to the outside of the front row. So do we go green this time by with Garzone somewhere in the middle of the pack? We do. Green flag down at turn number 1. Garzone was not able to get back to his original spot. So Sebastian Garzone, there you see him in the middle of the group trying to work his way forward, as out front it's Guillot. And a great start for Carter McMurray from the outside to go to second. Miller third, Weiland fourth. Mateo Pappas your top 5 as they were side by side for the lead. And a little more shuffling. Guillot back to third. It's Carter McMurray leads, and look at this. Pappas versus Weiland. Door to door through turn 5. Somehow they hang on to it into the hairpin.
How about Carter McMurray making the most of his opportunity? He gets moved up one row because the outside pole setter couldn't get to his position, and then in the third turn makes the pass for the lead. All of a sudden, Carter McMurray, who was supposed to start 4th, is leading the race halfway through the first lap.
Yeah, what a turnaround. One guy's bad luck, another guy's good luck, as there goes a big slider down the inside for, I believe, that might have been Cash Perkins on Max Weiland, and it was. Weiland ended up losing a spot for a moment over Mateo Pappas, but he got it back. So Max Weiland back to 6th, Pappas back to 7th. All this is allowing the top 3 to get further up the road. McMurray, Miller, Guillot, then it's Peyton Westcott, and the young lady's got herself a couple car lengths to this mad scrum behind her, but it's a big gap out front, about a second and a half for Peyton to try and reel in the top 3 as in 5th. Cash Perkins, great start on the BJR MDR LN kart to 5th. He's going to get a little bit of a cushion now as Mateo Pappas sends it on the inside of Max Weiland. That's for 6th. He gets through. Back in 7th there is Graham. Is that Graham Tremmel? I'm trying to ID that. No, that's Justin Music. Justin Music right there in line in tow there. I think it looks like it might be Tremmel, but I don't know if his transponder's working. As last time by, no, yeah, Graham Tremmel, no transponder scoring at the moment, but on the racetrack, GT is in the 8th spot, just ahead of the Arcane Motorsports Tony kart of Justin Music. Down the backstretch, Stephen Miller looking to the inside on Carter McMurray. He'll take over the lead, and here comes Guillot trying to follow. Not going to happen. He stays back in 3rd, but Stephen Miller, the kind of antagonist in the championship fight against Ernesto Rivera for most of the season, going back to Orlando, where things were really racy back in March. He now leads the way in his new colors, the Nash Motorsports team with the blue and chrome EOS karts. Out of turn number 9, it's Miller, then the blue and yellow comp kart for Team Timmy Tech of Carter McMurray, and then Diego Guillot on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart. Back to 4th. Cash Perkins picked up another one. He's now up 4 spots as he's gotten around Peyton Westcott. and they are 2.2 seconds back from the leading trio. So if they work together perfectly and they get some more passes for the lead, they could get there. Otherwise, fourth may be as high as either one of them can challenge for here in this one. Behind Peyton Westcott is Max Weiland. He's gotten back around Mateo Pappas for the 6th position, and that group goes back to about Nathan Dupuis or so. Then it's Justin Music, and then Sebastian Garzone. He's climbed his way back up to the 10th position, so a decent recovery for the kid that was slated to start in second, Sebastian Garzone. There's your 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place drivers. Perkins out front in the blue and yellow, Westcott behind in the white suit on the blue and chrome machine, then Weiland on the white, blue, and orange Magic Kart, and then Mateo Pappas in the 839 Ursuline Racing. Tony, here's Westcott to the inside for 4th. She gets through on Perkins. Here comes Weiland up the inside to turn 3. He'll take over 5th. Pappas trying to go for 6th. He'll get through as well. Cash Perkins 4th to 7th in 3 corners.
Max Whelan just going purple back in 6th position with a 50.652. Sebastian Garzone, original outside pole sitter, but couldn't get back up to his position because he was late coming off the grid. Has cracked the top 10, as Xander said. He's now up to 9th. Just got around Justin Music. But Stephen Miller still leading the way over Carter McMurray. Good run out there for Carter McMurray, who originally started 4th, but moved up the outside pole. He's running in 2nd, followed by Diego Guay, Cash Perkins, and Peyton Westcott. That is your top 5.
Shout out to another US PKS alumni. We mentioned Sam Mayer put it on the pole in the NASCAR Xfinity Series at the Roval here today for the race later on. Connor Zilish pulling double duty in TA and TA2 in the Trans Am Series in the TA class, won by 46 seconds from the pole, dominant in TA. Of course, the headline division in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli and Jim Weed is the TA2 division. That'll run, I believe, tomorrow. That's the main event at VIR. But congrats to Connor, already 1 down in the 2 classes. And, you know, coming from the US Pro Kart Series, he was a regular pulling double duty, KA and X30. So 2 classes in a race weekend, no problem. That's normal for him, as this group having a major fight now. Look at Cash Perkins all the way to the end of the train. He goes behind Sebastian Garzone, who now is looking to the inside of the Arcane Tony Kart of Graham Tremmel. So GT falls back to the edge of the top 10. He's 9th. Perkins is 10th. Remember, again, Graham Tremmel, no transponder on the kid with the blue suit there in the line. So while he's right now unofficially on track in 9th, if the transponder's on the cart and just not working, he'll still, I believe, get manually scored in 9th. As long as they didn't forget it in the pit lane, left it on the Charger. That's the important part.
Sebastian Garzone continues his climb. He's up to 8th. He has started, let's see, he would have started back in 14th because he couldn't get his spot. So he's moved up 6 spots already, although he should have started 2nd, couldn't get up there. So he's on the charge, one of the fastest karts on the track for sure. So a good run by him. And we've got Stephen Miller right now with just inches of a lead over Carter McMurray. Diego Guay is not that far back in 3rd, and even Peyton Westcott not all that far back. About 3 seconds, I should say. She's a little ways back, but Peyton Westcott having a good run out there in 4th.
As they go through turn number 3, again, we've been focusing on this group further back. You can see how much further they are from the leaders. They just went into turn 4. Now these guys go into 4 as Pappas gets side by side and gets clear on Westcott. Here's your leading trio. It's still Stephen Miller over Carter McMurray and Diego Guillot down to turn number 8. We're coming to 4 to go this time. The 2nd and 3rd place drivers have been just very patient. They haven't decided to fight Steven at all. Steven's been doing a good job leading. He hasn't really dropped a wheel or made mistakes. He was putting a good lap together last time. In fact, all 3 of them were within a thousandth of each other. A 7.14 for Miller, a 7.13 for McMurray, a 7.12 for Guillot. But as we get to the final few laps, you know they're going to be wanting to get to the lead and get maximum points because every position is going to be 2 positions in the overall when you combine the groups all together. So every spot counts, every point matters to getting that best potential starting spot for the main on Sunday, but you don't want to throw it away and put yourself at risk to go into those last chance qualifiers that'll be later on this evening.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to you've got to be aggressive but not go over the line if that's possible, because that could just ruin your whole day. And then you get into the last chance qualifiers and have a bad race, and you're not racing on Sunday, and that's the last thing you want.
Big pass there from Sebastian Garzone. He's picked up another one. That was on Nathan Dupuis. Garzone, fastest on the racetrack last time by. So the Orsil Antoni kart, this is going to be a great recovery drive. If he can get up to 4th, that'd be a good net overall after having the engine not fire off the grid. So he's now up to the bumper of Peyton Westcott for 5th. And right ahead of her is Mateo Pappas. Meanwhile, up there for the lead, 3 to go, no moves in turn 4. Carter McMurray being a loyal pusher, working the draft nicely and just trying to keep it no more than 3 karts. He might be able to drop it to 2, but Diego Guillot is putting together a very nicely run race. 2 car lengths back on the Iron Rock Motorsports entry. A little bobble there in turn 8, but he's still only a car length away. He's still going to be a factor when we come and see the double sticks this time by. The question will just be, when does Stephen Miller feel like he needs to get to the inside and defend his position? Look at Garzone, another spot up there. He's now gotten around Peyton Westcott in the blue car. So Garzone's to 5th. Here we go. McMurray went to the lead in the final turn, and now he goes low to block. Miller for 2nd follows Guillot high and low, trying to set him up for a crossover. But Carter McMurray makes the move, coming to 2 to go as they head down the backstretch. He'll take it all the way to the inside.
Great move by Carter McMurray. Can he hang on? White flag next time by for Carter McMurray. What a day it would be for him if he could pull a win off in this heat race. Had a good finishing position in the first race as well. So racking up the points pretty well, but love to see him get this win, I'm sure, for his dad, Jamie. Certainly a great day for Carter as he runs with the best of them right now in this heat race. Hold him off too wide, and can he hang on the high side? He does. Carter McMurray trying to hang on, but here comes Miller and Guillot, and they've got around him now. McMurray gets shuffled back to 3rd.
Now Guillot with a little bit of a run. He had a nose fading to the inside. Miller's going to block low. Guillot middle, Carter McMurray to the high side. Miller trying to block the inside tight in 1, up the hill to 3. They're still nose to tail. Down the backstretch for the final time. They fan out. McMurray carries the speed, goes high. Guillot again to the center. McMurray sends it around the outside. Look how much speed he's gotten. He gets a nose ahead of Guillot. Carter McMurray back into 2nd here on the final lap, and it's Stephen Miller still hanging on to the lead right now as they go through 7. He's got a couple more major passing zones. He'll go low. McMurray will follow. To the way high side goes Guillot. He'll cross over both of them. Guillot to the lead now. Diego Guillot from 3rd to 1st. Over to turn 9. Miller a little bit wide in the double right. Nothing for him. Up the hill. Diego Guillot stuns him with a great crossover in the hairpin, and Diego Guillot will win heat number 2, groups B and D in KA Junior over Miller. McMurray, Garzone ends up 4th. A 3-wide battle to the line for 5th has Mateo Pappas finishing there. Nathan Dupuis ends up in 6th. Whoa, we got problems in the final turn. Cash Perkins, I think, has gone around. No, that's the 815. Different one of the LN carts, the 815 machine. That was Race Beckman. Race Beckman going around and into the wall on the final corner. He spins out. He'll drop all the way down to the 24th position there. So Race Beckman going around. And we'll get set for another one. But KA Junior wraps up with a bit of chaos there further back. A great clean battle. Again, like we were talking, controlled aggression, name of the game today here for everyone in the heat races, but especially in the KA Junior and Senior classes when you're fighting for every point to make sure you get a good spot in the main, but also trying not to fall below the cut line and go outside the top, I believe, 42 that will transfer in, and then it'll be the top 8 from the last chance qualifiers to complete the 50-car grids for the mains, or top 44 will transfer. So as long as you're above a 22nd place average, you should be pretty good. The local police force still out trying to check on things outside the racetrack. Luckily, they're not after anyone on the racetrack. We'll keep going. There's more to come here from Trackhouse Motorplex as the little bit of cleanup continues for KA Junior. On the grid, getting set to go green will be the first of our 2 cadet classes on the lineup. It's the Micro Swifts with Parker Ives, and the Ives Racing Ryan Perry Motorsport number 48 that will lead the field off alongside Cade Wolf. And again, his dominance this year, it's been just a banner weekend for the number 48 of Parker Ives there on the inside. Cade Wolf on the outside. Parker was untouchable, it felt like, in that opening heat race there, Randy. Nobody really was able to run him down once he got away.
No, he got clean on the first lap, and they just ran his lines. They raced behind him trying to close up, but the bottom line was, even by himself, he was about 4/10 quicker than the field. which was extremely impressive. So Parker Ives, the driver to beat. Not sure if we're probably doing track pickup now. There is a little bit of pickup, I think, on that last race. But one of the things I wanted to say about that last race, you were talking about, you know, controlled aggression. There were some amazing passes in that last race that could have got ugly quick. When you're going into a corner and you take the high side and roll around the high side, the driver on the inside is supposed to give you racing room. He shouldn't be running you out of racetrack, and they did. But when they do that, you keep your momentum and sometimes can make the pass on the high side on a flat corner. So they did that. They've raced really clean, and I hats off to those kids, because I think that was one of the cleanest races we've seen today, certainly up front, as they ran each other well and had a good showing.
Yeah, clean all the way through from start to finish for K100 Junior's second grouping here. Of course, after the micros, we roll through the rest of the lineup. You have Pro Shifter that will follow them. Then you go into the K100 Senior groups as well. And then we go back to the cadets with the Mini Swifts, the next class up from this division, and then X30 Junior and X30 Pro Senior. There was a look at Emerson Lane getting into his Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. He'll roll off in the third spot again as they try to close the margin to Parker Ives. Alongside Emerson Lane will be the number 74 SLA Kart Racing Sodi of Maxwell Macha. Caught up with Max as I was making way over to the lunch line during the break, and you know, he mentioned that what looked to be a dragging rear bumper was just kind of dragging a little bit in the center, which is not something you normally see, but the way it was kind of caved in from the pushing and shoving on the start was affecting him a little bit. He said, don't worry, I wasn't up there yet. I'm going to be a little more aggressive here in heat number 2 to try and make up for lost time. So we'll see what Maxwell can do. Of course, it was a good run for Aston Wyatt in that AR Academy Bureau Arts, so he rolls off in the 5th spot, and alongside him will be he rolls off a little further back, sorry. It's Alex Chandler, I believe, that's slated to start on the inside of Isaac Payne. But Wyatt back in the 14th spot was making up a lot of time in that opening heat race. He will have to start 14th again, just as any other driver. Qualifying sets the grid for all 3 heat races as they roll onto the racetrack here. The micros getting set to go, and there's a number of drivers there trying to get some high fives on the way out. Good luck to all the young guns here. It is a massive grid, 40 drivers in total for the youngest age group here at the US Pro Kart Series. And oh no, commentator's curse for Aston Wyatt. He spun it out coming out of the pit lane. So now that Bureau Art driver will have to get going and try to close back up to the leaders quickly to get himself back up to the outside of the 7th row. So that's the second race in a row now. We've seen one driver have an issue. This time it was self-inflicted a little bit.
Yeah, and they bunch up pretty quick, and it's not as easy as it sounds when you're trying to catch up. You get a good run on the outside to get around some of the rows and get up to your position. Then there's a corner, and somebody in front of you pulls out a little bit to set up for the corner for the lineup. Next thing you know, you can't go anywhere. You don't want to go in the grass. You're going to have more trouble. And so it's just not as easy as it sounds. That track's only so wide. So hopefully everybody can find their spot. But it's going to be tough. When you don't get out there in your spot in the beginning, it's a tall order to get it back.
As they get set to go up the hill here, Parker Ives on the inside, Cade Wolf on the outside. Again, Cade was best of the rest in that opening heat race trying to move forward, but it just wasn't enough time to hunt down Parker Ives. Didn't have enough time in the car. Parker Ives was just a rocket ship. So can he do it again? Can he break the draft in what has been such a draft-dependent class all year? There's Aston Wyatt getting back into line, so he'll be good to go from that 14th spot. And the field is set for 40 drivers, ages 7 to 10 years old. Some of the youngest superstars you'll find from across the country, across all of North America, getting set to go green. Ives and Wolf lead us down, and we are good to go. We're racing down to turn 1. A little bit more contact further back that's kind of bottled the pack up, but I think they're okay. It looks like the pack did survive turns 1 and 2, and down the backstretch. Ives, Lane, Wolf, Macha, and side-by-side for 5th as Alex Chandler was hanging on over Zane Burgess, who had a superstar start in the opening heat. Ended up running in the top 3 all race long. He's still slotted in decently here in this one. Not as crazy of a jump for him. Back in that 7th spot, Colton Schneegenberg runs behind him. He's looking for 7th. Schneegenberg deep on the brakes inside, trying to get by on Zane Burgess. Not going to happen. In fact, now to the inside of him is Isaac Payne. Now to the outside for Payne in turn 9. Schneegenberg Finally gets it done there on both of them. Gets by Burgess, gets by the red and white parallel of Isaac Payne. And out of the final turn, Parker Ives, Emerson Lane, Cade Wolf, 1, 2, 3, headed down the front straightaway with Macha and Alex Chandler in line. So let's see, with the gap already for Parker at about 5 car lengths, can the pack stay lined up and still be faster than him?
Yeah, Parker Ives already checking out probably 10 kart lengths. And as you said, they can line up behind him, but they're not doing that. They're racing each other, and that just makes Parker Ives that much quicker, so to speak, because when they race, he's running his lines, and he's going the fastest way around the racetrack. They have got to stay in line and help each other close in, or he's going to check out one more time, and he's got a good start on doing that already.
Side by side behind him there, that's outside the top 5 in 6th or so. Alex Chandler up the road, that's Burgess versus Schneegenberg. He's brought Isaac Payne back with them, so they're back to the spots they lost a lap ago. Up the hill to the final turn. I don't think Emerson Lane is making up any more time on Parker Ives. That number 48 is a rocket ship. He pulled away another 6/10 that time. It's up to a second now. Back to the rest of the field. Ives, Lane, Wolf, Macha. Nobody close enough speed-wise to race with a 48. And so they're going to fight for second now. Wolf to the inside with Macha to help. They'll move past Emerson Lane. And looking on is still Alex Chandler's Iron Rock Motorsports machine. And now Macha. He said he was going to be aggressive. That's aggressive. Oh, and the pack is going to get all tangled up there through 6, but Macha gets through for second on the inside at turn 5.
Yeah, they're bumping and grinding back there for sure. And just lap after lap, that gap to the lead gets further and further away. We're only 2 laps in, and the gap right now is over a second. It's about a half a second a lap quicker right now on his own, Parker Ives. So there he is, and then you see the second and third place cars of Emerson Lane and Cade Wolf trying to close in on him. But as you said, Xander, they keep racing each other, which I understand. They're trying to get in a better position, but by doing that, the leader just gets further and further away.
Little attempt there by Isaac Payne as now Zane Burgess goes by on Emerson Lane. Look at this here for second and third. Macha was a little wide. Wolf stays with him, and just by not passing, how much they pulled away from 4th on back. Still wheel to wheel all the way through that group. Josh Bergman is in the mix there. So is Maverick White on the white, blue, and orange Magic Kart. I think at the end of it, it goes back to about maybe 10th or 11th, maybe 12th. Jake Manolio's there. Vion Bindi is there as well. And Aston Wyatt's up to 13th. He's trying to close in to make it another driver in this massive swarm. So it's Lane in the 4th position ahead of Zane Burgess. Or no, behind Zane Burgess in 5th. But ahead of Josh Bergman, who's gone around Alex Chandler. Chandler side by side. That is with Isaac Payne and Colton Schneegenberg nearly going 3 wide to the inside in turn 11. Didn't do it. So he stays tucked in line. Colton Schneegenberg getting racy as well as Emerson Lane loses a spot to Josh Bergman. That's for 5th. So Josh Bergman is now up 8 spots. Another solid drive forward for Josh Bergman in the number 4.
Let's give a call to Oscar Gus Wonderlet. He's running in 14th position, kart number 39. He started in 25th.
Oh, no! Schneegenberg goes around, and Maverick White, nowhere to go, gets collected as well. Right on the cusp of the top 10 for both of them. Schneegenberg goes around. He was side by side with Isaac Payne, and Maverick White bummed out there as he went high, wide, and all the way into the dirt, and then eventually nosed into the tire barriers. So unfortunate for Maverick White there as we come to the line. It'll be 7 to go. That'll spread our field out some more. They're still going to go side by side, and we'll go side by side. Alexander Searle down on pit lane. What you got for us?
Thanks, Xander. Kyle Witt. Kyle, I mean, converted a pole to victory there, but it wasn't easy, right? AJ Myers seemed to have been a little bit quicker than you guys on race pace. Had a bit of a mechanical failure, right? Saved some tires because of that. What can you expect for Heat 2?
Hopefully Jacob and me can stay out front for a little bit longer this time. I just need to hit some apexes, and it'll be a little harder for AJ to get around.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had a really, really strong pace in qualifying, obviously putting on 1-2 there front row for GFC. What are you guys missing here for the race pace in terms of why is he 2 tenths faster right now?
We're just making that many mistakes right now. We haven't been here before, and AJ drives here all the time, and he's just more comfortable with the track.
All right, thanks, Kyle. Good luck.
Thank you.
There you have it from Kyle Wick. As he mentioned, just hit a few more apexes, and AJ won't be able to get around him. So a little mistake was what AJ Myers capitalized on, but now we know AJ's going to have a little bit fresher rubber by unfortunately having a mechanical DNF that him out of Heat 1. That's in Pro Shifter, presented by SRP Engines, coming up next here for TFR Microswift, headed down the back straightaway. Here we go down to turn number 4. Emerson Lane has lost touch with everyone around him after the way the pack kind of split up. Cade Wolf and Maxwell Macha running right now in second and third. Zane Burgess and Josh Bergman are tracking them down. In fact, Bergman that time was the only driver on pace with race leader Parker Ives at a 54.5. So Josh Bergman flat flying here in the heat races. He's made up a lot of spots already in Heat 2. He's got 3 more within reaching distance as we come to 5 laps to go, and that's all he'll get. At best, it would be second, because it's 3 seconds and counting for Parker Ives out in front in the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine.
Yeah, Parker Ives just, again, total dominance in this second heat. In our Micro Swift class, our sponsor, Team Ferris Racing, in this class, a 54.420, best lap for Parker Ives. In the low 54s, you've got Aston Wyatt in the 54s, just in the 54s. Then that second group are in the mid 54s, but they're 3 to 4 tenths of a second slower than Parker Ives. Maxwell Macha, Cade Wolf, Zane Burgess, and Josh Bergman. That's your top 5.
Well, we saw what it looked like from the outside for A.J. Myers with the DNF out of the lead in heat number 1. Let's go down to Alex on pit lane, hear from the man himself of what went wrong and what hopefully he's got fixed here for heat 2. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. AJ, I mean, it looked like a clean sailing victory for you up until about halfway through. You had a bit of a mechanical failure. First and foremost, what happened?
It ended up being the spark plug failed, so a piece of that dropped into the cylinder and the engine ended up blowing up from the lead. And unfortunate, but that's the kind of things that happen every now and then. We move on.
Yeah, I mean, with the mechanical, right, I mean, it's going to put you back in terms of starting spot for tomorrow, but still, with the championship all but locked up pretty much for you in this in the shifter class, where's your head at right now, starting P3, knowing fresher tires, and you're pretty quick right now?
No pressure, just go out there and try and win these 2 heat races, give myself the best I can for tomorrow in the final, and pass some karts tomorrow.
Perfect, good strategy. Good luck, AJ.
Thank you.
There you hear it from A.J. Myers. Just a weird thing with the spark plug breaking. Hadn't heard something like that. But again, like A.J. said, that's part of racing. It's motorsports. It's in the name. Sometimes the motor fails. Sometimes the driver fails on the sporting front. But you keep your head down. You get after it. That's why he is a multi-time coveted champion and is about to be the inaugural US Pro Kart Series Pro Shifter champion as well. We cross the line now with 3 to go and a 4-car fight beginning to form here for second on back. Bergman picked up another spot while we were away. He's up now into P4. 9 spots gained. Can it be 10? Looking low. Not this time on Cade Wolf, but Josh Bergman is there and knocking on the door. And this pack has improved speed. They're now close to the speed, working together, that Parker Ives is going alone. 1/10 off was that entire group that time. A 54.6 for Macha, a 54.59 for Parker Ives. And through turn 8, no change there. Coming out of the infield hairpin, over to turn number 9. Still single file, but Josh Bergman is hungry here to try and get himself 2 more spots. It would be an 11-spot net gain, and a second-place result here would be mega for the PK Sports Sodi car driver. He's got 2 laps left to do it as the double sticks are given. Same for Cade Wolf. He wants second. Looking, not going to go that time there on Macha, who's also, again, trying to make up for a not-so-great opening heat.
Any one of those 4 could wind up in second. Macha leading the way, but Cade Wolf stuck his nose in, doing it again, makes the pass, and brings along with him Josh Bergman and Zane Burgess as Macha is trying to hang on. But new driver up into second place now. It looks like Cade Wolf.
Yeah, Cade Wolf, no, not yet. Well, it was, and then now Bergman all the way through. So Josh Bergman, everybody freight train in Maxwell Macha. It's Bergman up to P2, Wolf to 3rd, Burgess in 4th. And as they go out of turn number 9, they'll come to the white flag this time. Parker Ives nearly 5 seconds out now for the lead. A massive gap as they climb the hill to turn number 11. Battling still for second on back. Here Josh Bergman trying to hang on. 1 lap to go. Cade Wolf behind him there in 3rd. Look in, not going to get to the inside. And they'll get through turn 1 safely. Zane Burgess still right there, looking for another consistent top 5 run. As there goes the race leader. There is the group for second. Parker Ives way out in front here as they fight for P2.
What's amazing is not only did Maxwell Macha lose second place, but he got shuffled back and then lost the draft. So he right now is looking at 5th spot, and he's been running second for most of the race. So tough break for Maxwell Macha losing this lead draft. The lead draft, it's the draft for second place. but the battle rages on for it, and we've got, an outside move there by Burgess. Can't quite make it happen. Cade Wolf and Josh Bergman in front of him, stopping him from getting up to that second spot. Here's our leader, Parker Ives, making the final turn and getting the checker flag. 2 heat wins in a row. The battle right now for second.
As they come to the line here for P2, Bergman over Wolf. Zane Burgess back to fourth. 11 spots gained for Josh Bergman. And he didn't get the fastest lap because Parker Ives found another gear on that final lap and did a 54.1. My goodness. Parker Ives over 0.2 faster than anyone else on the racetrack with the draft. He does it all by himself. Bergman second, Wolf third, Burgess fourth, Macha fifth. Then it's Aston Wyatt picking up 8 spots. So the spin off the line didn't hurt him too much. He makes up 8 to go from 14th to 6th. Emerson Lane 7th, Jake Manolio 8th, Isaac Payne 9th, Vian Bindi rounds out the top 10. Alex Chandler 11th. You mentioned Oscar Gus Wunderl. He picks up 13 spots to go to 12th from 25th. So a great run for Oscar Gus Wunderl. Kimo Ahmad picks up 7. 15 spots gained for Santiago Orioli to go from way back outside the top 30 to 18th. Sterling Mulata picks up 10, gets to 19th. 18 gained. Grayson Walcott started dead last and 40th. He ends 22nd. Colton Schneegenberg after the spin did recover to finish 24th. Bashi Jimenez in 25th. Pasha Ali 26th. Lawrence Perriman, Brody Stoffel, Marcelo Flores, Wynn Gottschalk, the top 30. There is a look here, though, at the pro shifter drivers getting set to go. Kyle Wick on the inside of the front row. Jacob Gulick on the outside here with the GFC lockout. There's Dalton Haynes. He's in good spirits. He's obviously got a whole lot of energy still left in him, and he'll need it because he's only 1 round of heats in. He's got 2 more full rounds to go with Pro Shifter on deck. He'll have to jump right out of that cart and go into his KA cart and then the X30 at the end of the day. But all 3 of them, he's been fast in speed and to run in the top 5. And there is a look at the Magic Man, of course, A.J. Myers, who we spoke to just moments ago, saying that, well, racing's racing. Sometimes luck bites you. Sometimes it's in your favor. He at least, though, with a good qualifying effort, gets to start third in all 3 heats. Again, a little bit fresher rubber. That'll be a big benefit. And with, luckily, the slightly smaller grid here for the final race of the season, a Pro Shifter doesn't have to go too much further forward to get himself up to the front row with the way that the heats will start, or at least the front couple. There's Alan Isambard on the outside in the Sodi Racing USA PK Sports Sodi kart, who was a little bit further back off the start, but drove back up to the 4th spot by the end of heat number 1. And then on the inside of row number 3, there is Talon Yockel, the recently crowned Stars Championship Series Pro Stars champion. He's trying to get the vice champion title and make it a magic 1-2 in the US Pro Kart Series with a good run here this weekend. To the inside, of course, of Dalton Haynes' number 217 black and blue Pride Livery Kart Republic. So that's the front few rows. There's Michael Riccio on the inside there in the 7th spot on the inside of row number 4. He'll line up alongside GFC's Ethan Boer. Then it's the Charles Leclerc kart of Jared Ramnarayan, I believe, on the inside, and the rest of the grid will fire off now here for Pro Shifter, presented by SRP Engines, with Carlinos Freganese on the Cosmic, the last driver to fire off on the grid. So we'll get set to go green here. We saw how quick Dalton was at the end, but so was Alan Isambard. Both of them, 4th and 5th at the end of the checkered flag, were quicker than the GFC drivers, were quicker than Talon Yockel. They reeled in the top 3, just ran out of laps in that opening heat race. So maybe a little adjustment for them, and they can capitalize on that speed coming earlier in heat number 2 to make up ground, and maybe a better start for them both, because while Haynes fell all the way to the rear, Isambard fell back a spot or 2 off the jump.
Yeah, clearly Dalton Haynes has to come off the line. If he comes off the line, I think he's as quick as anybody, to be quite honest, but he doesn't want to dig himself a hole. So he's got to come off the line, get a good start, and then race these guys. And I think if he can get off the line, he's got a good shot at doing that.
Let's see as they exit turn number 9 and complete the warm-up lap here over to turn number 11 and down the front straightaway. Kyle Wick at least got the whole shot in heat 1. That was a good walk away from him, while he did lose the lead to AJ for a few laps where AJ broke. He was able to get the jump off the line over his GFC karting teammate in Jacob Gulick by a decent bit. But in the same case for the KA Masters and the KA Juniors and even the Micros that ran before them, track was still a little bit damp in parts, and we've picked up a little bit of air temperature, but you can see the USPKS flags are flowing here in the wind. I mean, there is a lot of windiness going around. Winds probably 10 to 15 miles an hour. That's going to affect the surface temperature. It'll kind of keep the sun from beating it down by cooling it consistently. So we're looking at a pretty cool racetrack in what would typically be around the heat of the day here at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, and certainly it's kind of the engines, but certainly you have to make sure the engines are set up for this type of atmosphere, so to speak. And right now, it's not at all like it was yesterday. Yesterday was hot.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely high temperatures for everyone here in the paddock, and it got to what felt like more of a summer afternoon here at Trackhouse Motorplex rather than a fall October weekend. But now we're in the weather we kind of expected. It's a beautiful race weekend here, and the nice breeze at least keeping everybody cool. There is head race director Blake Hunt staring down the pro shifter field, making sure they're all in the right spots. He'll get the command for the back of the grid. No, we've got one driver that is stalled, and that will, I believe, wave off. Oh, no, yeah, we'll wave it off there. That was a signal. Dalton Haynes has stalled here off the line, so that means Dalton will go to the tail end of the grid as they try to fire him back up now. There you can see the 217 trying to get back under power, and now they'll get him push started and away. So Dalton stalling it. Didn't stall it on the first start, stalled it on the second start. Again, this is not only his first ever time trying 3 classes, but his first ever time racing a shifter kart. He's been here testing the last couple of weeks, trying to get in shape for it and to make sure that he's going to be competitive in all 3 divisions. But stalling off the line means now if they wave off the start for you to stall, you have to line up in the last place box. So he'll go back from 6th to 10th. It'll move Ethan Boer and Carlinos Freganese a little bit closer towards the front of the field, or they'll leave the spot absent and he'll go back to the 12th place grid spot. But either way, he goes further back, and we line him up again to go racing here with SRP Pro Shifter.
And if you're Dalton Haynes right now, you got to somehow shake that out of your brain and say, okay, let's get back here. I'm starting in the back, but I got to get it off the line. I'm fast enough that I can get up there, because that could rattle you right now for the first few laps if you don't shake it off.
Well, he'll line up on the inside behind Jared Ramnarayan there in the 11th place box. They'll leave the 6th place box empty. And this time, there's the signal from Blake Hunt that we are going to be going green. So we go to the head flagman, Porter Wiesensel, and away we go. Good start for Wick. A really good start for A.J. Myers and Alan Isambard. And Jacob Gulick trying to hang tough on the outside with Myers. Door to door up to 3, but he's got to give way. And Myers gets the second off the jump again. Gulick trying to look low. Myers is going to cover it off in turn number 4, and everyone's away down here. Haynes already picked up one spot on Freganese. Now he's looking on Jared Ramnarayan further back to make up for lost ground, but Alan Isambard continuing to impress here on the PK Sport North America Sodi Racing USA entry there in 4th. He's all over Jacob Gulick right off the jump here in heat number 2 for Pro Shifter as they head to turn 9.
Dalton Haynes did get off the line that time. He's already, as you said, made a spot up. I think he might have made 2 up, actually. He's got the speed. He just needs to get ahead and find his rhythm and just get it done. So
yeah, now he's got to pass them all. There you can see Ramnarayan, and Dalton was kind of getting tripped up behind him. So, yeah, he's fast enough, but he's just got to learn how to pass and time the run, especially in shifter racing, because it rubber bands so much in the corners of how deep you guys can drive in, and then you got to kind of wait on the guy in front of you to get on the power. So you can see he's gotten around Ramnarayan. Next up will be Ethan Boer there in the black and white GFC. As up front, GFC teammate to Boer, Kyle Wicks under pressure. Here comes AJ.
A.J. Myers closing in, being patient, but has the speed now right at the bottom. Looking to the inside, backs it out at the last second. Kyle Wick trying to hang on, but A.J. Myers does seem to have the speed, just waiting for the right moment to get around and start stretching out. Wants to get this win and wants to win heat number 3, as he said in the interview, so he can at least maintain a good starting spot for the main event tomorrow.
As he climbs the hill here with that little pass attempt, it's brought Jacob Gulick back in the mix, and Alan Isambard has started to fade a little bit back from Gulick's rear bumper. It's allowed Talon Yockel to begin to close on in for that 4th position, so that's separated your top 3. But let's see, can A.J. Myers put the pressure back on Kyle Wick? Can Talon Yockel get to 4th? Out of turn number 8, he's close. Another big run. Does he try turn 9 again? No, he thinks better of it. So that didn't work last lap. I won't try it again this time. but I know where I'm faster than Kyle, and that's coming out of the infield hairpin. So out of turn number 11, needs a good launch here to get down the front straightaway. He's close. Here he comes, A.J. Myers. Oh, Wick closed the door. He slammed the brakes, kind of got into him. Now turn 3, gets to the inside, and there he goes, A.J. to the lead.
A.J. Myers, that's a pro right there. He got the little bump and run there, and he said, that's all right. I got another opportunity. He didn't get rattled, waited for the next turn, took him under braking, and I think you'll see him probably check out a little bit now.
Check out Alan Isambard, too. When they got all bottled up in the bowl, Gulick opened the door just enough for maybe a cart width, and Isambard said, I'll take that. So Alan Isambard up to third now, and Gulick back to fourth, Yockel in fifth. Michael Riccio continuing to improve his speed. He's looking on there in that sixth spot here at the end of this lead train. Then it should be Ethan Boer, who is under pressure from Dalton Haynes. Last time by, Haynes got around him, so Haynes is up to seventh, but he's 1.7 seconds back from this lead group. He was faster than him the last time around, though, so that's good news for the black and blue Kart Republic driver as he tries to track down the leaders. But Myers, like you said, already starting to check out. It's Wick in second, Isambard in third, Gulick in fourth, and this is partially expected. We knew AJ had a little bit fresher tires after having the engine failure in heat number 1. He's also on now a completely fresh motor. So that's going to help, again, with not having run the qualifying session, the opening heat, or, potentially the warm-up, maybe a couple of practices. Whenever these guys put the race motors on, that all adds up in terms of minutes at the highest level, and that little bit of difference in horsepower at the end of it all can make it, as we see AJ go purple at a 45.84, 2/10 better. The engine might be a little bit, the tires might be a little bit. He also is, of course, one of the best drivers in the country, and knows this place like the back of his hand now after living here for the last few years. So no surprise anyway that you would cut it, that A.J. Myers would be 2/10 better than the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing a lot of patience in the early going with Kyle Wick. When they got together, he just backed out of it and waited for the next opportunity, made the move, and now he's checked out. He's stretched at about 10 kart lengths on the track, half a second gap right now from first to second, and about 2/10 of a second a lap quicker. Alan Isambard is a third. He's about equal to Kyle Wick, and it shows on the track as they're running right together, as is Jacob Gulick and Talon Yockel. Michael Riccio runs 6, and Dalton Haynes trying to run down Michael Riccio to take over that 6th spot.
Yeah, let's see as Isambard hangs the left rear off the edge there at turn number 3. Was definitely pushing the limits to run behind Kyle Wick, while A.J. Myers in clean air just continues to go faster. He put 4/10 on these guys last time by, and is now up to 9/10 and continuing to add on to the margin as we come to 5 laps to go next time by the start-finish line. So A.J. Myers over Kyle Wick, Alan Isambard, Jacob Gulick, Talon Yockel, all there, 2nd through 4th. Just spread apart enough they can't really mess with each other all too much. Gulick kind of closing back in on Isambard, but the tricky parts for these cars, you heard from Ryan Norberg, he called this place our Talladega, because even in the shifter classes, the toe makes a bit of a difference, but also at the highest speeds they're going, that flat out or almost flat out turn 3 corner will take the air off the nose of the car when you're following behind and make it a little bit tougher to get to that last half car length or so. And that's why we're seeing, I think, a little bit of this kind of, just car length to 2 car length gaps between these guys, because while they can make up some speed running in the slipstream, they lose a little bit running right behind another driver with the aerodynamics of the bodywork. Myers is going to climb the hill here and go out of 11 to see 4 laps to go, though. A smooth day for him, continuing now at least a smooth heat race, I should say. Speed with a good running quality to go third, led the opening laps of heat number 1. And now he's doing everything he needs to do, everything in his power to move himself back to the front few rows for the main event by dominating Heat 2. The lead runs at 1.3 seconds. Here's the next potential battle. Dalton Haynes closing in on the 6th place driver, Michael Riccio. The last few times Dalton has been on pace with the leading group, and closing in, Riccio has fallen off to about 3 to 4/10 a lap off the pace of Talon Yockel, Alan Isambard, Wick, and Gulick. So if Haynes can get back up to there, that'd be it back to neutral for him. A 5th place in Heat 1 and a 6th place he's staring down here in Heat 2 is Isambard. Really starting to get up there and mess with Kyle Wick for 2nd now. Had a little look down the front stretch, Randy. He's closing in.
Yeah, this is about to get good, I think, for that 2nd spot, as these two have gotten really close together. And fourth and fifth are not that far back. It's really a four-card battle for second between Wick, Isambard, Gulick, and Yockel.
Let's go side by side down to pit lane here with 2.5 laps to go to Alexander Searle as KA Senior is getting tuned up and ready to roll.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Brandon Lemke. Brandon, I mean, I'd say it's been a pretty frustrating weekend for you so far, right? You were quick in practice on Thursday, even on happy hour. Qualifying comes around, you have no draft, right? You qualified mid-pack, wreck in the first heat. I mean, talk to me about the frustration of this weekend so far for you.
Oh yeah, I mean it's been a frustrating year. I mean we can't just catch a break. I don't know. We're fast at every single track we come to right out of the gate, and just I don't know. It always feels like we just get ganged up on. But I don't know. The kart's always fast. We're trying to keep our head up and everything. I know what we got. Engine's good, so just got to stay out of the trouble and have a decent 2 heat races.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me mentally about, trying to keep your head up, right? What is your game plan for these next 2 races, right? How are you going to attack these races? You going to be more aggressive or try to stay out of it like you weren't able to do in the first heat?
I don't know. If I'm more aggressive, then just all hell breaks loose. But I have to be the one to give up room, so I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'm just going to try to stay clean, keep the bumper out and everything like that, and just try to run fast laps, be consistent, and whatever happens, happens.
All right, perfect. Good luck, Brandon.
Thank you.
There you have it from Brandon Lemke, just trying to get a clean race at this point. Of course, he was involved in that crazy wreck with Aiden Levy and Luke Welcome in heat number 1. Here is the final lap, though, for Pro Shifter. Talon Yockel stalking Jacob Gulick. Alan Isambard doing the same to Kyle Wick. A.J. Myers well up the road there on the Magic Kart by about 2 seconds. I think second and third should be pretty safe and sorted. Fourth and fifth look to be about the same. Not going to happen there. Dalton Haynes caught up and got around Michael Riccio a lap ago while we were away. He took over 6th, but out front, the Magic Man is back to true form. A.J. Myers dominates heat number 2, and he wins this one over the likes of Wick, Isambard, Gulick, and Yockel. Haynes there 6th, Riccio 7th. Ethan Boer will come across the line in 8th, and it'll be Jared Ramnarayan in 9th, and Carlinos Fraganese in 10th. So that's how they ended up. There you can see the lap times of the last time, or the fastest laps of the session for all of them. Myers clocked to 45.7. The only other driver in that bracket was Dalton Haynes and Kyle Wick at 45.9. So he's still head and shoulders above the field as they run currently. He'll head on into heat number 3 with at least a good second heat result to give him some more confidence and relaxation for the final heat of the day. We'll take a commercial break. When we come back, it's time for more action here from Trackhouse. Mike Doty Racing KA 100 Senior here with Weston Workman on the point. Eli Warren to the outside of row number 1 as the field forms up with Alex Stanfield holding that number 1 plate on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him will be Emery Lida. Harley Keeble on the inside in the PK Sports Sodi kart is joined by Dalton Haynes, who had to make that quick run out of the scale line from Pro Shifter and hop straight into the K100 Senior car. He goes from 6th there to 6th on the grid here. He's followed behind Oliver Piatek and Brandon Lemke, who of course we spoke with. He's just trying to make up for lost ground after the wreck in Heat 1. And on the first start, we get the green down to the first corner. Workman gets the lead. Alex Stanfield with a nice jump as well to go to 2nd. And the rest of the pack is safe and up the hill. We're underway down to turn number 4 as the engines hit full song into the bowl, Randy.
Good job by Weston Workman on the clean start, and Alex Stanfield just followed him through on that inside line to take over 2nd as Eli Warren trying to reel him back in a little bit. He's right there. Nobody breaking away just yet, about halfway through on this first lap, and the leader is Weston Workman. He's got a lot of company right now. Eli Warren, Alex Stanfield, Emery Lida right up in there. He's, I guess, about 6th. But he had to start on that outside row, and the outside row did not go well on the start. The inside line kind of shuffled through pretty quick. Outside row lost about 2 or 3 spots per driver. Give you a top 10 rundown as they cross the stripe for lap 1. Weston Workman is your leader. Alex Stanfield runs 2nd, followed by Eli Warren, Harley Keeble, Dalton Haynes, Emery Lida, Brandon Lemke, Peyton Phillips, Oliver Piatek, and Josh Campbell. 1 lap in the books. Weston Workman, your pole sitter, leads the way and now gets shuffled back. Actually, Stanfield and Warren get around him. Workman gets shuffled back to 3rd, just ahead of Harley Keeble and Dalton Haynes. So a lot of shuffling going on. Looks like Haynes now moves up to 4th. He's trying to make a move for that 3rd spot to get around Weston Workman.
Yeah, Dalton Haynes now up to P4, Weston Workman P3. And with that group going pretty far back right now, any big hiccups could split it apart. You just don't know when that pack will split away. There's a little gap behind Lemke to Phillips, but it's not major. And more battling up front, that'll tighten them up. Haynes to the inside for 3rd there on Weston Workman. Remember, he also had that bumper break in heat number 1, so he's trying to make up for ground.
How about Dalton Haynes? Just comes off the shifter race, ran the full shifter race, hops out of the shifter cart, hops into the KA cart, and he's out there now, started in 6th, worked his way up to 3rd, and he's closing in on 2nd place, Eli Warren. Alex Stanfield leads the way. Brandon Lemke, who we just talked to before the race in the interview, talked about how he needed to keep it clean and just try to let the race come to him. Well, the race is coming to him. He just turned fast lap of 50.547, going purple on lap number 2. Brandon Lemke, fastest kart on the racetrack right now. As far as any movers, nothing major right now coming through the pack. Spencer Mast has moved up 4 spots already from 19th to 15th, but they're still chasing Alex Stanfield. Eli Warren right on the rear bumper and a little bit of a breakaway as Dalton Haynes is on the rear bumper of Eli Warren, and they're about 5 kart lengths ahead of that 2nd group led by Harley Keeble.
Yeah, just a little bit up the road from him, but we've seen Haynes moving forward, and of course with Alex Stanfield leading, he had to pass to get there, so good news for Keeble. It's not all necessarily over. Here is 1 pass already, but there's passing back behind on Keeble as Lemke goes to the inside while Eli Warren retakes the lead. So Warren leads us out of turn number 9. Stanfield 2nd, Haynes 3rd, Brandon Lemke in the Millwright Racing. Tony Kart now up to 4th as they go up the hill. Keeble back to 5th, Workman 6th, Lida 7th. Phillips has now arrived, and next up to join to make it 9 cars could be Oliver Piatek. This could bring him closer as Haynes go through to P2.
How about Dalton Haynes to the inside, making the pass around Alex Stanfield, taking over 2nd spot. And Weston Workman, fast qualifier. Weston had led early, led a lot of the first heat race, and now finds himself in 7th, just moved up to 6th spot, getting around Harley Keeble for that 6th position. So Dalton Haynes moving up the ladder just a little bit, but Eli Warren leads this pack, and it is a bunch. There's about 10 of them that are all nose to tail out there for that top spot, led by Eli Warren. And looks like Dalton Haynes up to 2nd, and Alex Stanfield now slips inside of Haynes, makes the pass, and takes over 2nd spot. Haynes back to 3rd. Brandon Lemke working his way back to 4th.
Yeah, Brandon Lemke set the fast lap of the race while doing so. He is flat flying and over through turn number 3. Luckily, they haven't made passes for the lead, so the group has stayed no bigger than 8. Here's a pass back for 4th. Stanfield on Workman to get back up. He gets that spot away in the bowl, so Alex Stanfield retakes P4. Weston Workman back to the 5th spot. Harley Keeble 6th. Still in 7th is Lyda. Still in 8th is Peyton Phillips down to the infield hairpin, although Lyda trying to get by on Workman, couldn't do it. Little contact behind the camera, and that kind of lost some ground. You can see Lyda's now at the edge of the frame with Phillips there and Oliver Piatek not there yet, I don't believe. Here's a move for the lead, though. Brandon Lemke to the point down the front straightaway. Halfway in and halfway home for Brandon Lemke as Dalton Haynes goes for 2nd, and Eli Warren in 2 corners loses 2 spots.
Brandon Lemke means business. Started back in 8th position, leads the way, only 6 laps in with 6 to go. Here comes Dalton Haynes, makes the pass on Lemke. Dalton Haynes, your new leader.
Dalton Haynes showing no signs of wear just yet on the body for running 3 divisions on the weekend. He leads the way here in KA 100 Senior over Lemke, Warren, Stanfield, Workman. Who pulls out next? Nobody going to make a move into turn number 8. They all stay single file. Phillips has now gone up into the 6th spot around Emery Lyda. He's now up 3 positions, so Peyton Phillips continuing to drive forward on that high-five performance Tony Kart. And as we come out of the final turn, Dalton Haynes leads over Lemke, Warren and company down to turn 1. Any movers here? Nothing in this one. Haynes got a great exit onto the front stretch, was able to keep the gap even. 7 down, 5 to go, 5 cars in the lead group, and it could be more if they fight some more. Here comes a pass for Lemke. He'll try to take it back, but they're still side by side, and he gets through just barely on Dalton.
Don't rule out Weston Workman. Waiting in the wings back in 5th. He's right there. Remember, he was the fast qualifier, certainly one of, if not the fastest car on the track, just trying to wait for the opportunity. And as they keep going too wide in front of him, that opportunity will present itself. I really believe the race could come back to Weston Workman if he's patient and lets it happen. He's got a shot at winning this thing.
Lemke versus Haynes right now. Eli Warren trying to mix it up as well for 2nd. He'll get through maybe. Haynes tried to crowd him down because they were packed up behind. Now Warren's under pressure. Here comes Alex Stanfield to the inside. Weston Workman will go. Here comes Phillips. He's not going to get there. That allows Keeble to get on the inside of Phillips. He'll take over 6. Lemke versus Haynes down the back straightaway. Single file for the lead there as Stanfield holds on to 3rd.
Bit of a break for Brandon Lemke and Dalton Haynes racing behind him. They've been able to check out a little bit. Warren and Stanfield and Haynes have got to stay in line a little bit to get back up to that lead group. And now we're inside there. That looks like
Workman on the inside of Stanfield
up
for
to
3rd.
Yeah, so Workman's moving his way back up again. He's got the speed. He could reel these top 2 in. If he does, Haynes and Lemke are going to have to deal with Weston Workman before this is over.
Out of the final turn, Brandon Lemke comes to see 3 laps to go this time by. Dalton Haynes pushing away. They're trying to break away from this entire group. They've settled out the differences between them for the moment. It's a half-second gap back to Weston Workman. Haynes is glued to the rear bumper of Brandon Lemke right now. Down the backstretch, that group goes all the way back to Eli Warren in 9th because Luke Welcome has caught up into it. Welcome is another driver like Lemke who is trying to make up for Heat 2. He was involved in that crash with Lemke and Aiden Levy in Heat 1, so he also needs a massive Heat 2 and a massive Heat 3 to put himself anywhere within the fight for the main, at minimum to get himself outside of the danger zone of having to go to the last chance qualifier and being outside the top 44. So out of turn 9, Lemke leading, doing what he needs to do to make up ground in the points. Dalton Haynes behind him again, and we're not just talking heat points for Lemke. Like you mentioned in Heat 1, Randy, he's got an outside shot at this championship. He needs to be perfect for the rest of the weekend on, and probably to win the main and have a lot of other dominoes fall to get himself another USPKS title, but it's not over yet here, and he is keeping those title hopes alive, leading the way here with 2 to go.
His best friend right now is Dalton Haynes. If Dalton Haynes can just stay in line with Brandon and at least wait till the last lap before he makes a move, it's going to be tough for Weston Workman to catch him. But the minute they go side by side, if they do it too early, Workman is right there. He's going to pounce, and he's going to bring some friends with him. They've got to be very calculated when they start racing each other. Dalton Haynes showing the utmost patience right now. It'll be white flag next time by for Brandon Lemke, coming all the way from 8th starting position. Brandon Lemke trying to win this one, get some points towards that championship.
Down the front stretch, white flag, 1 to go here for Lemke. Dalton Haynes staying behind him. Lemke keeping a normal line. Weston Workman was still a little bit quicker. The Timmy Tech comp card is closing back on in as they head onto the back straightaway. Haynes checks the margin back. He stays tucked up behind Lemke. So far, so good for the two of them as they exit turn number 4.
Nose to tail up into turn 5 and now turn 6. A little bobble by Lemke. If Haynes is going to pounce, he's going to have to do it pretty quick as time is about to run out on him. Those two get together. Weston Workman still has a chance. He's getting a little bit closer, but they're winding this thing down. And here comes Haynes to the inside, makes the pass. Here comes Workman. He's right there. It's now a 1-2-3 battle for the lead. Workman looks to the outside, now to the inside. Tries to slip inside of Lemke.
Lemke's going to go wide down to the line. He'll get through. Lemke wins Heat 2. Haynes hangs on to second by 0.03 of a second. Workman third. Stanfield fourth. Harley Keeble was kind of out of the picture all race long. He gets back up to 5th. Welcome 6th. Campbell 7th. Warren drops back to 8th. Emery Lida falls to 9th. Piatek 10th. But what a last lap battle there from turn 9 on between Dalton Haynes and Brandon Lemke. That was fun to watch there, Randy.
Yeah, we kind of knew it could get like that, and with the two of them, with Lemke and Haynes up front, kind of behaving themselves, they really weren't going to give a chance to Workman and his buddies to get up to him. But once they started racing, that's all it took. They got side by side, and it wasn't just Workman. There was about 5 of them all together, and they crossed that line all in a gaggle. But when the dust settled, Brandon Lemke hung on and won that heat race, and certainly got things turned around for him. We'll see how he does in heat number 3, but if he can be solid in heat 3, he's got a good starting position for tomorrow. Who knows? Anything's possible. Championship Sunday coming up tomorrow in the K Senior class. Peyton Phillips leads in the points. Braden Eves, Josh Campbell, and Brandon Lemke all with a shot. So it's anybody's race out there right now, anybody's championship in that K Senior class, one of the tighter battles of the series.
Let's take a look at the results here while the grid gets set to go with Elio Meza and Adam Brickley of how they stacked up in that heat race there. Lemke, Haynes, Workman, Stanfield, Keeble, and then on down the order. Peyton Phillips unfortunately got taken out there at the very end. Ends up down in 28th after hovering the top 5, running around 6th to 8th for most of that session. Other than him, though, pretty clean for the rest of the group. There you can see the rest of the drivers outside the top 10. Henry Wheeler ended 11th. Rivera, Small, Adam Rylance, another good drive from the back, picks up 8 from 22nd to 14th. Big mover was Anthony Martella along with Drew James. Both of them picked up double digits to go just to the cusp of the top 15, 16th and 17th, up 14 and 12 spots apiece for Anthony Martella and Drew James. But that's how they ended here in KA100 Seniors opening of the two groups, Groups A and C. Next up will be B and D here. Elio Meza, the top qualifier for Group B. That means he gets started on the inside for this heat and for the final heat later this afternoon. I'm sure that's welcomed. For Adam Brickley, on the other hand, of course, he has to start on the outside for all 3 of his heat races. So he's already done it once before, was competitive in the opening heat. We know the speed's there for him on the Alonso kart. We'll see if he can get there to the front once again from the outside of the front row. Then you go back to Connor Ferris in the 902 Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. He was rolling pretty good in his heat race earlier this morning. He gets a nice, easy starting spot on the inside lane here for his next 2 heats as well. And there's Aiden Levy with that white side pod because, again, he was in that wreck with Brandon Lemke. He suffered probably the most damage to the car, so he's trying to make up for ground here in heat number 2 and, of course, in heat number 3 as well. And the same for Dalton Haynes, who got that DQ. That was a good recovery for him and Lemke to go top 2 in that heat. Aiden Rudolph is next up to roll off the grid there in 5th on the 979 AR Academy Beer Lard. He rolls to the inside of the BJR LN kart of Paulie Massimino, who was pretty conservative in his opening heat race, and it ended up working out for him. He ended up getting a pretty big lead and cruising to the win. So Paulie leads out the field. There goes the rest of the field as the Mini Swift drivers fill the grid, and they're suited up. That was Travis Pettit getting some high fives from the KA Seniors. But what a battle it was in that one. I don't expect anything less here for this group getting set to go green with, again, a couple of young guns on the front row in Elio Meza and Adam Brickley.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Our second heat race for the KA Seniors in this second session, and we'll see how they sort out. But anything like the last one, it's going to be a good one to watch. A lot of competition in these classes, a lot of good racing, and And in the first round, we had some carnage in these races. So hopefully they can keep it clean in this second round.
Yeah, out of turn number 9, they'll begin to form up. Like you said, a bit of carnage in Heat 1. That heat race we just watched, the first of Heat 2, was pretty clean. So hopefully the other half of the class saw that and said, all right, we can do the same thing too. We can keep it aggressive but controlled and not going over that edge of potentially crashing. But as the field's all formed up, this looks like it could be a pretty good attempt at a start. Hopefully the first time by will be good enough for them all to get underway. Elio Meza on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart versus the Privateer Alonso kart of Adam Brickley, leading the field out of 11 down the long run of the front straightaway. There's the rest of the pack. They're lined up nicely. Here we go for KA Senior. Heat number 2, groups B and D, 12 laps on the board. It's a slow roll to the tram lines. Meza's got it. Now he's on the power, and we are underway here for group number 2. Down to turn 1, the outside lane nearly got both clear on Connor Ferris, but Aiden Levy had to tuck back in line. He drops to 5th. Paulie Massimino moves up to 4th. Ferris to 3rd, and Brickley into 2nd behind Elio Meza as they all fan to the bottom side into turn number 4.
Not a good launch for Connor Ferris. He really wasn't cleared out, had his hand up, but you know, a lot of the drivers, they put their hand up. You can't, if you restarted a race every time somebody put their hand up, you would never start the race. So the field was pretty clean, the formation was good, so they went ahead and started it. So Connor Ferris right now trying to gather it back up and get back in the hunt.
Good pass there from Paulie Massimino to get around Ferris as well for 3rd, but again, to add on to your point, Randy, half of the other part is, trying to, avoid getting called for maybe a pushing penalty on the start as well, is trying to say, hey, it's not me. I know we're bumper to bumper, and they're shoving. There's some shoving. Wow. Aiden Levy looked all out of sorts, and now up front, Paulie Massimino going to 2nd. He gets around Adam Brickley. So quickly moving through the field is the Brandon Jarzak Racing, Mike Doty Racing LN kart of Paulie Massimino to 2nd. And behind him there was Rudolph getting around Aiden Levy and kind of sending him to the wayside coming out of turn number 11. But through turn 6 we go. A lap in. We'll pull the leaderboard up as the field heads through the turn 7-8 complex and down into the hairpin. It is going to be Meza over Massimino, then Brickley. Look at this group here. Braden Eves all the way on the inside trying to get around one of the Sodis. That looked to be Vinny Miskelis there on the PK Sport North America group. Coming up the hill this time, it'll be two complete, 10 to go. Elio Meza, Paulie Massimino and company as Levy gets to the inside of Nate Cicero. He'll take a spot back there in 11.
Elio Meza is your leader. Paulie Massimino, this past lap, went purple with the 50.549. He's on the charge, about a 10.5 second faster than Meza. Adam Brickley 3rd, Connor Ferris and Aiden Rudolph through the top 10. Cooper Shipman, Mick Gabriel, Aiden Levy, Nate Cicero, and Finnegan Bailiff. That's your top 10 running order. But the big mover right now, Paulie Massimino, who started in 6th, currently runs in 2nd.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino was fastest on the racetrack last time by, 10.5 better than Elio Meza. We know how quick he normally is at the racetrack that he has spent over half his life turning laps on now. Up the hill to the final turn. Elio Meza a little bit out of sorts. It looked like that kart was kind of not wanting to go the way he wanted it to go in 11, and it shows on the lap charts. Massimino knocks off another 1/10 as they climb to turn number 3. So Massimino running some real heaters right now. Meza's still relatively quick to the rest of the pack. They're all trying to match him with Brickley there in line with Connor Ferris right there. And then Aiden Rudolph in 5th. Mick Gabriel, the next driver a little bit further away in the 6th spot, was 0.2 off the mark last time by. He leads the next pack. In fact, he's actually kind of gotten to be his own pack right now because they fought for 7th so much. Shipman, Levy, there's Cicero making a move on Finnegan Bailiff. He gets through to the inside. So Cooper Shipman and Aiden Levy get a little bit more breathing room while Bailiff falls behind the RPG Cosmic of Nate Cicero. And then end of the top 10 is Braden Eves and Vinny Miskelis back behind that group in 11th and 12th. Across the line, lap time update, Meza with the advantage. 50.11 for Elio. He's a little better that time than Paulie.
Clearly the fastest kart on the racetrack. Elio Meza leads the way, went purple the last lap, as Xander said, a 50.112. Massimino losing a little bit of space out there on Meza. Adam Brickley trying to close in on Massimino. Ferris and Rudolph. Aiden Rudolph with a good run out there. He got shuffled back early. He's working his way back through the field, now up to the top 5.
Good pass for Connor Ferris on Adam Brickley in turn 8. That was for third. Coming out of turn number 9, and then going up the hill to 11 and down the front stretch. No change there. Down the front straightaway. Let's see what the laps look this time. I think they're probably pretty even. They are. 50.06 for Massimino, a 0.8 for Elio Meza, just trading the fast lap honors between them. The pass made by Connor in turn 8 cost them a little time, but they haven't lost a lot overall. Brickley still in 4th, Rudolph in 5th, and then Gabriel, Shipman, Levy, Cicero, Bailiff all the way back. And back from Bailiff, a 2.5 to Braden Eves' group with Vinny Miskelis, Taryn Odom, Abby Adams about a little ways further away, just all kind of spread apart. And just like we said before this, a lot calmer, a lot cleaner racing than what the opening round of heat races looked like.
So far.
So far.
We got 5 laps to go, and they are spread out enough. I think everybody's kind of found their way a little bit. Not a lot of side-by-side. So this one's kind of settled into a rhythm. It looks like we're just at the halfway mark now from what I see. So Elio Meza, pretty comfortable out there, about a half a second over Paulie Massimino, who's a couple tenths more back ahead of Connor Ferris. Connor Ferris working his way now up to 3rd. So he kind of shuffled back early, has worked his way back up to 3rd. Adam Brickley 4th, Aiden Rudolph, good run in 5th. Mick Gabriel in 6th. He's moved up 3 spots. Aiden Levy's fallen back 3 spots in 7th. Cooper Shipman runs 8th. Nate Cicero 9th. And Finnegan Bailiff still holds down the top 10 position.
As they head out of turn at number 8 here, we're looking at Aiden Rudolph's AR Academy Bureau Art. He started to lose some time now to the top 4 drivers, and is outside the drafting window. He'll be on the verge of getting run down by Mick Gabriel's AEM karting EOS kart pretty shortly. So with 5 laps to go now, 7 complete. Rudolph a 50.3 that time, Gabriel a 50 flat, and the leaders at the 50 flat or 50.1 marker. So not good news for Aiden Rudolph fans out of Houston, Texas. He's losing ground there back to 5th to 6th. Meanwhile, the gap now from him up to this group, 1.1 seconds. They are tightening up. 50 flat for Massimino to a 50.1 for Elio Meza, who gets a little bit sideways under braking in turn 8. Now Massimino will close up to within a car length. That last little mistake there, Meza is going to need to be mistake-free, because the closer Paulie got, the draft would accelerate, take him even closer and closer. And now coming to 4 to go, Paulie Massimino is only a car length away from sweeping both of his heat races so far.
Not far back is Connor Ferris, who actually has the fastest lap of the race with a 49.905 back in 3rd. He is trying to catch that draft and reel in Paulie Massimino so he can make a go of it. And coming along for the ride, Adam Brickley in 4th. He's in the draft of Connor Ferris. And as you said, they're almost 3 seconds ahead of Aiden Rudolph, who runs 5th and is trying to hold off the hard-charging Mick Gabriel. But back up front, Elio Meza still leads the way. As we watch him go through the left-hander there, it's Elio Meza, followed by Paulie Massimino, Connor Ferris, and Adam Brickley. That's your top 4, and they are awfully close together. In fact, Ferris closes in a little bit more. If Meza and Massimino start doing some side-by-side, Ferris is going to be there to pounce. The race could come to him. 3 laps to go as they cross the line. Elio Meza and Paulie Massimino to the inside. Massimino makes the pass. He's your leader, with Meza going back to 2nd. And Connor Ferris inches a little bit closer now, headed down to that right-hander. Ferris starts to size him up, says, come on, fellas, keep racing, because if you do, I might have something for you.
Yeah, that's a good move for Massimino, but an even better one for Ferris. Like you say, it's a great move for Adam Brickley as well. He's going to be right there when one more move gets made. Only about 4 car lengths back headed through turn 8. We're coming to 2 to go this time, though, peaking at the right moment for Paulie Massimino to try and pull away as he gets out of turn number 9. Car length margin or so back to Meza. He closes back up to 11 down the front straightaway. Paulie with a big lead. Meza with a big run on him towards turn 1. Massimino's going to block low. Here comes Ferris. Here comes Adam Brickley there to close on up as they go to turn 3.
Well, that kart's going to get awfully wide there with Paulie Massimino trying to keep Meza back. Meza goes the high side. He'll try to make that big swing and pass him on the outside. Can't do it. He's going to lose the spot, I think, to Connor Ferris. It's a drag race up the hill. Ferris takes over 2nd. Does Connor Ferris have anything for Paulie Massimino? He slowly but surely pecked away at it, and Massimino now
back to 3rd. Elio Meza got to the inside of him coming out of turn number 3. Ferris followed through. Massimino now side by side with Brickley. Over to turn 9. Over, under. Not going to happen from Brickley. Coming to the white flag. Elio Meza's fended off a good battle. Ferris points forward, says to keep marching towards the front. As Massimino tries to reset, he's got one lap to get back up there. As Ferris gave a little point, he pointed towards the flagman. I'd imagine that's kind of a signal for Connor saying, I'm going to get ready to go on the back straightaway. Let's make the move here. So big run towards Meza. Ferris wanted to go, but he left the door too wide open, and Massimino gets through for second.
Paulie Massimino waited for the opening. Ferris wasn't quite ready for it. Now Massimino up to second. Little bit of a gap now for Meza as he had it. Now he doesn't have it as Massimino has caught back up to him. And now Brickley joins the party. He swings wide, trying to make a move on Ferris. Can't do it. Gets into the rumble strips. Ferris peeks to the inside on Massimino. Can't quite make the move. They're all chasing Elio Meza, and time is running out.
Not close enough by the end. Elio Meza wins heat number 2 in KA 100 Senior. Paulie Massimino second. Ferris, Brickley, then on back down. Mick Gabriel got around Aiden Rudolph by the end. He took over the 5th spot in the closing laps. Rudolph 6th. Aiden Levy 7th. Cicero, Finnegan Bailiff, Cooper Shipman, the top 10. Then Braden Eves and Vinny Muskelas in 11th and 12th. Then on back to Abby Adams, Seamus McKendry, Taryn Odom, the top 15. And again, Elio Meza enters this weekend, still with a chance at the championship as well. So for Elio Meza, if he can have a good run here this weekend, that could put him in the title fight also. But he entered 205 back from Peyton Phillips without drops factored in. With drops, I think he might be a little bit closer because he had a bad opening weekend in Orlando. As we move now to the last half of the rotation, we get set now for more with Mini Swifts getting set to go green. That is all coming your way next here, live on Kart Chaser. You're watching the 5th and final round of the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season, live from Trackhouse Motorplex.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex for the final round of the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season. And coming out of turn number 9, the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swifts are getting set to go green with Travis Pettit on the pole, Lucas Palacio on the outside. Again, all of this coverage today, all 3 heat races and the last chance qualifiers this evening are free to view. If you want to make sure you watch the main events, don't forget to make sure you're a KC Premium member. Hit that join button down below on the YouTube stream to sign up if you haven't already to watch the mains live tomorrow. They'll be exclusive to our premium membership at $9.99 a month. And coming out of turn number 11, it's Travis Pettit again and Palacio in the Trinity Karting Group colors. Then it's row number 2, Marco Romero trying to make up for the bobble that sent him down the order in heat number 1. Antonio Pizzogno on the outside of row 2. Then it's Royce Vega on the Bennick, lined up on his teammate, and Michael McGoy on the outside. Then Cameron Marcia, Marco Salmon, and everyone else. And a terrible start for the outside lane, but we're green down to turn number 1 as they climb the hill to 3.
Travis Pettit with the early lead as that inside lane moved awfully well.
Whoa.
The outside lane was just a mess. And it looks like the front stretch at Pocono back in the day in the NASCAR days, as there are karts everywhere. But fortunately, as of right now, they're all headed in the right direction, and that's an important thing as we get these guys sorted out. Huge class right now out there, Mini Swift, a really huge class of Mini Swifts, and they are behaving themselves to work our way through lap 1 of their second heat.
Coming out of turn number 8 here, this time over to turn number 9. Side by side there, Marco Romero fending off Cameron Marcia. That's for 3rd, I believe, as up front, a good start for Travis Pettit. No, that's for 2nd. Marcia trying to cross over Romero down the front straightaway. He's got the line behind him, but he can't get the momentum to make the move. Meanwhile, his teammate Michael McGoy to the inside for 4th. And Vega's going to lose about 4 spots in the process. He'll drop all the way behind, I believe, maybe Fion Shi or Benja Fernandez has down at turn number 4. More shuffling. Pizzogno on the inside there. Travis Pettit continues to lead over this 3-car pack with Romero, Marcia, and McGoy through turn number 6.
Good start out there for all these drivers. I don't think anybody's fallen by the wayside yet, and there's a bunch of them out there. So everybody's clean and green. 1 lap in the books. Travis Pettit, your pole sitter, leading the way with Marco Romero, Cameron Marcia, Royce Vega, and Michael McGoy, your top 5.
Look at the bumper on Romero right there. The Bennett cart looks like the rear bumper bolt's broken on Marco Romero's machine. Coming out of the final turn, here comes the main group. Marco Romero might be in trouble here down by turn number 1. We'll get a better look at it. Oh, yeah, that bumper has come completely disconnected, so the meatball flag will go for him, just like it did for Dalton Haynes earlier today, and that's our 2nd front runner of the day with a broken rear bumper, Randy.
That's not going to end well, and it's so unfortunate, but, it is what it is. I mean, they can't have him out there. It does become a safety issue. So I'm sure they'll probably get him off the track, but a tough break for a driver that was running extremely well.
Through turn 6 this time, Antonio Pizzogno leads Rocco Simone as they try to charge up the grid. There is, looking to the inside, Lucas Palacio on Romero. Trying to go with him was Royce Vega, but I don't think Romero realizes that the bumper is broken for him, so he's still racing hard. Vega going to cross him over, and the teammates fighting hard. Here comes Max Christia into the mix. Up the hill to 11. Vega to the inside. Christia will follow, and there goes the meatball flag going for Marco Romero as he crosses the line. So unfortunate for Marco. We'll have to let the field on go. There goes Fion Shi. There goes Benja Fernandez on by. They'll pick up spots as well, moving into the top 10. Up front, though, look at this. 2nd and 3rd, reeling in the race leader, Cameron Marcia and Michael McGoy, the 2 Ryan Perry Motorsport machines, are closing in on your race leader bit by bit. Last time by, a lot of bit. Half a second better were both of them than Travis Pettit. In fact, Marcia's going to be on the bumper coming into the turn 8 hairpin, and Pettit knows it. He's blocking low.
Speaking of 2nd and 3rd, Michael McGoy running in 3rd, just turned a 53.760. That's purple, fast lap of the race, and we got a change for the lead.
Good pass by Cameron Marcia in turn 9, caught Pettit sleeping, and McGoy went with him. But now here comes 2 more into the mix. Antonio Pizzogno is there. Rocco Simone is there. Lucas Palacio is lurking on as McGoy fades low but doesn't go this time in turn 1 on Marcia.
Cameron Marcia up 6 spots, started in 7th, leading the race. And Max Christia started in 17th, and once again, as in Heat 1, is moving through the field. He's currently in 8th.
With still a lot of time left, too, as well. We're only a third of the way in. 4 laps complete, 8 laps to go here in Mooresville. Cameron Marcia taking the field through turn 6 and over to the infield hairpin. Does McGoy want to go to the lead, or will he work with his Ryan Perry Motorsport teammate for now? He stays behind him. Pettit's help in the form of Lucas Palacio has not gotten there yet, and now Pettit's going to lose third, maybe fourth. There goes Pizzonia Nito and Rocco Simone, the Paralins, working together nicely, even under different teams, as Pettit slots in line behind Palacio, and he's finally found his dancing partner. So it's Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Karts up front. Then it is the Paralin duo, the Orsilon Racing and Motorsport combination of Rocco Simone and Antonio Pizzonia Nito. And here's the Kart Republics for Trinity Karting Group to the inside there in turn 3. Palacio got through. Pettit tried to follow, couldn't do it. Palacio's going to take another one. He'll get through on Nito. Here comes Simone through. Nito back to 5th, Simone to 4th, and up to 3rd goes Lucas Palacio.
Royce Vega running in 7th. Car 133 just goes purple the last lap with a 53.462. He's on the charge, as is Max Cristea, who has jumped 9 positions halfway through this 12-lapper. And Cameron Marcia still leading the way, but ever so slightly over Michael McGoy, Antonio Pizzonia Nito, and Rocco Simone.
Yeah, out of the final turn, Cameron Marcia continues to lead the way over Michael McGoy. Halfway given there that time by. As you watch the field head down to turn number 1, Lucas Palacio in the gold helmet has clawed his way up to 3rd behind this group. Coming back into the mix is Royce Vega. He was fastest on the racetrack last time by. They're all tracking down the leaders. So while the RPM Nitros might have been able to try and get a little bit of a gap going, the pack is closing back in as they head to turn number 5. And now it's down to 4 car lengths from 2nd to 3rd. 7th is coming with the Vega. 8th there on the way, as well as Cristea. And only a second back to Luke Tall, half a second to Fionn Shi. The top 10 could very quickly all be nose to nose and side by side if we get a couple of passes at the wrong spots here for the lead. So they got to be careful.
And once again, as you said earlier in one of the other heat races, the fastest karts aren't in the front. They're hanging on for dear life, but the back, say the next 7 or 8 karts, they're all faster, they're all closing in, and we're going to have a huge battle for the top spot. Royce Vega, once again, a 53.316 goes purple. He has had the fastest lap a couple of times now. Max Cristea right in there, he's closing in as well. It's going to be a big battle out there. Cameron Marcia hanging on, but he's got his work cut out for him. It'll be 4 laps to go next time by.
Yeah, look at this for Palacio all the way to the bumper now. McGoy and Marsham drops a tire. He's going to lose the lead. He'll lose probably all the way 4 spots back to 5th, and now Palacio to the inside of McGoy. He gets through. Here comes Pizzonia Nito to 2nd, Simone to 3rd, and just like that, the RPM Nitro Karts with one mistake go from 1st and 2nd to 4th and 5th, and it's Lucas Palacio leading the way up the hill.
Lucas Palacio leading the way all the way across the line now. We're 8 laps in as they cross the line.
Good pass for Antonio Pizzonia Nito. He takes over the lead with help from Rocco Simone. Moves the Paralins to 1st and 2nd. Palacio back to 3rd. McGoy there. Pettit's at the end of the train. Royce Vega, the driver who owns the fastest lap of the session, now almost fits into picture. So it's Antonio Pizzonia Nito in the Orsilon Racing entry, leading the field to turn 8 with 3.5 to go. And at the back of the pack, check this out for 5th. That's Travis Pettit getting through on Cameron Marcia there. He gets the spot away.
Travis Pettit trying to climb back in it after really getting shuffled back. So Travis Pettit back into the top 5, trying to make his way back up near the front. But right now, Lucas Palacio leads the way with Antonio Pizzonia Nito running in 2nd. Max Cristea still the biggest mover, 9 spots. And back in 12th position, William Kim has moved up. That's kart number 10. Kart number 155 has moved up 10 spots. He's now in the top 10. He started 20th, so a good run by William Kim.
Good pass there on the inside for 3rd. Michael McGoy gets through. Antonio Pizzonia Nito still leads over Rocco Simone, but McGoy working his way back up the pack. Pettit now leads the 2nd group as they've split apart through the battling. Marcia back in it, Vega back in that 2nd group, and then Cristia's there almost about a half second away as Simone, a little mistake coming out of turn 8. That'll put him in the clutches of Michael McGoy coming out of turn number 9 over to turn number 10. Up the hill, DNJ Intermodal Services, Mini Swift coming to 2 to go. Antonio Pizzonia Nito trying to win a heat race here for the first time of this season. Down to turn 1. nothing going to happen behind. They're going to play it smart and try to keep Pizzoni Nito in their sights.
Little bit of a gap right now for Nito, about 0.3 of a second or 2 to 3 kart lengths, but that gap evaporated pretty quick as they've closed back in now. High side pass by Lucas Palacio trying to make a move around McGoy, and not going to be able to do it right there, but had to back off.
Yeah, he almost got clear on McGoy, had to back on out of the deal, so just not what he would have liked on it. But nonetheless, through turn 8, coming out now, your leader, Antonio Pizzoni-Nito's gap down to maybe a car length back to Rocco Simone. So as they exit turn 9 with McGoy right there, charging forward, who makes the first move on this final lap? You saw when they pressured him on the backstretch, Pizzoni-Nito was smart enough to defend. Turn 1, he should be clear, but Simone, late block there, trying to hang on over McGoy. McGoy sends it anyway and gets through to second. And he didn't lose a lot of time either. He'll be close coming up the hill. Here's Palacio to get through to third.
Nito gets a little bit of a gap on that action behind him, but McGoy has closed in to Nito, and so those two now have checked out on third. So it's going to be a 2-card battle, I think, for the win as we wind down our last lap.
As they exit out of the infield, head over to turn 7, turn 8. Here this time, down to the inside goes Pizzoni-Nito. Outside, inside, crossover from McGoy. Michael McGoy is going to get to the lead. Here's Pizzoni-Nito. He knocks him out of the way. Big impact there from Pizzoni-Nito. McNair comes Lucas Palacio now. McGoy all 3 wide on the outside. Pizzoni-Nito into second, and Lucas Palacio is going to steal one as they come to the checkered flag.
Let the race come to you, and Lucas Palacio did. Watch patiently. The door opened, and he ran through it and pulls away with the win. Lucas Palacio, in a great drive, pulls it off in the last turn of the last lap.
Yeah, you got to be at the right spot at the right time. Heartbreak for Michael McGoy. Thought he did about everything right in that one, all the way to turn number 9. I'm sure there'll be some intervention on it, but as they finished, here's the unofficial results while the last few drivers crossed the line, and it cycles on through. Palacio with the win. McGoy ends up in second, and Pizzoni-Nito unofficially third. Rocco Simone fourth. Travis Pettit fifth. Royce Vega sixth. Luke Tall seventh. Max Christia eighth. Marcia all the way down to ninth. How about Luke Giglio? Flips over in Heat 1, and that tough-as-nails kid picks up 5 spots to round off the top 10 in Heat 2.
Yeah, just just a sign of not giving up, and he didn't give up. He just shook it off and came back, and he's got another heat to better himself and a whole new day tomorrow.
And speaking of a whole new day tomorrow, well, it's not the best day tomorrow shaping up right now for Marco Romero, unfortunately. A spin in Heat 1 and then a broken bumper in Heat 2 puts him on the back foot on the Bennick 117. So he'll have work to do. X30 Pro Junior, though, on the grid here, and Diego Ardiles has been pretty solid so far this weekend, qualifying on the pole and running up front all race long. In Heat 1, he gets to lead the field off here in Heat 2, and again later today in Heat number 3. Alongside him will be Stephen Miller in the Nash Motorsports machine. There he is getting set to go green. Then back to row 2. He's got Jackson Wolney on the inside on the SCR Red Speed, and Enzo Vidmontien, who was the other driver in the mix in that opening heat race. The rest of the field all kind of scattered amongst themselves with a big crash off the bat. The likes of Sarah Bradley and Davin Roberts and plenty more that might have been able to run with the front quartet ended up spun around and had to drive through the grid. So we'll see how it pans out as they begin to make their way out of the front stretch.
Yeah, this is going to be another good one. X30 Pro Junior going on track. Lucas Palacio and Michael get the new lineup here. Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller on that front row. Jackson Wolney and Enzo Vidmontien, row 2. Sarah Bradley, Davin Roberts, row 3. David Ramirez, Charlie Smith, row 4. And Carter McMurray, Nathan Dupuy in row 5. That's your X30 Pro Junior starting lineup. We work our way through the formation lap with Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller bringing them around, but not taking formation yet. They're going to have to take shape here pretty soon as we got to get them bunched up in order to get us here for a start. Formation should start taking place here soon, and it does. As they head up the line, they give them one warm-up lap, so they will get to run around one more time to kind of clear the tires up and clear the engines a little bit and get them lined up for a start. X30 Pro Junior, 18 strong. Diego Ardiles, the fastest qualifier in the group. And we've got Diego out there leading the way as we line up for the start. Heat number 2, one more left. That's X30 Pro Senior. Then we'll get into our third and final session of heat races today, plus 2 last chance qualifiers at the end of the day today around 6 o'clock. We'll have 2 last chance qualifiers for the K100 Junior and K100 Senior classes. And then, of course, tomorrow, Championship Sunday for the US Pro Kart Series 2023 as we crown our champions in what has been a really exciting competitive year here in the US Pro Kart Series, bringing them around and taking shape for a start in X30 Junior.
Here they come onto the front stretch now here. Diego Ardiles on the inside, on the outside, Stephen Miller once again. And as they make their way through, we saw a few more make some big runs from the back, but that was due to attrition partially. Now, can the field make it safely through the first 3 corners? Down to turn number 1 this time. Little bit better up front. Looks good in the mid-grid as well. Everybody survives turn 1. Looks good to turn number 3. Down the backstretch, we've got them all as they go to turn 4, and they're side-by-side for second. Jackson Wolney to the inside and clear on Stephen Miller.
Diego Diaz still leads the way. He's got about a 2-kart length advantage over the field, but a good, clean start by everybody. As Xander said, it's a relief to see them all in the right direction, in line. Too wide, a little further back in the field, but for the most part, everybody is behaving themselves. So we're working our way through to get lap number 1. Diego Ardiles leads the way in our X30 Pro Junior, brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Ardiles brings them around that final turn, and they'll head up for the start-finish line and the completion of lap number 1. We'll give you a rundown of the top 10 as they cross the stripe with Diego Ardiles leading the way. Diego Ardiles in the 793 leads the way with Jason Wolney running second, Stephen Miller third, Enzo Vidmonti in fourth, Davin Roberts in fifth, Sarah Bradley, Charlie Smith, Nathan Dupuy, Carter McMurray, and Mateo Pappas. That's your top 10 running order as we work our way through lap number 2.
So as they go down to turn number 8 here this time, we'll continue to watch the field over to turn number 9. And coming out of turn number 9, Davin Roberts right there with Diego Ardiles. Coming up the hill this time, Jackson Wolney will lead over Stephen Miller. Then back on through, you watch them towards turn number 1. It is Diego Ardiles back there in the 5th spot. Charlie Smith up into 6th. Single file all the way through turn number 3 and down the back straightaway. Jackson Wolney, Stephen Miller. Miller looking low. Going to go to the lead. Inside and clear for the 773 of Stephen Miller. And that brings us all back together again here at about 6 drivers strong through turn 6.
Diego Ardiles, who started off up front, has really gotten shuffled back. He's all the way back to 5th. Jackson Wolney leads the way. Stephen Miller running in second. Actually went purple the last lap with a 49.618. Enzo Vidmonti runs third. Davin Roberts and Diego Ardiles. That's your top 5. Charlie Smith moved up into that top 5, I believe. So Jackson Wolney back up front. But we got about 6 or 7 within a second of each other before the field starts to thin out a little bit. Nathan Dupuy back in 7th. Sarah Bradley. Carter McMurray still runs 9th. Now he's moved up. Carter McMurray has worked his way up a couple spots to 7th position. Sarah Bradley falling 4 spots back to 9th. And David Ramirez cracks the top 10, running in 10th. Your new leader, Stephen Miller.
Let's go side by side here. Down to pit lane. Getting set to go green here for X30 Pro. Marin Kremers is standing by with our very own Alexander Searle.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Marin, I mean, I'd say it's not. Oh, no, it's Ryan Norberg just runs to the back of Marin Kremers on the pit lane. Marin, I'd say it's not been a bad weekend for you so far, considering when you arrived on Thursday, right, you weren't really supposed to race. You put together a last-minute ride on an old chassis, qualified P6. The heat race didn't really go your way, but, I mean, talk about progression of the weekend and how you're feeling.
I mean, I'm happy to be racing. I mean, I always enjoy doing the single-speed stuff, so to get the call up on Thursday morning was a surprise, but I was happy with it. I was happy to do it, and yeah, we've been showing some good pace in qualifying, especially. The first heat was a little bit less, so made some changes again for this one, and hopefully we'll be right up there in the front to take the fight to these guys.
Awesome, yeah, good luck, Marin.
Thank you.
Down the front straightaway, coming to 7 laps to go there here. You heard it from Arian Kremers, looking for a little more in this heat, but he's been competitive overall in the X30 Pro class over through turn number 3. And down the backstretch, the X30 Pro Juniors have spread apart while we were away. Down to 3 in the lead group, 2 more a little further back, and a little further away is Carter McMurray in the 6th spot. Charlie Smith still 7th, Sarah Bradley 8th, Nathan Dupuis in 9th, and David Ramirez, your top 10. Not a bunch of changes in position, but a lot of changes in the gaps on the racetrack. Look at Davin Roberts down the inside. What a turnaround from his opening heat race here. Roberts to 2nd now over Miller. That brings Ardiles and Vidmontien back into the mix. And now for Davin Roberts, a 4-spot net gain so far. Can he make it 5 and get around the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed of Jackson Wolney as we come to the halfway flags?
Halfway home for Jackson Wolney. Davin Roberts with the charge, started in 6th, up to 2nd. Stephen Miller back to 3rd. Diego Ardiles, the pole sitter, back in 4th. Then it's Enzo Vidmontien running in 5th spot. Carter McMurray up to 6th. Charlie Smith, Sarah Bradley, Nathan Dupuis, and David Ramirez, your top 10. Going purple on lap 4, the fastest run so far. Diego Ardiles with a 49.033, but Jackson Wolney leads the group of 5, 1st through 5th. Pass for 4th now as Enzo Vidmontien slips inside of Diego Ardiles and takes over the 4th spot. So Vidmontien up to 4th, but about a 4 to 5 length advantage right now for Jackson Wolney.
Yeah, coming out of the final turn here, 5 laps to go this time by for the field. Down to turn number 1. Looking to the inside is Stephen Miller, and he gets through with, big contact for Diego Ardiles. Climbed up onto the top of Davin Roberts. One heck of a save for Diego, but now he'll lose a spot to Carter McMurray and more down the backstretch as there goes Peyton Westcott, I believe, Carly Smith down the inside for the 7th position, indeed 6th position for Charlie Smith to get through as Ardiles falls backwards. So it's now Wolney with a little gap to Miller, Vidmontien, and then a big gap to Davin Roberts. Let's go down to pit lane here for more with Alexander Searle.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Alessandro DiTullio. Ale, I mean, it's been a pretty solid weekend for you, I'd say, so far, right? I mean, every single race that you're on, International, Kart Public, Go-Kart, it's getting better and better. I mean, describe to me the progression and what you guys have done to improve the Go-Kart throughout the weekend.
Yeah, it's been a difficult week, but as a team, we've been working really hard, and I think we're getting closer and closer to the front pack. I think we're still missing a little bit, but yeah, we're working hard, and hopefully we'll be there soon. Now that we have even someone under our tent making the engines, we've been working really hard with the engines as well, testing different stuff. So yeah, I want to thank the whole team for everything they've been doing this week, and let's keep pushing.
All right, thank you, Ale.
Thank you.
There's Alessandro DiTullio here getting set to go green. Like you said, looking to keep pushing. Picked up a few spots in a clean opening heat race at X30 Pro. 3 to go now as they come down the front straightaway here for Enzo Vidmontien and company. Carter McMurray closing up to Davin Roberts as well. Carter McMurray owns the fast lap of the session. He has consistently been a 10th to 2/10 better than everyone in front of him. Big run moving forward for the Timmy Tech Comp Kart to turn 4. Not going to do anything with it just yet as they go through.
Carter McMurray taking a peek around Davin Roberts for that 4th spot. Can't quite make the move. Stays in line. Back to the front with 2 laps to go next time by. It's Jackson Wolney by about 3 kart lengths over Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien. Then it's Davin Roberts and Carter McMurray working their way through the inner part of this circuit here at Mooresville as we get our second heat race just about finished up in our X30 Pro Junior sponsored by Rollison Performance Group. Jackson Wolney started in 3rd. Right now he's in 1st. Leading the way, it is 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Jackson. 2 laps to go for Jackson Wolney, Stephen Miller, and Enzo Vidmontien. They're in that lead pack, and right now, if they start racing side by side, yeah, the second pack could catch them. If they wait till the last lap, probably not, because there's about a second advantage between them and that second group, which is Davin Roberts and Carter McMurray. McMurray would like to get up to that 4th spot. He's working Roberts pretty hard, but right now hasn't been able to make the move, although he does slip inside, headed up the hill, now going through the right-hander in the inside of the course. No changes yet. Jackson Wolney still leading the way. Final corner, turn 10, and now down the front straight for the 2 to go sign, actually the white flag out, And the white flag is out. Jackson Walney with a little bit of gap over Stephen Miller for second.
As they go to turn number 3 here on the final lap. Here comes Miller. Big run, shoves Wolney. Wolney's going to block low once he heard him coming. And Vidmontien around the outside on Stephen Miller in turn 4. Trying to keep the nose there. Miller trying to hold him tough. Miller hangs on and he pops the curb in 6. But that both cost them some time to Jackson Wolney. That lead now opens up to 3 car lengths. Side by side, back behind again. Vidmontien this time gets through on Miller. That'll close the book on the lead, but the battle for second's on. Miller back to the inside. Crossover to take back second. Stephen Miller back to P2. And Jackson Wolney, what a drive here in the second heat race as they go side by side behind him. Wolney wins at the line. Vidmontien clears Stephen Miller around the outside. McMurray ends up 4th there, 5 spots gained. Roberts 5th. Bradley in 6th. Diego Ardiles 7th. Charlie Smith with a decent run there in 8th to end up no loss but no gain either. Nathan Dupuis 9th. David Ramirez, your top 10. Max Weiland, Eder Herrera, Peyton Westcott, Ian Noyes, and the rest of the field in X30 Pro Junior. X30 Pro Senior bats cleanup here at the US Pro Kart Series season finale weekend. They're next up before we put a nail in heat number 2's rotation. Don't go anywhere, folks. You're watching Kart Chaser.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Test. So as the field makes its way out of the final turn and we get set for heat number 2 here in X30 Pro, getting set to go green, presented by Franklin Motorsports. Ryan Norberg on the pole here on the inside. Austin Garrison on the outside. Looking for green down at turn number 1, and we've got it. Green flag in the air here as the field heads through the first corner. And a good start for Braden Eves again to get into second. Austin Garrison gets into third. Down the back straightaway they go. Eves instantly the low to block, and Norberg leading here as they go side by side behind.
Good start for Ryan Norberg, clean on the inside. Braden Eves followed him, and now Braden Eves has his hands full with Austin Garrison, who wants that second spot back. He started outside pole but lost it on the start. He's trying to get it back. Ernesto Rivera right there, as well as Hayden Jones. Those drivers right there in the top 5, all battling it out side by side. Marion Kremer's right in there with Will Power. So we work our way through lap 1, but already Ryan Norberg with about a 10 kart length advantage as they cross the stripe for our first lap. It's Ryan Norberg leading the way. Austin Garrison runs second. Braden Eves
now fourth as Hayden Jones was able to get through down in turn number 1. Here comes Ernesto Rivera as well. The rookie hotshot was quick in heat 1, but he's trapped behind Eves, who has quickly been disposed of by Austin Garrison. I think the only thing that he felt like looking back at heat 1 that he missed was taking too long and being too nice to Braden Eves. And he's got around him his problems there for Austin Boyle, I think, in the 369. And he has gone around over in turn number 4 out of 24th as they are fighting behind Eves, Jones, Rivera. Here's Marion Kremers down the inside of everyone. He'll take a spot. Will Power on the outside. Massimino on the inside. Following through is DeTulio. They're all slammed up there. There's Harley Keeble in the mix as well as Jones finally gets a hole. And now he's on the inside of DeTulio and gets by on him. So DeTulio loses a spot back. And the 8th spot goes back in the way of Hayden Jones. All the while out front, there's everyone else. Look at the battle into turn number 4. Rivera gets up onto the curbing and nearly gets into the side of Marion Kremers, who gives a spot to him. But now Will Powers on the outside. He jumps the curb. Massimino gets through. And Willie P back to 7th. Massimino up to 6th and continuing to roll forward. There's Jones behind him. Then DeTulio. Then Harley Keeble. Side by side is Jacob Kolar and Brandon Carr. And again, all of this way back from Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, who are going at it here for the lead as Garrison continues to track him down.
Ryan Norberg leads the way. One more lap in. That's the lap number 3. And Austin Garrison actually closed in with a fast lap of the race with a 47.846. But Norberg and Garrison now 1.5 seconds ahead of the pack. So right now, if they stay in line and keep the rhythm, we'll probably be able to settle this thing. Unless they start racing one another. Ryan Norberg leads the way with Austin Garrison, Braden Eves, Ernesto Rivera, and Marion Kremers. That is your top 5.
Back behind them, we saw Will Power lose a couple spots there in turn number 1. Now here's another one as Jacob Kolar dives to the inside on the 346. Brandon Carr tried to follow, couldn't. Now Justin Ataconis gets in on the inside of him and will bring more with him. That's behind this group right here. This is Kremers on your screen. Jones, DeTulio, Hayden Jones. Right there, and then Justin Ataconis and company. But as they go down to turn number 1 and up the hill toward turn number 3, down the backstretch there, Norberg, Garrison, still first and second. Eves and Rivera are safe. Look at this side-by-side. Jones tried the inside on Kremers, couldn't do it there. He has to stay back in.
Ernesto Rivera just goes purple up in 4th spot with a 47.758. So Ernesto Rivera quickest on the track as he tries to work his way back to that front group. But Rivera right now back in 4th. Braden Eves in 3rd. But they're almost 2 seconds behind that lead pack of Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. 4 laps in the books. It'll be 5 next time by, 7 to go when they cross the stripe. And right now, Ryan Norberg just goes purple with a 47.628. Rivera answers back with a 47.611. So he's a little bit quicker than Norberg. But that gap is still now over 2 seconds for the lead, and we got a pass for the lead now.
That's for 3rd. Rivera gets through on Eves, and we saw on your screen while we were going over it as well, Harley Keeble making up some ground. He got around, I believe, Alessandro DeTulio and closed up with Kremer, lost a spot with DeTulio and Keeble going through, so they're all shuffling around. No, yeah, Keeble, Kremers is now far ahead of him. That's actually Keeble getting over DeTulio, but him and Hayden Jones both went by. So Keeble now into the 7th spot. Hayden Jones into 8th. DeTulio back to 9th. Kremers up the road a little bit there. Your update on the championship points leader, Diego Ramos. He still sits in the 12th spot. Hasn't really made up much ground here as Jones gets 7th away from Keeble down in turn number 1 here with 6 laps to go.
6 laps in, 6 laps to go for Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison. 2.2 seconds advantage right now as the battle rages on back through the pack. Ernesto Rivera now up to 3rd, remains the fastest driver on the track, but he's got a 2.2 second deficit to catch up to that lead pack. But certainly jumping out of that junior class, Ernesto Rivera really showing that he's prepared and he's ready to jump into that next division. Ernesto Rivera pretty quick, but a 2.2-second gap to the leaders.
I don't know what's been going on here with Braden Eves on Saturday, but for the speed that he had in qualifying and through Friday, it's not there. He's way off. Paulie Massimino is tracking him down quickly right now. And while Massimino is on pace with Garrison, Norberg, and Rivera, and really Marian Kremers as well a little bit off. But Massimino's quick. Eves, on the other hand, not so much, down to turn number 4. So Braden Eves under pressure now for the 4th spot as Paulie Massimino has driven up from 11th on the grid. He's about to make a 7th spot gained here in this heat race, and pretty much all of it passes on his own as he closes into a half-car length back from Eves to turn 8. Eves blocks a little bit low. Here's a look back at the leaders as Garrison closes in, but for the 4th spot, Eves defending. Massimino right on his tail here, coming to 4 to go at the line.
It'll be 4 laps to go at the line, as Xander said, and Ryan Norberg still leading the way, has this whole race, but Austin Garrison caught up to him early, and those two have just stayed in line. Now Garrison to the inside.
Massimino on Eves right there to the inside in turn number 1.
My
he
bad.
takes over the 4th spot, and so Eves, you saw defending, was trying to hold him back. Paulie Massimino on the blue and white LN cart for Brandon Jarskrak Racing takes over that spot. Now he'll give it back to Eves and defend as Kremers as a group coming. Meanwhile, for the lead, 1st and 2nd, Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg continuing to just kind of pace each other at this point. Garrison keeping him honest, and he's made sure they've gone stride for stride, lap for lap, while Massimino, Eves, and Kremers battle further back. Here they come. The leaders come out of the final turn to 3 laps to go. Austin Garrison trying to keep Ryan Norberg in striking distance and maybe get a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's Garrison's got to make a move here pretty soon. We'll have 3 laps to go next time by. He's certainly there and has waited patiently, but Norberg's not going to be that easy to pass, so we'll see what he can do. Looking back through the field, here's some good side-by-side racing. Kremers slips to the inside and gets around Braden Eves. Looks like Kremers maybe have made up a spot or two. So Ryan Norberg back up front. It'll be 2 to go next time by for Norberg and Austin Garrison, your leaders, and they have really checked out on the rest of the field. Good battle out there with the Eves and Power, Kremers, Hayden Jones, not Power, but Hayden Jones and Paulie Massimino. They're all dicing back and forth in that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position.
Yeah, Keeble right there on Eves now. He's trying to get to the inside as Kremers got around him. 2 to go. Braden Eves continues to drop like a rock here. He's just trying to hang on. Keeble right there. DeTulio looking to over-under. Maybe get around either one of them to get himself forward as Harley's picked up 4 spots. There's Rivera there in 3rd, safely out front. Massimino, then Jones. Hayden Jones, who has been one of the fastest drivers all session as well, has fought his way all the way back to 5th after a rough start for the 316. Marian Kremers just 6th place seems to be where he ends up settling out no matter how things shake either way as Eves continues to block from Keeble. Here's DeTulio on the outside of Keeble over to 9. Not going to do anything with it, but it's going to give Braden a little bit of breathing room. And then here comes Justin Ataconis. Talked to him earlier about that off-track excursion from heat number 1. He said he still felt like he had a fast piece. He's 10th. 11th is Diego Ramos. Closing in down. White flag. Look at the late move by DeTulio on Keeble. He'll get through.
Some really, really dicey and racing back in the pack there, but our lead group now looks like Norberg and Garrison as we watch them on this final lap. Norberg still leading the way. Garrison trying to find a way around him. Norberg's going to protect in every corner. Garrison now to the high side. Will try to do the crossover. Can't quite do it there. Headed back up to the right-hander. Garrison running out of time. Another over and under, but Norberg protects low. Another over and under by Garrison. Can't quite make the move there. Running out of time for Garrison. Will he be able to do it here? Coming down to the stripe. It looks like it's going to be
It'll
Norberg,
be close.
or is it?
Oh, man, Austin Garrison, 18 thousandths off. Norberg hangs on in a photo finish there to win heat number 2 here in X30 Pro and continue the clean sweep of the session so far. But, man, did Austin Garrison keep it real all the way to the end. What a battle between those two coming to the line. Rivera 3rd. Again, Massimino, a big gain in this one. He had a fast lap that was better than the top 2 leaders. So did Rivera. And Hayden Jones as well, 47.561. So the entire top 5, all very close pace-wise. And as these heats keep shaking out and almost, sifting through the field to find our best drivers to line up at the front tomorrow, I think you have to put, obviously, Ernesto Rivera with a good quality effort in that conversation. Paulie Massimino is now in that conversation, and so is Hayden Jones with a good run here right behind. And Jones was right on the bumper of Massimino at the end, and so was Kremers in a 3-kart battle. Unfortunately, there was a lot of carnage in this one, though, folks. Cooper Shipman's kart there in the background. Caleb Gaffaro was involved. Brian Boley involved. Russell Boyle, Anthony Martella, and Tyler McIntyre all collected in incidents early on here in this one that took them out of heat number 2. So that's had a lot of attrition. Will Power got involved into it a little bit. He dropped back to 22nd. Cade Downs was moving the other way. He picked up 11 spots. So did Donovan Bonilla. He picked up 13. But that does it for X30 Pro, and that does it for our second round of heat races as K100 Master gets set to go green. Welcome back here to Speed Concept to Speed Concepts Racing KA100 Master, I believe, and we're getting set here for their final heat race of the day before things close on out. Mike Rollison's been perfect so far, but not by driving away, by playing this field as smart as possible, getting out with one other driver, working together for the lead, and then being able to pull a move on the final lap to take the win. Behind him, of course, Danilo Romalo has looked really, really good once he's gotten going, but the last heat race, he had a terrible start and just couldn't have a rebound, got into more trouble further back as well, and it just got worse and worse for him. So for Danilo Romalo, we'll see if he can work his way through the start and then be able to show the true pace of that PK Sport Sodi kart. One driver that was up front in Heat 2 that's made some strides today is Scott Kopp. He starts third on the bright white and green and black Franklin Motorsports Tony kart. And the other green and white Tony kart to his outside is the Orslon Racing entry of Mad Max Pappas, who has just been on the cusp of being able to fight for the lead in the win, but he's been a little bit too eager at points. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1. Mike Rollison leads over Danilo Romalo, and into third with a good jump from the outside goes Pappas. Everybody else cycles through, and the first of the third round of heat races is underway on the backstretch now. Here's Danilo Romalo for the lead on Mike Rollison. He'll take over the spot in turn 4. Out of turn 4 now and over to turns 5 and 6. Max Pappas still right there in third. Scott Kopp is fourth as the field heads on through. And now coming out of turn number 8 here, this time Mike Rollison by about a car length and a half back from Danilo Romalo. It settles into second. Pappas there in third, has Kopp right behind him. And then a great start again for William Isaias, who showed a lot of promise in both heats, but probably not the best aggregate of results that it could have been based on how quick the International Motorsport with Kart Republic colors have looked on the racetrack. Back from him in the 6th spots, Laurentiu Mardan, who has clawed his way up every single heat race, one better than the other. Nicky Coelho, of course, was in the mix in heat number 2 before getting spinning around alongside Danilo Romalo. And then further back, the rest of your top 10's got the likes of Brett Harrelson, Ming-Nan Zhu, and Luis Quinones, your top 10. Through turn number 8 this time, coming out of the hairpin, and we go up the hill towards turn number 9. Danilo Romalo continuing to lead the way there on the PK Sports Sodi. So they will put 2 laps complete, 10 laps to go. This time bypass for third. Scott Kopp is through on Max Pappas, and he tucks back in line there in fourth. And Kopp going to go low to block. Pappas looking to block as well. Isaias to the inside. Not going to happen there for fourth. William Isaias lines back up in the 5th spot.
Mike Rollison just gone purple that last lap with a 51.611, but Danilo Romalo now back up front. So Romalo having a little something for Rollison in this one. We'll see if Romalo can hang on. Only 2 laps in, but for the first time, the scenery has changed for Mike Rollison. He's been dominant today in that first heat and the second heat, but right now he's got to deal with Danilo Romalo. He's had to battle him a little bit, but when the races would wind down, he's always been in the front. So Mike Rollison, who's on the way to a USPKS championship in KA100 Masters, is trying to stay with and probably be patient and try to make a move. Oh, how about now? Yeah, into turn 1, Mike Rollison makes the pass and takes over that top spot from Danilo Romalo.
Down the back straightaway, the two of them, even with the pass, didn't really lose too much time to the drivers behind them. They look pretty good. Here's a pass all the way at the end of the train. That's going to be Brett Harrelson getting by, I believe, on Miguel Mir for the 8th spot. So Brett moves up a position, while Mir drops back now 3 net on this session so far. Through turn 8 we go. Here's a look at Pappas, Isaias, Mardan. This is 4th, 5th, 6th. Nicky Coelho in 7th. Scott Kopp a little bit away from them in 3rd, but he's still closer to them than he is to the top 2 of Mike Rollison and Danilo Romalo. And again, as I was mentioning before you step back in here, Randy, Mike Rollison has just, swept the races in dominant form, but not by dominating out front, by dominating in racecraft and playing it really smart. This is the most amount of laps I think he's led so far today, because he's just kind of gotten to the lead. Someone gets by him, he'll wait, last lap, pull a move out, get around him.
Well, right, and I kind of mentioned he was dominant, and dominant in the sense of what you just said is that it's like even though he was running second, he was controlling the race. He stayed in second, he stayed in line, he and Romalo would check out, and then he knew it was up to him to make the move, and he did. He had the power to do it. Romalo, maybe playing a little different now. He's saying, you know what, I'm the one that's going to make the move on this one. We'll see if Romalo's got anything for him before this one's over. Scott Kopp trying to reel him back, and he's about a second back. He is within striking distance of the 2-start racing, and we got a pass out there for 4th. Looks like William Isaias gets around Max Pappas for 4th spot.
Yeah, William Isaias is pink and chrome International Motorsport Kart Republic. Looking good there, P4, and starting to roll towards Scott Kopp with the hungry pack behind of Pappas, Mardan, and Nicky Coelho all there through the bowl. And it's a little gap to find Brett Harrelson, Miguel Mir, and then Ming-Nan Zhu. Up front, Romalo kind of taking a page out of Rollison's book. He's been on his bumper the last few laps here, Randy. Set the fast lap of the race, last lap in fact, but hasn't been in a rush to pass him. Instead, he's been trying to learn from Rollison and where Rollison's weak points and strengths have been. And just riding in line there at this point here for Danilo Romalo. A second place would still be a big improvement over his other 2 heat results, but I'm sure when we get down to crunch time in the final few laps, he'll want to go for the win.
When you look at the field right now, clearly Rollison and Romalo are the class of the field. Now, that could change tomorrow between setups and track conditions and so on, but they're steadily 0.3 of a second faster than the rest of the field. So right now it's down to just the 2 of them. So you're right. I think Romalo at this point saying, I don't want to be in the front. There's plenty of places to pass around this place. I need to wait, need to make sure it's just going to be the 2 of us, and I'll figure a way to get around Rollison when the time comes on that last lap. It'll be 5 to go next time by for Mike Rollison. He's trying to hang on and sweep the day and just inch that much closer to that championship. But right now he's got Danilo Romalo, who wants to stay close enough that he can pounce on that last maybe lap or 2 laps to go. And we're nearing that now. to be 5 laps to go next time by. Our KA100 Masters class, sponsored by Speed Concepts on Track.
Yeah, just an update as well here now. While Romalo, I felt like, was being able to control the race in Rollison's way from heat number 2, it looks like Mike Rollison seems fine to be able to control it if he needs to out front. He just ripped out a lap time 0.2 better than Danilo and nearly half a second better than anyone else on the racetrack, and pulled the gap open far enough where he wasn't going to have to worry about blocking. Now, Danilo got a good run out of turn 4, so now he can put pressure back on him again. But Mike Rollison coming to the final few laps here, trying to find another gear to drop into and pull away from Romalo, which is so tough to do in these 100cc classes. And for KA Master, it's no different than a mini micro race as well, with the 60cc engines there, where 2 are so much faster than 1 that even if you're a 1/10 or 2 better by yourself, it's 3/10 better for 2 guys together, or 3/10 better for a guy to ride in your wake and stay in line. And Rollison needs to be a lot better to get away from Romalo, because at the moment, I stand corrected, Romalo's back quicker, back on the bumper, as there goes Isaias through to the inside. He reeled in Scott Kopp, though. Kopp on his own, Isaias with help from the pack behind. And so it's a group from 3rd to about 8th, and then, of course, the top 2 out front.
A 51.3 for Isaias on that last lap. He's not that far off of the times of Rollison and Romalo. Isaias could have something tomorrow for them as well. And, of course, Scott Kopp isn't that far off either. But right now it's still Rollison and Romalo with a 2-second advantage over the field. 3 to go next time by. And Romalo's got to be thinking where he's going to make that move on Rollison. And Rollison's got to be wondering where he's going to need to protect, because it's going to get down to these last couple laps for the win in KA Masters.
Down the backstretch here, 2.5 to go. Is this where Romalo wants to move? Nope, not there. Isaiah still 3rd with Scott Kopp right in behind him, and then, of course, Laurent Mardan and Max Pappas. And down to the infield hairpin here this time, 2 to go. Mike Rollison, Danilo Romalo through the hairpin. Still no change, and he wasn't close enough really to make a diver there, neither in turn number 9. Danilo, maybe he can make the move in turn 4, but if the speed is as it is right now, Mike Rollison is getting far enough away in the more technical sections of the racetrack that Romalo's losing multiple passing opportunities on the overall lap. With 2 laps remaining, that's not good news.
Well, I agree. Even if he drafts up by the end of the straightaway, if he can't stay with him in the inside part of the circuit where the under-braking passing points are going to be, then he's going to have a problem. And right now, this is where he's got to start thinking about where he can make that move. And Rollison is so strong through the corners, under braking. When you want to make that move, he's going in so deep and coming out, launching off of those corners, taking good wide lines. He's going to be tough to pass. And even if the opening is there, whether or not he can do it, we're about to find out. He does. There goes Romalo, slipping to the inside. And now it's up to Rollison. He's got a lap and a half to make something happen. Rollison now trying to reel Romalo back in. They'll make the right-hander and head up for the white flag. And Mike Rollison right now shows in second, about 2 car lengths behind Danilo Romalo as they head down for the white.
Yeah, 1 lap to go here for Mike Rollison to get back to Romalo and try to make a move on him. Seems like Rollison's been a little bit quicker of the 2 in most parts of the racetrack, so he should have his pick of the litter of where he wants to go. Romalo, normal line, maybe a little bit narrow into turn 4 that lap, over to turn number 5, and headed through 5, through 6. Romalo sends it pretty deep there. A little wiggle on exit, though. He knew that was a mistake. Checks the gap back to Rollison. Raleigh's going to stay in line in turn 8. And again, Mike Rollison doesn't need to win this heat race. He already has 2 heat wins. His second place clinches the pole for tomorrow, but he's a racer. Can he make one last bit at it in the final turn? He's got a run on him. Romalo knows it, and he leaves the door open anyway, and Rollison gets through. Mike Rollison, another last corner move, and he wins the heat race. Here, a clean sweep of the day in KA Masters, Randy.
What a finish for Mike Rollison. As you said, I couldn't believe it. He left the door open. I think he was trying to get a good line and launch off of that corner. Rollison went in, held his line, and came out on top. A clean sweep for Mike Rollison in KA Masters. Danilo Romano will finish second, followed by William Asias. Lorenzo Mardan finishes 4th. Finishing in 5th, Scott Kopp. It'll be Max Pappas in 6th. Nicky Coelho 7th. Brett Harrelson 8th. Miguel Mir 9th. And Minyan Zhu finishes in 10th. Your top 10 finishers in our KA Masters class. Mike Rollison on his way to a 2023 US Pro Kart Series championship. Mike Rollison, not official, but certainly well on his way to it, wins heat number 3. 3 wins out of 3 heat races today for Mike Rollison.
So with that here, that's already the KA Masters parked and done for the day. KA Juniors on deck, the first of 2 groups as we start to get closer to getting an idea of who will be the top 44 that will automatically transfer into tomorrow's main event and who will have to go to the last chance qualifiers at the end of the day today. That's coming up next here, live on Kart Chaser. You're watching the final round of the 2023 US Pro Kart Series season.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike.
All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex. We're getting ready to go KA100 Junior Racing here. This is Group A versus D. Chase Buscaglia on pole position once again. He hasn't had the greatest day so far. Let's see if he can make amends of something here. We're green flag underway. Good start for Chase Buscaglia. Pushed wide there. Sebastian Garzone. A bunch of contact further back. That is one driver off way wide. I think that might be Mateo Pappas. It was. He's going to fall back almost to the tail end of the field here. But so far, smooth sailing for Chase Buscaglia, and I believe Sebastian Garzone in P2.
And you mentioned Chase Buscaglia, a fast qualifier yesterday, had all kinds of speed and has had the worst luck today. And right now we'll see if he can hang on. Looks like he's already been shuffled back to second. But Chase Buscaglia trying to hang on for a good finish and get at least a decent starting position tomorrow.
Yeah, Enzo Vidmontian has found himself up into P1. Buscaglia down to P2. Garzone, after a bit of a bobble there, has fallen back to P3 here. But let's see Chase's progress. There goes Sebastian Garzone up the inside. So now Buscaglia move him down to P3, and it's a red flag. Red flag is out. There's an incident on the racetrack. Red flag is out. Let's see if we can get a view of what happened here. One driver, that's the 839. 839, Mateo Pappas out of the go-kart. Let's see if there's any other drivers involved in any incidents here to cause the red flag. Yeah, it's Mateo Pappas there. Quite a bit of damage there. You can see the steering wheel is all bent up, so clearly he's had 2 major incidences, it seems as though, this race. So hopefully Mateo is okay.
Yeah, tough break. He had a good qualifying run, qualified about mid-pack, so Mateo Pappas being attended to right now, so hopefully we're going to be okay, and he'll maybe get back in it, or at least be able to get back in it tomorrow.
Yeah, never what you want to see there is the red flag coming out here in racing, but hopefully Mateo Pappas is feeling all right there. Seems to be a bit banged up, as too is his go-kart. We're going to go quiet here for a second while they pick up the go-kart and then attend to Mateo. All right, welcome back here live from Trackhouse Motorplex for the final round of the United States Pro Kart Series. They got the cart cleared away, and I believe Mateo Pappas is doing all right there. But again, never what you want to see at a racetrack is the red flag. So they're going to get, half formation lap here and, try to get settled for about an 11-lap shootout here. So most of a heat race still remains, but they're going to go back to the lap prior. So Chase Buscalia is going to be back on the front row there, starting back in P1. They're going to go around one more time here. So they're going to give them one extra warm lap. The drivers were not fully ready for this race start. It's going to give us a good chance to run us through our starting lineup here for the heat race 3, Group A versus D. It's going to be Chase Buscalia and Sebastian Garzon on your front row. Enzo Vidmantien, Nathan Dupuis, second row. Keegan Kaminsky and Carter McMurray on the comp cart there. On row 3, Javier Herrera and Cash Perkins. Row 4, Ethan Sky, Menjenchik, and Mateo Pappas, who unfortunately was involved in the incident. So that's going to move Diego Ardiaz up into row 5. Graham Trammell and Santiago Duran, row 6. Alexander Vanchev, Gabriel Balog, row 7. Chase Gassiet, Lee and Forrest Adams, row 8. Alexander Jacoby and Aiden Young, row 9. Vanim Abernethy and Remy Andretos, row 10 there. That's going to round out your top 20. As they come around turn 10 here, getting ready to get the green flag here, Randy.
Yeah, we've got, once again, Chase Buscalia, and everybody's a little edgy right now. They got to start, and then we had the red flag. Now they got to restart again. So I'm sure it's not not too selling for the drivers. They want to get the green flag out. They want to get racing again and kind of get back in their comfort zone, so to speak. So we'll see if we get a start this time. But Chase Buscalia, once again, bringing him down for a start. Hopefully a better run than he's had the first 2 heat races.
Yeah, slow and steady here. Green flag is underway. Buscalia with a solid start there. Vidmantien up to P2. Garzon slots into P3. A much cleaner start this time around. Like you said, Randy, these guys a little bit more on edge this time. Just want to make it through safely and cleanly here so we can actually get a race underway. Buscalia going to go real low there into the bull corner just to hold off as much as he can P1, knowing that his motor right now is not up to par from what it was yesterday in qualifying. So Buscalia already getting pushed around by Vidmantien, who is eager to get around the GWR driver there. Buscalia goes super defensive into turn 8. That's early to be defensive. Garzon says, thank you very much. I'll take P2. Vidmantien down to P3. Garzon up to P1 now. Vidmantien a 2-for-1 possibly. He's going to go up to P2, though. Buscalia pushed wide. There goes Nathan Dupuis. Buscalia down to P4 already.
Yeah, Buscalia once again gets shuffled back. As you said, something happened, but he's certainly lost power from yesterday when he was so quick in qualifying and already being shuffled back to 7th, 8th, 9th position. So Chase Buscalia really struggling out there. Almost clips the barriers. Just about ran out of racetrack, but trying to get settled in there so he can get back to racing. But back to the front, Sebastian Garzon and Enzo Vidmantien lead the way as they have started to really pick up the pace and lead the pack, working our way through our first lap.
Yeah, Buscalia is seemingly an open target for the rest of the drivers around here, and they know that his kart is not up to par from what it was yesterday, so not the pace that he would have liked. He's going to be for sure in the LCQ for tomorrow's event, which is very unfortunate for the guy that put it on pole in this class yesterday. A few drivers made contact there in the exit of turn 8, see if we can get a name and number on those guys. But up front, Sebastian Garzon, after a pretty solid comeback drive, I'd say, from the second heat, after not getting slotted in line properly, got up to P4. He leads with 10 to go from Enzo Vidmantien, who was your winner in the first heat race. Dupuis now up into third. It's a 3-car breakaway. Carter McMurray, good start for him on board the comp cart, up to P4. Javier Herrera and Cash Perkins have also made up 2 spots. How about Graham Trammell, up 5 spots, started in 12th, up to P7 already. It's a good start for Graham there, up to P7, like I was saying. Garzon, a good run out of turn 6. Vidmantien might make a move here. He does. Good run from Vidmantien. He's through to the lead. Move the car public driver up to P1.
What a battle out there for the top spots. Enzo Vidmantien, who just went purple the last lap with a 51.605, leads the way. Garzon and Dupuis right there with him. Carter McMurray's, who've been running solid all day, running in 4th. And in 5th, Javier Herrera, Cash Perkins up there. Graham Trammell having a good run through the top 10. Keegan Kaminsky, Ethan Sky Manjanik, and Chase Buscalia now all the way back to 10th. But a big mover is Graham Trammell, as you said, up 5 spots. So Graham Trammell with a good run out there. Alex Pope up 6 positions, back in the 20th position, card 849. So a couple of big movers early in this race. 3 laps in the books, 9 laps to go They're all chasing Enzo Vidmontien. Cash Perkins just going purple the last lap of 51.169.
Yeah, the 4 drivers behind the top 2 were quicker than your top 2. Carter McMurray being one of them at a 51.2 versus 51.6 for Sebastian Garzon there. So McMurray on board the comp cart is absolutely flying right now. It was a 3-cart train. Make it a 4-cart train, and here comes the likes of Javier Herrera and Cash Perkins. They're back in the mix here. Vidmontien goes purple, but not for long. Like I said, Carter McMurray, 50.9. He is all over the bumper now of the Speed Concepts driver of Nathan Dupuis. He's going to join in on the mix any minute now. Javier Herrera and Cash Perkins are working together in 5th and 6th. They're going to see what they can do to catch up to this top 4, who are inevitably going to start battling here with the likes of Vidmontien and Sebastian Garzon.
Yeah, Vidmontien's been strong all day, but he is not leaving anybody. He's got so much company out there with Garzon, Dupuis, and McMurray, and not that far back and trying to close in Javier Herrera and Cash Perkins. Now, McMurray just went purple with a 50.952, and I think that is the only driver that's got into the 50s today. So McMurray having a really strong run this weekend and setting himself up for a really good starting position tomorrow. He may have something to say about this final tomorrow, the way he's been running.
Yeah, this top 4 has absolutely checked out from your field. They are working so well together. Line to stern, nose to tail. You cannot put a blanket, between these go-karts right now. It is that paper thin between the top 4. McMurray once again goes purple at a 50.6. Absolutely rolling on board the comp cart there. These top 4 setting personal bests, but McMurray goes purple. Vidmontien a little bit wide there, but Garzon falls him. Monkey see, monkey do. Made a bit of a mistake there. Dupuis going to try to go through the inside. And, wow, Garzon chops the nose on the SCR driver. McMurray's going to go around the outside of turn 9 here, see if he can make anything happen. Not going to happen there. And this is going to create a bit of separation from your top 4. Now the top 2 have pulled away. Here comes Cash Perkins and Javier Herrera. They've joined in on the mix here. It is about to be a 6-cart battle for the lead here if these guys aren't careful.
Vidmontien and Garzon can't race each other right now, because if they do, they're going to have a lot more company. They got about a 10-cart length gap right now to 3rd, but 3rd spot Nathan Dupuis and Carter McMurray, they've got to stay in line as well. They want to catch up to this top 2, and they are. They're a little bit quicker. Herrera and Perkins, it's kind of a 2x2x2 group, and those 2 are right there as well, trying to close in on the lead group. But about a 0.6 of a second gap between 2nd and 3rd separates Vidmontien and Garzon and Dupuis and McMurray. And right now, Dupuis is trying to close that gap so they can race for the win, but the gap is still there. And Vidmontien and Garzon racing pretty smart. They're staying in line.
Yeah, it looks to me right now that Sebastian Garzon is a little bit quicker than your leader, Enzo Vidmontien. Let's see how much longer he wants to stay behind him, because Dupuis and McMurray are quicker right now. Dupuis puts his personal best about a 10th faster than your leader. Javier Herrera as well, another 10th quicker than your leader. So the 3 behind your top 2 are faster than Vidmontien and Sebastian Garzon here. So let's see what they can do with 4.5 laps to go. Dupuis and McMurray working very well together right now. Garzon made a bit of a mistake there in the bowl, a bit of a bobble there, but in the exit turn 6, it's a decent run up to, through turn 7, now down to turn 8. Not close enough for a move here from any of the drivers. So let's see. Through turn 8 now, up to turn 9. Garzon all over the bumper of Vidmontien. He's been pushing him through this corner throughout the race. Not going to happen here, but Dupuis now has caught up to Garzon, so it's going to be a 4-car battle for the lead with 4.5 to go here. Garzon to the inside. He's through. Moves Sebastian Garzon up to P1.
And I was just going to say, as soon as Garzon and Vidmontien start racing, they're going to have company, and sure enough, that's all it took. Here's Dupuis and here's McMurray. It's now a 4-cart battle. They are nose to tail for that top spot. Anybody's race, and not that far back, Javier Herrera just going purple the last lap. Carter McMurray at 50.511.
Yeah, Carter McMurray has been buying his time throughout this race. He sat in P4 from pretty much the drop of the green, but it's been paying off for him right now. Drop purple lap after purple lap. He's been conserving his tires pretty well throughout this race. It might pay off for him here, where it's pretty much guns blazing at this point, right? Final heat of the day, all you got. So let's see what Carter McMurray can do behind Nathan Dupuis, who's caught up to Vidmontien. Bit of a mistake there through turn 8 and 9 from both Dupuis and McMurray. Lose a bit of ground to Vidmontien, who's all over the bumper of Sebastian Garzon. But Javier Herrera has joined in on the mix. He might have a say in this one before it's all said and done. But Vidmontien and Sebastian Garzon 0.2 faster than the drivers in 3rd, 4th, and 5th last time by.
Yeah, they're going to close in. I think, what do we have, 2 to go next time by? It's going to be a 5-cart battle for sure. And right now, Garzon and Vidmontien, kind of own that front spot. But Dupuis is not that far back, and I believe McMurray has got to catch up. In fact, McMurray looks like he could be slowing down a little bit as he's lost some of that draft, and he's dealing with Javier Herrera now for the 4th spot.
Yeah, Carter McMurray made a mistake there out of turn 6 and 7, lost a bit of ground there to Nathan Dupuis. That's going to cost himself in the chance of a heat victory here with 2 to go. Signal in the air. Vidmontien looks over his shoulder, sees he has a bit of a gap here, but it's not enough to really start fighting this soon in the race. And I say soon, but 2 to go in KA100 racing is a little too soon in my opinion. Let's see what they do down the back straightaway. No defense from Garzon, looks over his shoulder. He trusts Vidmontien to not make a move. Nothing to it there, but down the inside, Javier Herrera thought he had something for McMurray. Nothing to it there. McMurray shuts the door. Oh, wow, Vidmontien through turn 6. Dalton Haynes style there. What a move from Enzo Vidmontien. He's through, and now Garzon has to go defensive on Nathan Dupuis, who's going to, Javier Herrera now gives a side pot to McMurray, who forced him to back out of that. Javier Herrera up to P4, but what a move from Enzo Vidmontien with 1.5 laps to go.
Well, business just got started to pick up here, and Sebastian Garzon now about a 2-car length advantage over Vidmontien, and we'll see if he can hold on to that. White flag is out. Final lap. It's Vidmontien, Garzon, Dupuis, Herrera, and McMurray, your top 5, all within striking distance. But right now, Vidmontien enjoys about a 0.3 of a second gap, which on racetrack is about 5 kart lengths.
Dupuis went for a late move on Garzon. Nothing to it there, but this battling is going to pretty much hand Enzo Vidmontien the heat victory, barring any mistake here with half a lap to go. But Garzon, a good run out of 6. Nothing to it, though. Not close enough to Vidmontien here. They are single file. No one's close enough to make a move in this top 5. This top 5 is checked out from the likes of Cash Perkins at P6 by about 3 seconds. So this has been the class of the field for at least groups A versus D. Might have a move here for Javier Herrera. Nothing to it. Dupuis gets the curb in turn 11. But here comes Vidmontien across the line. He's going to take the heat victory for KA100 Junior. Garzon 2nd, Dupuis 3rd, Herrera 4th, Carter McMurray round out your top 5, Cash Perkins P6. Chase Buscalia, I mean, considering how the first 2 heats went for him, I think he'll take a P7 there. Good driving from Chase Buscalia. Keegan Kaminsky down 3 to finish P8. Graham Trammell was up 5 earlier in the race, finishes a P9, and then Ethan Sky Menyenchik rounds out your top 10 for KA100 Groups A versus D. When we come back, we're going to have more K100 Junior Racing, Group C versus B. Welcome back to the Trackhouse Motorplex, final round of the United States Pro Kart Series. We're going to get ready to go for some more K100 Junior heat racing, this time for groups C versus B. And if that previous heat race was anything to go by, this should be a good one as well. Let's run you through your starting lineup. It's going to be Diego Guillo and Mason Walters, your front row. Stephen Miller and Ty Fisher, row 2. Max Whalen, Cade Yeager, row 3. Peyton Westcott, Charlie Smith, row 4. Justin Musick and Davin Roberts rounding out your top 10. Robin McCurdy and Isaiah Crawley, row 6. Christian Mayer, Braden Zervez, row 7. Matthew Duquette and Alexander Gonzalez, row 8. Jose Martinez and Jackson Wolney, row 9. Linian Scarborough and Jax Small rounding out your top 20 for K100 Junior Groups B versus C. This is the final set of heat races for these K100 Juniors before they get lined up for tomorrow's final and possibly LCQ if that's what they are involved in here. So drivers are getting ready to go underway. Diego Guillo, slow and steady, just leading them to the green here. Mason Walters is ready. Hands are in the air. We're going to go around one more time here. Diego Guillo, your pole sitter here, but some of the drivers just weren't set and ready to go for this race. We're going to have to go down one more time, Randy.
Yeah, that's not the first time that's happened today either. But if the flagman doesn't like the looks of it, he's not going to send them off into that first corner if they're in disarray. So we respect that, and we'll hopefully get these guys back in formation and get to racing next time by. Diego Guillo and Mason Walters on that front row, bringing them around for a start. Stephen Miller and Ty Fisher, huge class, one of the biggest classes of the weekend. So this is just 2 of the 4 groups, and they're racing each other for the first time today. But Diego Guillo will be bringing them around on that inside row, which is usually the fast row on the start. The struggle is that outside front row with Mason Walters. Can he duck in and fall behind Guillo? Will he get a good charge off the line, or is he going to end up getting freight train on the inside? Well, we're about to find out. Formation looks pretty good, headed up to the stripe.
There we go. Diego Guillo, second time's the charm here for this K Junior class. Let's see it. They look much better this time around. Green flags in the air. Good start for Diego Guillo. Even better start for Stephen Miller. He's through the P2 pretty handily there. So move Mason Walters down to P3 already. Davin Roberts with a decent start as well, I believe there. That is Ty Fisher up to P4, so good start for him. Max Wayland has lost a spot or 2 there. They are 3 wide further back. Whoa, one's way wide into the barriers. Hard in the impact. More drivers off. That is 5 go-karts off into turn 4. Hard impacts for a lot of them there. Let's hope that they are okay. That's a few. That's 2 of the Lando Norris go-karts there. So I think that is Race Beckman, and I couldn't get the other driver there. So unfortunate for them too. They're going to be, a little further back than they would have liked for sure in this one. Further up the field, though, Miller up to P2, so good start for him. One of his better heat races he had all day long. Really, things haven't fallen into play for him so far, but so far so good for the Nash Motorsports driver there. Up to P2 with the orange helmet. Diego Guillo still holding on to P1, but there's still 11 laps to go, Randy.
Yeah, that could have got ugly quick over there with the barriers, but the barriers did their job. The drivers kept rolling, which was an amazing thing, but some shuffling going on up front now. We look for our second lap bio. We'll get a rundown on what we've got, but those top 4 already checked out about a second to a second and a half on the field.
Yeah, there goes a move from Ty Fisher on board the TB cart. So Ty Fisher up to P3, good move for him. Miller went a little bit defensive on the exit of turn 8, but then realized he didn't have to there. Mason Walters, after losing a spot at the start, has got it back. So move the BGR MDR driver up to P2, make it P1. Mason Walters up to P1, and then there goes Diego Guillo back on Ty Fisher. So Diego Guillo up to P3. Further back, though, look at Cade Yeager. He is joining in on the fray. Make it a 5-car breakaway out front, and then it's 1.5 seconds back to the driver in P6 of Max Whalen. So it's a 5-car breakaway out front. If these guys can be smart, they can keep it that way.
Yeah, exactly. If they don't race each other every lap and try to dive bomb and under braking make a pass where the rest of the field catches up. Right now they've got a nice little break, and if they stay in line, everything's fine. But usually when you're in this kind of a 4 or 5 pack field, the 3rd, 4th, 5th place drivers aren't happy. They want to get up towards the front, and that's when they start bringing in some other competitors. But right now, Mason Walters just going purple with a 51.714 leads the way with Stephen Miller, Diego Guillo, Ty Fisher, and Cade Yeager. Max Wheeler runs 6th, followed by Peyton Westcott, Justin Musick, Davin Roberts, and Charlie Smith. No real big movers yet in this field. I should say Austin Olds, who had a good run in the first heat. Austin Olds already up 12 spots, started in 28th. He's up to 16th. So Austin on the charge. He is up to 16th position. Last lap of 51.422 in traffic. So not too shabby. We'll keep an eye on Austin Olds.
Yeah, here we see the battle for P6, the likes of Justin Musick, Davin Roberts, Max Whalen, and Charlie Smith. There goes a move to the inside of Max Whalen, make that stick. That's the 897 there of Charlie Smith. He was 9th last time around. He's up to 7th now, so a good run there for the Nash Motorsports driver. Max Whalen has fallen back a few spots since last lap there. So, like I said, the 897, a good move. There goes the other Nash Motorsports driver. That is Peyton Westcott. So she's up to, I believe, what is P8. So good run for both Nash Motorsports drivers there, as well as Stephen Miller, who's back on the P2. Diego Guillot, who is fighting with Ty Fisher for the last 2 laps. He went purple last time by. They seem to have got it all sorted out front. There goes around the outside, attempting to, is Mason Walters, but he's going to lose that spot to Diego Guillot. So Mason Walters from 1st to 4th in 1 lap.
Yeah, the shuffling goes on constantly, and Walters, who just led the lap before, you get checked outside and you freight trained, and you can lose 3 or 4 spots in one corner, and that's exactly what happened for Mason Walters. Fast lap, Diego Guillot just went purple with a 50.720. So he's on the charge as well. Austin Olds slipping back a little bit. He's in 15th now. As he's moved up. He's in 15th. He's up 13 spots. So Austin Olds cracks the top 15 just 4 laps into this 12-lap race. Now he's in 14th. So Austin Olds continues his charge. Kart number 850 back in 14th position, started in 28th.
Stephen Miller got passed by Diego Guillot. He said, not for long, I'm going back to the front. So Stephen Miller from 1st to 2nd, back to 1st, and Ty Fisher follows him through. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 kart breakaway. They've checked out a little bit from Cade Yeager, who's still keeping them honest, but right now I believe this top 4 seems to be faster than Cade if they just keep it together here. But Diego Guillot and Ty Fisher, they've been side by side more than they've been single file this race. I mean, they can't seem to decide who's faster and who's not. So that's going to give Stephen Miller a little bit of breathing room, but not enough to be comfortable here in the KA category. Halfway, flags are in the air. Stephen Miller, the fastest kart on the racetrack last time by, but Diego Guillot's got a good run up the hill towards turn 4. Let's see if anybody's going to make a move. I suspect so, because that's been the trend of the race so far. Here he goes. Diego Guillot inside. He's through. Miller's going to get left out to dry here from 1st to 4th. It's that easy. It happened to Mason Walters, and now it's happening to Stephen Miller.
Yeah, what I've noticed with this class all day long and all the groups in this category is they're not real patient. They're not satisfied where they're at. They want to get up further. They want to make some moves, and that's fine, but you'll never get a chance to kind of check out when you do that. And as you can see, there's a lot of drivers out there contesting for this win because they're changing positions every lap, which is fun to watch. But if you're in that lead group, or if you're leading, you just want somebody to maybe be your partner and push you along the way, and that just isn't happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, the one benefit these guys have and the advantage that they have is that they are that much quicker than the rest of the field, right? So even though these guys are battling a lot harder than the likes of Charlie Smith, Davin Roberts, Peyton Westcott, they are still clocking 0.3 faster a lap, some of them, over the rest of the field, even with making a pass or so during a lapse, right? So that they have the pace to do it. But usually, like you said, I mean, in this category, nobody seems to be patient as there goes a move, or a half move, should I say. Mason Walters thought he had a run on Ty Fisher, doesn't make it stick, and that's going to give Stephen Miller a chance at him now going through the double right-hander there and down the hill towards turn 10, and they're going to climb the hill to the final corner. They're going to have 4 laps to go this time around. Diego Guillot, who was your pole sitter, he still leads. Ty Fisher's had a good run up 2 spots. And then your second row, should I say, of Walters and Stephen Miller, they've fallen back to 3rd and 4th. And then Cade Yeager has joined in on the mix. He almost goes purple last time by. He was 0.3 faster than the leaders. So move Cade Yeager into the mix here. Walters to the inside, not going to happen once again. Ty Fisher up in the marbles, though. He's going to go a little bit too wide here. What's going to happen towards turn 5? Oh, Walters had to back out of it and lost a spot now to Stephen Miller. And he's going to have to hold off Cade Yeager now down towards turn 7. And he moves towards turn 8. Stephen Miller, he's through on Ty Fisher. So the move the Nash Motorsports driver up to P2 goes a little bit wide, though. And Ty Fisher, what a crossover move from him. Ty Fisher back to P2.
And look what happens. Diego Guillot now with about a 10 car length advantage because they're racing behind him. And I get it. They want to get up there. They want to challenge Diego Guillot. But they just are back and forth every lap. And Guillot, not a huge gap, but he's got about 10 kart lengths or on timing and scoring a half a second on second, third, fourth, and fifth, which is the biggest gap he's had all race.
Yeah, we just saw a move there for P2. Miller back around Ty Fisher. Mason Walters thought about it, didn't. He thought better of it, should I say, because, 2 is faster than 1. If these guys can just work together, they will catch up to Diego Guillot. It is not that much of an advantage that he has there. The Iron Rock OTK driver doesn't have much of an advantage over these 4 drivers behind him here. And there we go. Ty Fisher decides better and to push Stephen Miller this time around, but goes a little bit too wide there. Mason Walters thought about it, not going to make it happen here, but look at the run Stephen Miller has. This is a good lap from the National Motorsports driver here. This time around, they're going to have 2 laps remaining. Double sticks are going to be in the air here. Let's see the lap times for Stephen Miller. What's it going to be? Miller 3/10 faster than your leader last time by. Up the hill, across turn 2, and down up to turn 3 now, and then down the hill. Anybody's going to make a move here. Stephen Miller's got a shot at it. He's got his head down here. Nothing to it there, Randy.
Diego Guillot hanging on. Boy, he's got a lot of company. Little bit of a gap, but not much. They'll see the white flag this time by, and Diego Guillot is trying to hang on, but Stephen Miller is right there. He wants a piece of it, and he's close enough. But again, we're side by side through the left-hander, and can't quite do it. As you said, Alexander, it's a half a move, so to speak, and those half a moves cost you some space on the racetrack.
Yeah, that half move from Ty Fisher cost him a spot there. Yeah, he had to get the curb just to avoid Stephen Miller, and it made him go wide next to the turn 8. Mason Walters gets around him. So now a new driver up into P3. Mason Walters on board the BGR MDR OTK there. But Diego Guillot still your leader. As they climb turn 3, white flags in the air. Let's see the run that Stephen Miller has down the back straightaway. Is it enough? Diego Guillot doesn't have to defend. He kind of has to there. Stephen Miller got a really good run exiting turn 3, and now he's all over the bumper of Diego Guillot. Are we going to see a move like Vidamantien did last time by into turn 6? Nothing to it there, but Miller gets into the bumper of Diego Guillot. He's going to have to go defensive into turn 8. Anybody going around the outside? Ty Fisher is going to try it. Nothing to it though, but wow, what a crossover there. Ty Fisher, a 2-for-1 special for the TB car driver, and there goes Cade Yeager now. Mason Walters from 3rd to 5th in 1 lap. Diego Guillot's got enough of an advantage there. He's going to have the heat victory here. Cade Yeager goes defensive, and no position changes here. Diego Guillot, what a heat race victory for him. He wins the 3rd and final heat of the day for KA Junior. Ty Fisher, a good 2-for-1 there in turn 8, puts himself into P2. Miller, a net gain of 0 in this race. Started P3, ends P3. Cade Yeager played his cards right, finished P4. Mason Walters rounds out your top 5, and Peyton Westcott, what a run for her in P6. Davin Roberts up 3 into P7. Charlie Smith P8. Austin Olds up 19 spots to finish P9. And Christian Mayer rounding out your top 10. What a race there, Randy.
Yeah, it was a good one in those 5-kart battle the whole way, and just wasn't even settled till the end, as you said. But good run for Diego Guillot. Worked awfully hard for that one, but came out on top.
Yeah, what a race there. The 3rd and final heat of K100 Junior Racing. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get ready to go Micro Swift Racing. Don't go anywhere.
Another crazy KA100 Junior heat race in the books, Randy. We've been treated to some great racing action all the way through the entire day. And now we switch over to the youngest stars in the US Pro Kart Series structure. The Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift Division. Of course, the KA Juniors, they are not done. We will have their last chance qualifier coming up at the end of the heat race rotation following X30 Pro Senior. So as the drivers make their way into turn number 8 here, we get set to go green and to see if anyone has anything for Parker Ives and that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart machine, because he has just been in another zip code all day long.
Yeah, total dominance, more than I think anybody today. And there's been some races where we've had a leader check out, but Parker Ives from the start just gets a good clean start and then just starts cutting laps 2 to 3/10 of a second quicker than the field, and then doesn't miss a mark. I mean, he's just been consistent out on his own without any drafting help and dominating. And with heat number 3 and certainly waiting in the wings, the USPKS Championship, the way he's run all season, Parker Ives looking to make a sweep of the heat races today as they bring him around in good, steady formation for a start. Parker Ives on the pole, Cade Wolf outside, Emerson Lane and Maxwell Machi in row 2, Alex Chandler, Isaac Payne, row 3, Zane Burgess, Maverick White, Vivan Bindi, and Colton Schniegenberg. That's your top 10 starters looking for a green, Xander.
Here we go. All 41 are in the lanes, and we get another good jump for the inside group as Cade Wolf gets swarmed up. He'll try to fight his way just to barely hang on to 4th over the likes of Zane Burgess and company, and he does. And off the line again, Emerson Lane gets into 2nd. This time, it's a good start for Alex Chandler from the 5th spot. He moves into 3rd off the bat. Wolf into 4th, and again, Burgess was side by side with Wolf. He ended up slotting into 6th behind the SLA Kart Racing Sodi of Maxwell Macha. Through turn number 6 we go. Turn number 7 into the infield hairpin. Now this time, single file, Parker Ives about a half second away already with a great launch. And then the rest of the pack here is the one in frame as they go to turn number 9. Further back, so far so good as well. No major carnage from what we can see. The field has gotten going. Couple spins on the opening lap though, so it's not all the way clean. But I believe everyone will complete the first lap no matter where they are. Down the line here this time, big run coming for Alex Chandler. And the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart takes over 2nd, but he goes in a bit too deep and he'll slide out. Over under from Emerson Lane. Here comes Maxwell Macha for 4th, side by side. Now they're 3 wide, 4 wide down the back straightaway. This is going to get tight, boys and girls. And to the inside and clear gets Zane Burgess. All the way on the bottom, he'll pick up a number of spots. Nearly gets to 4th. But now he's going to be on the outside, has to tuck in. Here's Colton Schniegenberg to the inside of him in 6th. Finally finds a place in line. 5th in the group, 6th overall. Well, Parker Ives pulls away. Here's Chandler again trying. Turn 8. Another crossover from Emerson Lane. Macha will follow. He gets put on the outside to turn 9. Chandler on the bottom side. Here's Colton Schniegenberg down low. He'll get both of them. And a big start here, a big second lap from Team GWR's Colton Schniegenberg. He goes from 7th to 3rd by the end of the second circuit as they're side-by-side behind. Everybody battling while Parker Ives is now 3.5 seconds out in front. I mean, this is incredible. 3.5 seconds in 2 laps, Randy.
It doesn't hurt that they're racing behind him like he needed any help to check out on the field. He's half a second faster than the field. So Parker Ives just pouring it on. And behind him, well, it's anybody's guess as to who's going to come out on top there. Emerson Lane, Colton Schniegenberg, Maxwell Macha, Alex Chandler. They've all had a taste of it today. Isaac Payne's right there. Zane Burgess, Josh Bergman, Cade Wolf, Jake Manalo. All of them have had a shot at 2nd, 3rd, 4th, top 5 positions. They've raced back and forth pretty well, but none of them have been able to see the sights of Parker Ives. Battle up there for 2nd. Looks like Schniegenberg has slipped around a lane and taken over the 2nd spot as they cross the stripe for lap number 3.
Down the inside goes Zane Burgess there on Emerson Lane and clear. So move Zane up to 4th. Emerson Lane back to 5th. Maxwell Macha now 4.5 seconds back. I mean, Parker Ives just pulled out the parachutes that he must have had on in heats 1 and 2 and is rocketing away from the field about a half second to a second faster per lap. Macha leads this second group here with Burgess right behind, and Alex Chandler's got around and he's stuck on the curb. Spun on the infield at turn number 5. Alex Chandler. What a good run he had going. A start that saw him get as high as third. He was sixth across the line, and he spins there in the infield chicane. He'll drop all the way to the rear of the field now as the winds have picked up tremendously. They are blowing signs all across the racetrack. It is a breezy day, if you want to put it really subtly here, Randy, because the wind have just been going all day long, and now they have picked up a ton here on this October Saturday afternoon.
And let's give a call out to a couple of drivers working their way through the field already 4 laps in. Back in 14th position, kart number 28, Lawrence Perriman, has moved up 13 spots in 4 laps. And kart number 39, Oscar Gus Wonderly, 10 spots starting in 25th, now running in 15th in just 4 laps. So a tremendous run by both those drivers already. So a good run by those two. Parker Ives now 5 seconds out on the field. Zane Burgess runs second, but he's got plenty of company out there as we got about a 7-kart battle for that second spot.
Yeah, as they head over to turns 10 and 11 here, we're, the weather app showing gusts up to 25, 23 miles an hour, and they are expected to go all day long here in Mooresville, North Carolina. So that, of course, factors in, depending on the direction of the wind, of course, giving a headwind or a tailwind. It looks like it's kind of blowing across the side of the racetrack, though, with the direction of the flag. So I don't know if we'll see it really make a difference on either of the major straightaways. This one down to turn number 4, the other one down to turn number 1. But nonetheless, down through 4, still a lot of passing going on. That was Aston Wyatt down the inside on the Air Academy Bureau Art going through for the 7th spot in Emerson Lane. And ahead of him, Colton Stiegenberg battling with Isaac Payne. That's for the final spot in the top 5. Here's a look for Jake Manolio. He continues to climb forward. What a day for this kid here in the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. As now he gets pushed to the outside, though. He'll have to try and find a hole. All that ground made up. Oh, and it just goes out the window in 2 corners and back down to the 7th spot. But he was up 8 positions there, knocking on the door of 3rd. So great run for Manolio. Now gets pushed back a little bit, but he's still in the mix as Zane Burgess gets a little bit of breathing room there in second, and Ives up front by 6 seconds. Let's go side by side down to Alexander Searle here on pit lane.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Talon, Yockel. Talon, I mean, solid weekend for you so far. You're top 5 in every single session you've been in, but I'd say you have a little bit to find to your teammate AJ, but overall, walk me through the progression you guys have had as a team, right? I mean, the qualifying wasn't as you would have liked, but the race pace is a lot better.
Yeah, we've been just working at it all weekend. It's the home race for both me and AJ, so we know this track really well. I've just been struggling with setup all day today. It's nothing crazy. Just need to change my driving a little bit and make it equal with the GFC boys. They've been pretty fast around here, so give them credit for that. But yeah, I believe we have the setup down correctly today. It's just a way different racetrack than we're used to on practice days. So we got a lot more grip and the sun's out, so it's unpredictable at this point.
Yeah, let's talk tires real quick. I mean, this is the 3rd and final heat, so this is the last time you're going to be on these tires, tomorrow new tires, right? But with the setup not being great until, you're saying now, you're having to drive it a lot harder. You think you got any rubber left in your tire to go fight for these, fight for a top 3 in this heat race?
Well, that's the great thing about this being my home track. I like to practice on really old rubber, so I'm used to it. We'll see how we can pull it off, but yeah, everyone seems to like they have better rubber than me right now, so I'm going to do my best with it.
All right, awesome. Good luck, Talon.
Thank you.
There you go from Talon Yockel. Quick announcement here. We need Roy Maloney to the series trailer, please. Roy Maloney to the series trailer over in the pit area. Back on the racetrack here, coming down to 4 to go as Furl Black Flags given that time was to someone in this group. It might have been Aston Wyatt. I don't know for sure, but Aston Wyatt's picked up a lot of spots. He's up 11. Would have been up 12. That's past what is stuck on Maxwell Macha. Now he's back, fading to the 5th position as he loses 2 more. Going through was Isaac Payne and I think Zane Burgess. So those 2 go to 4th, Burgess to 3rd. Macha still 2nd, all chasing Parker Ives, who is well out in front, about 7 or 8 tenths clear of the field right now, headed into turn number 8. So Macha, Burgess, Payne, Wyatt, then Josh Bergman, who has picked up, Josh Bergman, who's picked up about 7 spots there on the blue number 4 Sodi. He's gotten around a handful, including Jake Manolio and Colton Stiegenberg and Emerson Lane. The passes just multiple changes for position per lap. This time, though, they're all single file lined up down the front stretch, and they all go a bit too deep. Bit too much shuffling that time. Macha goes wide. Burgess goes wide. Going through is Isaac Payne up to second. The highest he's run all day long there in the parallel number 77.
It's almost like the four of them hit the corner, and every one of them overshot it and missed it. It was like synchronized, not spinning, but they all missed the shutoff point of the corner. So that was kind of weird, but they gathered it back up. They all saved it.
Down to the infield hairpin here. Emerson Lane looking low on the number 21 of Aston Wyatt. Zane Burgess on the outside of him. He'll get clear. Colton Schniegenberg still there. Right behind Wyatt is going to be Bergman. Then it is the white helmet of Jake Manolio. Then Cade Wolf. And then Mateo Garcia, I believe, has gotten into the group as well, or is closing in with the next pack as Colton Schniegenberg runs there in the mix also. Down the front straightaway with them shuffling again. 2 to go now. The new updated order has Payne over Macha, Burgess, Lane, Schniegenberg, Wyatt, Bergman, Manolio, and then Cade Wolf at the end of the top 10. Then Mateo Garcia in the Sodi at the end of it. Through turn 4, everybody washing out a little bit wide, and you just, the wind is what kind of makes me wonder a little bit about the variable of what's the big advantage that Parker Ives has, because, we're seeing these guys miss corners and go wide a lot more often than usual, and I don't know if it could be a mix of the wind just blowing on the carts one way or another and having more speed down the straightaway or hitting it in the side of the corner, or if it's really just kind of lightly crop dusting the racetrack with all the dust and marbles that gets built up and kind of sits outside the edge of the racing groove typically, but enough wind blowing puts it on the racing line as they head down the front straightaway. White flag in the air, 1 to go. That was a good pass by Burgess to go to second. Payne back to third. Macha fourth, and again, you can see all of them just kind of running wide in turn number 1. Over to through 3 and down the back straightaway. Final time, and they're going to fan out here, Randy.
There's one driver that's run this track enough to know what the conditions are and how to handle the conditions. It's probably Parker Ives. He's certainly been in this track when it's been windy, I'm sure. So he probably certainly has a home field advantage without question.
Through the infield for the final time. Ives already over to turn number 9. They're going to fight back for second, but you got to give a little bit of love to this kid. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart's been hooked up flag to flag, and one of the best dominating performances we have seen all year in the micro swift class. He'll complete the day's sweep with heat number 3, and behind him, the battle for second, Zane Burgess, one of the youngest drivers in the field, will hold on to that spot. A great day for Zane. Third to Isaac Payne. Fourth to Maxwell Macha. If he can hold it at the line, he does by 9 thousandths over Aston Wyatt. On the AR Academy Bureau Lard, who ends up in 5th. Still a 9-spot net gain for Aston Wyatt. Emerson Lane ends up in that 6th spot, a couple down from his starting position, but a good performance nonetheless. Jake Manolio ends up in 7th. Cade Wolf in the 8th spot. Colton Schniegenberg in 9th. Josh Bergman fades back to 10th by the end of it. Mateo Garcia picked up 6 spots. He ends up 11th. 10 spots gained for Liam Nachawati to 12th. Mika Barrow, Kimo Ahmad. Lawrence Perriman, you mentioned on his drive forward, ends at 12 gained. Hard charger again here in the heat race for Lawrence Perriman from outside the top 25 to go to 15th. Camila Canache picks up 10. Then Maverick White, who had that scary incident earlier today, he fell back a few spots in this one. He ended 17th. Oscar Gus Wonderl up 7 to 18th. Marcelo Flores picks up 12. He ends up 19th from outside of the top 30. Cameron Johnson 20th. Santiago Orioli 21st. Daniel Ramirez 22nd. Sterling Mulata 23rd. Nolan Carney 24th. Brody Stoffel 25th. But a look down onto the grid here finds Kyle Wick and Jacob Gulick trying to lock down the front row for tomorrow's main event. A.J. Myers got the best of them in the second heat, and he did lead. And once he got through them in heat 1 before the engine let go on him, and so he's got a last place result and a heat race win to his credit. He needs another heat race win to probably put himself maybe on that second row or third row again for tomorrow. And to the outside of Alan Isambard, who's been racy and on the cusp of having the speed to fight for the win. He's been in that pack with the GFCs along with Talon Yockel, so a good run in the works for Alan Isambard. There's a look at Dalton Haynes, 2 kind of botched starts for the kid there on the Kart Republic. The last one there unfortunately stalled it, but he's ready to go here and learning from it all to get a good launch in heat number 3 alongside one driver who has really stepped up his game in terms of the whole shot. Talon Yako, you heard from him there earlier, said they've been struggling setup-wise to get him comfortable and get him where he needs to be. Doesn't know if he has as much rubber left as anybody else around him in that lead group, but he feels like he knows how to get around this racetrack on used-up MG tires. That's what a lot of his training program consists of. There goes the fire off, and now we get the engine started here for the SRP Engines Pro Shifter Division, the KA100 Senior classes. The final chance for any of them in those 2 groups to make sure they are above the cut line of 44th overall to transfer through and not have to run the LCQ later on this evening. But onto the racetrack we go, starting again further back in the 4th row. Michael Riccio got a lot closer pace-wise to the leaders last time out. Hopefully he can continue that progression and make it maybe as many as 7 in the leading pack here. Ethan Boer also closing up the margin to the leaders. Jared Ramnarayan and Carlinos Freganese will round off the 5th and final row of the grid. But all eyes will be on the provisional champ here if things hold through to the rest of the weekend. The Magic Man himself, A.J. Myers, trying to get a U.S. national title. Been a couple of seasons since A.J. last won a Pro Shifter National Championship, going back to 2021 with the SCUSA Pro Tour. Not too long, but long enough that he's definitely looking to get one back here after coming up just shy at the SCUSA Pro Tour in 2022 and then having to miss the middle round of the championship. That means the next one, the 3rd one he's in contention for since his last title, is this one here for the US Pro Kart Series inaugural Pro Shifter champion. And A.J. Myers, of course, a former X30 Pro, formerly Leopard Pro Division champ in one of the earlier seasons. Now he's trying to put his name into the history books as the first ever US Pro Kart Series Pro Shifter national champ. That'd be pretty cool. It's one thing to win a championship, it's another to be the first one to do anything in the history books.
Yeah, he's been dominant for sure. Today he, raced with Wick for a while, then got around him and had a good run. The first race he had, the first heat race he had the spark plug up a piece fall off into the engine and the engine blew, so that was kind of bad luck. So I don't think there's any way he's going to start on the pole tomorrow, but I think he wants to win this heat race and show everybody else that he's definitely got what it takes to take care of business here today.
As they begin to form into their grid spots here, Jacob Gulick has not gotten the best hole shots from what's supposed to be the cleaner side of the racetrack most of the day. Kyle Wick has had him by a good bit, and Gulick's also lost the 2nd spot. So if he can at least hang on to 2nd by the end of turn 2, it'd be a win. But if he can get the hole shot, it could be even bigger for Pro Shifter. We're away, and what a start from Alan Isambard on the Sony. He'll get into 2nd down by turn number 1 as he beats both Myers and Gulick off the line. And now he's going for the lead in turn 3, but just can't get it done. He'll wash out wide. Here comes A.J. down the inside. Not going to have enough to get there.
A.J. Myers drifts out to the outside and could lose another spot as he was trying to take an outside pass around Isambard, but couldn't do it, and he falls back to 3rd. But what a start by Isambard. Jumping the gun there, not jumping the gun, just getting a really, really good hole shot, and then jumping into 2nd, and now runs in 2nd as Kyle Wick has about a 2-kart length advantage over him. A.J. Myers right there in the rear bumper of Isambard in 3rd.
Good catch by Michael Riccio as well. Back behind him with Gulick in 4th and Yockel in 5th. Riccio got around Dalton Haynes out of turn 8. Here comes a pass for 2nd. Myers on Isambard and through. A.J. Myers back to P2. Now he sets his sights once again on GFC Karting's Kyle Wick. Isambard holding on, not going to lose the spot to Gulick. He'll slot in line safely to 3rd. And so the 5-car group has a bit of a gap to make up to the leader, but already A.J. Myers is eating into it here. He's cut that down a couple car lengths already as they go through turn 7.
Yeah, he's got the speed to do it, that's for sure. Kyle Wick leads the way, but I think he's just holding the place for A.J. Myers as A.J. Myers reels him in. Myers is a little bit quicker out there every lap. Isambard still holds down a 3rd spot. Jacob Gulick in 4th. Talon Yako runs 5th. Michael Riccio in 6th. Dalton Haynes 7th. Ethan Boer 8th. Jared Ramnaran in 9th. And Carlinos Freganese in 10th. That is your top 10 running order. A.J. Myers, again, fastest car in the track, just went purple with a 46.358 46.358 for A.J. Myers on his last lap. He's now to the rear bumper of Kyle Wick, looking to make that move around Wick as they slip to the inside of the course now.
Not close enough yet, but he'll be there. He'll be right on him here in a lap or so, maybe less. Dalton Haynes still challenging on Michael Riccio. He's fading back. Credit to Michael Riccio just up the road from Dalton Haynes there in the white helmet on the Magic. He's really picked up the pace. He's onto the bumper almost to Talon Yockel. But speaking about on the bumper for the lead, Myers trying to go low. Wick trying to crowd him down. Can't quite do it. Looks for the jump up the hill. Myers covers it off to turn 3. It's AJ back to the point here down the back straightaway. He'll block low, and Wick has to follow into the bowl. Isambard with a crossover, not enough room to get back onside Wick, but it's AJ Myers. Took him all of 3 laps to be able to get the move done on Kyle Wick after losing second even to Isambard on the opening circuit. Watch out for third, too. Gulick's close. Gulick is looking side by side. He drives, and they're on top of each other. And Gulick goes around. Isambard gets back going. Gulick goes back. Now move Talon Yockel to third. Riccio to fourth. Haynes to fifth. Jacob Gulick had been stalking Isambard for a couple of laps, and Gulick goes around in the hairpin.
Yeah, that was a tough break for both drivers. Just got racing a little hard out there. Got together, and it cost them both. Is the benefactor, of course, Dalton Haynes and Michael Riccio as they moved up to fourth and fifth. Talon Yockel up to third. Kyle Wick trying to hang on to the rear draft of A.J. Myers and isn't doing too bad of a job staying with him, but slowly but surely Myers is kind of checking out a little bit, and I don't know that Wick is going to be able to stay there for long. Talon Yockel in third, right on the rear bumper of Kyle Wick as he tries to make a move around Wick to run with his teammate up in first, A.J. Myers. So Talon Yockel giving it a good run out there at the rear bumper of Kyle Wick. Michael Riccio and Dalton Haynes, fourth and fifth. That's your top 5. Haynes taking advantage of that crash by Isambard and Gulick. And he got around both drivers and moved up a couple of spots. Here comes A.J. Myers down the hill one more time, about 5 kart lengths ahead of Kyle Wick.
Talon Yockel set the fastest lap of the race last time by in third, chasing Kyle Wick. He'd love to make it a magic one, too. He'd love to even try to get up there and challenge AJ. He said he wasn't sure about rubber, but he felt good on old tires regardless, and he looks good. 45.9 for Yockel, although I think he might have missed a shift or something coming out of turn 3 because that gap opened up a lot on the back straightaway this time around. Here's a look back for the fight for fourth. Riccio has Haynes pressuring. They're second and third. Wick still hanging on. Yockel close. Cross flags in the air as they come by. 6 down, 6 to go. 2 separate battles inside the top 5 going on right now, or I should say beginning to form. And Isambard, don't count him out either. He's starting to put good laps together again as he tries to close on up to the back bumper of these two. Look at Haynes all over Riccio. If he gets a good run through turn 6, he could be close enough to challenge him. Maybe try to make that bid to get up to fourth, put him safely and securely at least in the top 3 rows, if not into the second row for tomorrow. Riccio feeling the heat. Goes low to block. Haynes, crossover, accidentally drives over the top of him and just missed it on the exit of the turn. Isambard now takes over the spot.
A.J. Myers just goes purple on the last lap, 45.918. Kind of making a statement that he's the quickest one out there. But right now, he's got some company. No, that's on further back. That's Yockel, I believe. But A.J. Myers now with about a 0.6 of a second advantage over Kyle Wick, with Talon Yockel in third, about a half a second behind Wick. Michael Riccio and Alan Isambard up to fifth as Dalton Haynes gets into the back of Isambard and falls back a couple of spots. So Dalton Haynes back to 6th, Ethan Boer in 7th. But your leader, A.J. Myers, will be 8 laps in next time by with 4 to go.
Now Isambard able to get around Riccio, and Haynes was able to follow. So Michael Riccio back to 6th, Haynes back to 5th. And Alan Isambard finds himself back to where he was before the crash with Gulick, at least peak close. And Riccio now on the inside of Haynes, caught him off guard. He gets by. Michael Riccio back up into 5th. Isambard still 4th. Check out this fight for 2nd as well. Kyle Wick still having to worry about Talon Yockel, who has not gone away. If anything, he's only gotten stronger. He was even to the pace of A.J. Myers the last few times around. So Talon Yockel keeping Kyle Wick very nervous here. Just a Cartler 2 lengths back at the most for the last few laps or so.
8 laps in, 4 laps to go. It'll be 3 next time by for A.J. Myers. Now stretching it out to nearly a second over Kyle Wick. A.J. Myers, the class of the field today, Wasn't fast qualifier, but made a strong statement early that he was the fastest kart in the racetrack. A.J. Myers leading the way. Kyle Wick, Talon Yockel, Alan Isambard, and Michael Riccio. That is your top 5. 3 laps to go.
Let's go side by side here for the final couple laps in Pro Shifter. Down to pit lane here with Alexander Shirley's caught up with Weston Workman. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Weston, I mean, it's always good to see you here at the kart track, right, with your limited schedule on the national circuit, just with how much you're doing on the car side of things. Before we talk about how you're doing today, why don't you just talk about some of the things that you've done this year on the car side?
Yeah, so we've been running in the Spec MX5 Challenge Series this year. Paulie's trying to mess with me. So we've been running the Spec MX5 Challenge Series this year. It ran really well, finished the championship in second. We had some problems at the runoffs. We ended up winning the second race, but we didn't get a race on Saturday because of some issues with incidents and stuff like that. Wishing my friend Will Robusto a speedy recovery. He was involved in that incident. But yeah, I mean, we had 4 wins on the year in Spec MX5. Raced in GR Cup as well. Had my first podium in GR Cup. Hopefully doing a full season in MX5 Cup or GR Cup next year.
All right, that's impressive stuff there. Now today, I mean, put it on pole yesterday. A pair of top 3 finishes today. Final heat, I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I think we have a fast piece under us this weekend. Really just had to finish this heat just to get a good starting spot for the final. I'm not really going to be too aggressive this time. I mean, anywhere in the top 5, I feel pretty comfortable with. But yeah, just go out there, see how it goes. We haven't really touched the kart all weekend, really. I mean, Timmy Tech has really set up a fast piece for this weekend.
All right, awesome. Good luck, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
There you have it from Weston Workman. Again, like Alex said, couple of top 5 finishes, a good solid results here, and this is all that he needs to put himself in the top half of the field, really top 10 potentially for tomorrow's KA Senior main event. In the meantime, for this one, it's a lot more coming down to the last few spots. Talon Yockel trying to push Kyle Wick further back down the leaderboard. I don't think it's going to happen as they head to turn number 9. Final time around in Pro Shifter. A.J. Myers at least makes up for the blunder in Heat 1 to win Heat 2. He'll dominate Heat number 3. Wick will end second. Yockel third at the drop of the checkered flag. Behind him, Alan Isambard with a good recovery on the Sodi. And then the battle for 5th. Haynes wins out over Michael Riccio. They traded that spot a number of times in the end, going finally the way of Dalton on the final few laps. Ethan Boer closes in to both of them there by the end of the session as well. He ends up 7th. Jared Ramnarayan 8th. Carlinos Freganese in 9th. And again, Jacob Gulick, the lone DNF in this one. You can see him top of the screen there going to get his kart and take it on into the pit lane. Just a good attempt. He had to go for it. Gulick had been trailing kind of most of that race and a lot of the other heats as well with Isambard, and he went for the move. Just didn't end up panning out that time, Randy.
Yeah, it was just how it wound up. But A.J. Myers, again, on top. Probably will start 2nd or 3rd tomorrow because of the DNF in heat number 1. But still has the speed and the ability, I think, to probably bring it home tomorrow and be our 2023 champion. So a good day for A.J. Myers.
For A.J. at least here, he'll hopefully start in the first couple of rows, but he's proved he's able to pass and make moves. One class that always has a lot of passing is the one, again, that we're getting set to watch here, where Weston Workman lines up on the inside of Adam Brickley here for the final heat race for this group of Mike Doty Racing KA100 seniors. Lots of exciting action in this class, no doubt about it, and it shouldn't slow down at any point soon. Alex Stanfield, of course, starts 3rd. There's Aiden Levy, who had a good recovery heat there that second round, but, of course, a crash in heat number 1. He still technically does need a good heat here in heat number 3 to keep him safely above the cut line and into the main, and that's weird to think for the kid that qualified inside the top 10 and should have been a contender for the win. He still could be with a really good 3rd heat, and it might put him in the top 15 or so to start the final, and anything goes there in the longer races and the whole lead pack all together. Back to that 3rd row, of course, Hartley Keeble on the PK Sports Sodi alongside Paulie Massimino. Paulie Massimino's had 2 great heat races in KA Senior. He had a good last heat there in X30 Pro. He's having some of the most speed he's had all year outside of the Miami Grand National Championship, and there, of course, it was nothing but bad luck when the mains finally came around. He's looking to right the wrongs at the end of the season here on home turf. Friends and family in town. He lines up in 6th here for the final heat race of KA100 Senior. Oliver Piatek, the rookie, has been hot and cold throughout the day, kind of into the middle of our frame and then sometimes a little bit out of it. He rolls off 7th here for the final heat in MDRKA Senior, and alongside him will be the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic of Nate Cicero, who kind of like Oliver, knocking on the door of the top 5 consistently, hasn't been involved in any wrecks, but not necessarily being a major player when it comes to the fight for the win or the fight for the top 3 in his 2 opening heat races. He'll be looking to make that next step here in this final one, along with a bunch more behind him that are all looking to make up spots and, again, get above that top 22 spots, because that's where you can kind of put your math number. If you average around a 22nd, 23rd place finish, there's a good chance you might end up in the last chance qualifier tonight. So coming out of turn 9, there's Workman on the inside with the bright yellow and blue Timmy Tech Comp Kart colors. We've seen already earlier here Carter McMurray having a great day, great weekend, and X30 Junior. There have been a handful of comp karts as well out of that camp that have been quick, but Weston Workman has been with them since the switch to comp kart many years ago, and he's been fast on it ever since. And a good thumbs up to him, to our camera crew in turn number 9.
And those two break away to try to make the pass, can't quite do it. They climb the hill. But what a start by that front row of Weston Workman and Adam Brickley, as they just checked out about 10 kart lengths in the first turn. And right now, nose to tail, those two continue to break away from the rest of the field, Weston Workman and Adam Brickley.
Behind them, Aiden Levy. Aiden Levy was really the main reason for that breakaway. He was super aggressive, borderline over aggressive with how quickly he swerved down to the inside and kind of burned a little bit Alex Stanfield, and shuffled Stanfield all the way outside the top 5. Stanfield kind of a big break there, and Stanfield all the way outside the top 5. Stanfield kind of a big break there, and now they're fighting behind, so Levy's going to get a gap. Keeble in 4th, Massimino, Cicero, Vinny Miskelis up there into the 7th spot, and then it is Stanfield right behind him as they rocket down the back straightaway in the 8th position. And now Massimino gets the nose on the inside of Keeble, takes over that spot. And Paulie, again, same boat as Weston Workman. Top 3, top 4, top 5 even. That'd be safe to put him in the first 3 rows for tomorrow. But if he could get another heat race win, that'd be a mega send-off for the KA Senior class going into Sunday for Paulie Massimino. And behind him there, going back to Stanfield, and further on, there's 3 or 4 drivers collected over at turn number 2 from the opening lap. So not fully clean, but at least the leaders look pretty good. Down the front stretch, Workman, Brickley, Levy on the way, Massimino, Keeble, your top 5, and really it goes back to about 9th there with Finnegan Bailiff at the end of the train.
Weston Workman leads the way 2 laps in. We've got about three drivers, those top 3 that are pretty tight. Then we got about a 2.5 gap back to the second group, but all still relatively close. Just a little over a 2.5 separating the first 8 karts. So they're all still in the hunt, including what you had mentioned, Xander Paulie Massimino in 4th, but trying to reel those guys in. Josh Campbell turned a 50.842. Josh is in 12th, but just went purple with a 50.842 in the kart 926. But Weston Workman still leading the way as they cross the stripe one more time. It's Workman, Brinkley, Levy, Massimino, and Keeble, your top 5.
Levy now latching on to the top 3. Again, Josh Campbell goes purple. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart is flying here back in the 11th spot as he's catching up to Peyton Phillips and the end of the top 10 train. Headed over to turns 5 and 6 here for this 3-kart group. Levy getting there. Does he mix it up, or does he just latch on to Brickley and make it 3 cars pushing away instead of 2? Paulie Massimino is still also at the same speed as Levy, and he's a little bit quicker than the top 3. So if you're Aiden Levy, if you think you're good enough to lead, now might be the time, because if you wait there in 3rd, Paulie's going to arrive. Keeble will get there, and you can see there is Brickley going through to the lead. He realized company's on the way. The pushing method's not going to work because the pack's catching them anyway, so now I need to get to the safest spot, and that is the lead.
Adam Brickley getting around Weston Workman on that final turn as they cross the line for lap number 4. There's 8 laps to go in this one, and it's now Brickley your leader with Workman 2nd, Aiden Levy 3rd, and it's Paulie Massimino going purple, and guess what? He's joined the party. Paulie Massimino now in 4th, but right on the rear bumper of Aiden Levy, and Harley Keeble right there as well as he closes in. So does Nate Cicero and Alex Stanfield. We got about a 7 or 8 kart battle for the top spot. Still Adam Brickley leading the way, but boy, has he got company. A lot to say about this one. We've still got 8 to go, so we're not even halfway yet, and the first 5 drivers are within a second of each other.
Here they come out of the front stretch, out of turn number 11, down the long straightaway. Brickley leads a group of 5, nearly 6, back to Nate Cicero there, as Finnegan Bailiff has worked his way around Alex Stanfield. He now leads the second pack, but they are over a second away. This could bring them closer as they start to fight. Massimino now going by Levy. He gets into third. Brickley still leads, but Paulie Massimino's on a charge to the front as he's been all day. He's 3 spots up. He continues to roll now up to the bumper of Weston Workman into the infield hairpin.
Paulie Massimino on the charge. Now in third, moves into second as he gets beside Workman and makes the pass. Paulie Massimino up to second.
Workman through to the lead. Brickley back to fourth. Massimino to second. Levy gets to third. Adam Brickley sliding backwards here as they go to 11. Here comes Cicero all over the rear bumper. So's Keeble. They're going to be antsy to go by Brickley pretty soon. Down to 1. Not this time. They stay tucked in. But now it is Weston Workman back out front. Massimino in second, who has been consistently quick. One of the quicker ones in the lead pack as Brickley blocks low into turn 4 that time.
Weston Workman trying to hang on, but Paulie Massimino right there. Paulie starting back in 6, but slowly but surely he's been pecking away at that lead group. Now up to second. Aiden Levy's moved up to third. They've checked out about a half a second on that second group. The second group racing each other 2 wide. That's Cicero, Brickley, and Keeble, but they've got to kind of get back in line if they don't want to lose the draft of those top 3, Workman, Massimino, and Levy. We've reached the halfway mark. It'll be 7 in, 5 to go as they cross the stripe. And it looks like it's Paulie Massimino that's gone out on top now with Weston Workman back to second and Aiden Levy in third. So your new leader, Paulie Massimino.
He made the move there in turn 11, clean through into the lead. Another heat race where he's had to start on that third row and has worked his way to the front. Paulie Massimino commanding the field through turns 5 and 6. Weston Workman second. Again, Levy third. Little gap back to Cicero, who finally did get around Brickley and brought Keeble with him. So they run about a 7 or 8 tenths back from Aiden Levy. And if Paulie Massimino is as fast out front as he was carving up the grid, it'll be tough for them to charge back up to the top 3. Let's see what Weston Workman decides to do over this next lap or so. They're fighting back for fourth. Keeble gets through on Cicero, so he takes over that spot. Brickley back in the 6th position still. Fast lap again for Josh Campbell. He's up to 9th now on the RPM Tony kart. So Josh Campbell driving forward. He's in that third grouping really with Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield. They've dropped Finnegan Bailiff, and they are charging. So it's groups of 3. The leading trio right here, the second group, and then Stanfield kind of on his own before the third group. Let's go down to pit lane here for more from Alexander Searle.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Elio Meza. Elio, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, does it? I mean, a pair of P1 finishes in the KA category. I mean, your confidence has got to be at an all-time high right now, right?
It's feeling good. I don't want to get too over myself. We still have one more heat race to go, so I'm going to aim for a top 3 finish. Obviously go for a win, but I'll be satisfied with the top 3 to get us a good starting spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, KA has been pretty good to you. X30, on the other hand, not so much, right? The luck hasn't really been there. I mean, what do you need to do to turn your luck around for this final heat race coming up soon?
Yeah, so going into qualifying, we didn't have the best kind of setup for the kart. And so as through the heats, we kind of been progressing with the setup. And so that last heat, the kart was fantastic, but the racing around us wasn't very fantastic. So it's just like trying to get out of a bush. It just holds you back. But so the next heat, we're going to try our best to fight forward as much as we can.
All right, awesome. Good luck, Elio.
Thank you.
There you hear it from Elio Meza. Now, while we were away with him, the packs have started to come together. Keeble's led that charge forward towards the top 3. 2 to go, and we're almost all linked up for the top 10. Massimino over Workman and Levy. Then it's Keeble. Then Brickley. Then Cicero. Alex Stanfield is back there after getting shuffled back on the start. He's had to fight uphill all race long, and now Keeble blocking for 4th is going to back him up. That'll allow the top 3 to open up the gap again. Behind Stanfield, closing still in, is Phillips. Campbell. Bailiff is still there as well in the 10th spot. Then it's a big gap out back, but into the hairpin. Massimino going to start defending now. Workman low. Levy trying with an over-under. He'll get alongside Workman. They'll go door to door to 9. Crosses him over, maybe? No. Workman hangs on, and Paulie Massimino gets a nice gap over to turn number 10. So biggest gap the leaders had in a minute. Paulie Massimino coming to the white flag with exactly what you could hope for out front.
1 lap to go for Paulie Massimino. What a run. Back in 6th starting position, Massimino slowly but surely pecked away lap after lap, position after position, and Massimino found his way to the front. But it's not over yet. Weston Workman, the fast qualifier, wants to win this heat race. He said he was going to be conservative. I have a feeling he's still going to try to find a way around Paulie Massimino. And who wouldn't like it any better than Aiden Levy? He wants to win this thing. He wants the points. He wants a better starting position tomorrow. It's down to those 3 as they work through the inner part of this course. Last chances going out now. Massimino protecting low around the right-hander. Now headed to turn 10, turn 11. That final chance for Workman. Massimino to the inside, over and under by Workman. It'll be a drag race to the stripe, and it's going to be by a nose. Paulie Massimino, your winner. Weston Workman, second, Aiden Levy, third, Harley Keeble, and Alex Stanfield, your top 5. Rounding out your top 10, Nate Cicero, Finnegan Bailiff, Josh Campbell, Peyton Phillips, and Oliver Piatek. But your winner in a great race and a tremendous finish side by side with Weston Workman and Aiden Levy by 4/100ths of a second. Paulie Massimino, your winner of heat number 3 of KA100 Senior Groups A versus D.
Paulie Massimino right now on the provisional pole for tomorrow's main event with a 1-2-1 in the heat races if it all stands. Should be good, should be clear of penalties for Paulie. That's a great day here. You heard from Weston Workman as well. He's on par for what should be a top couple row starting spot there in second. Levy third, Keeble fourth, Stanfield in fifth, Nate Cicero sixth, Finnegan Bailiff seventh up 5, Campbell up 3 to 8th, Phillips ninth, Oliver Piatek 10th, Drew James picks up another few spots there. He goes up 4 to 11th. Then Miskellis, Spencer Mass picks up 6. He goes to 13th. And on down the rest of the order through your field here for KA100 Senior Group for the final group combination of A versus D, while groups B and C get set to go with Elio Meza and Eli Warren on the grid. So with Elio Meza down there on grid here, Eli Warren on the outside. Again, the rest of the field back through from groups A and D, or A and D in that one. Outside your top couple, Anthony Rivero ended up 14th. David Weeks 15th there. That's the top 15 the way that they finished. Geronimo Gomez Aza ended up 16th. Xavier Diaz 17th, up 7. Abby Adams up down a couple to 18th. Rodrigo Gonzalez 19th. Charlotte Trainer 20th. Handful of DNFs in that one, but no one major out of the front-running group here in this one outside of Brickley on that final lap. I don't know what happened with Adam Brickley where he didn't cross the line right well, but Brickley was in the mix, and something happened on that final circuit for Adam. He ended up crossing way back, but must have got turned around in that second group where he was running around 5th to 10th at the end. Elio Meza, we heard from there, just missed a setup a little in X30, but he feels pretty good in the KA. He said, I don't want to feel too confident, but I feel pretty good right now with his Iron Rock Motorsports Tony card. Eli Warren has kept his nose clean all week, kind of flown under the radar with such a good qualifying effort in both of his heat races thus far. A superstar heat here could potentially put him on the front row, or at least the front 2 rows for tomorrow. Connor Ferris again lines up third, as he has for almost all of his heats in the Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. The black and chrome and blue colors go to the inside of Emery Lida and the Hotes Driver Development Tony card, who had a great opening heat race, a so-so second heat race, and now is trying to do good here for heat number 3. Back to row number 3. Of course, on the inside, Aiden Rudolph there in the AR Academy Bureau Art to the inside lane, and to the outside, there's Dalton Haynes ready for 2 more heat races here on the day to survive it through of the busiest day of action for anyone on the weekend, and 3 more main events tomorrow for Dalton, attempting the triple for the first time in US PKS history. The first time, again, it's been available with the first full season of the Pro Shifter category. So KA Seniors B and C here from this one. Anyone that sticks out to you in particular, Randy? Because it's hard to pick one with how draft dependent and unpredictable the racing has been.
It has been very unpredictable today, and I think Eli Warren's been strong. I think he's got a good shot at it, but I'd say anyway, maybe the top 7 or 8 all have a chance. And what can happen on the start? I mean, we can have something happen where the outside lane gets shuffled back, and then they never do get back up to the front. A lot of unpredictability, if that is a word, on some of these races today because of I think the early conditions with the damp track, and then the coolness, the wind. Just not, I think maybe not your normal Mooresville on a summer day or a fall day that's not quite in these conditions. So I think it's still a roll of the dice as we get ready for this one, but it should be a good one. They all have been. We've had some great races today.
Still, again, more racing to come once KA Senior wraps up. Of course, the mini Swifts will get set to go green, and then it'll be time for X30 Pro Junior and X30 Pro Senior to round off the heat races, and then the last chance qualifiers for the KA100 Junior and Senior classes before the day's action is done. So a long Saturday here will roll us almost under the lights here on this October afternoon. Sun's still well up right now, but we're going to run right almost to the cusp of sunset with the last couple sessions. Then a short day tomorrow, of course. For those in the paddock, we'll have the official US Pro Kart Series season banquet tomorrow afternoon around 2:45. Racing should conclude around 1 p.m. And for all the main events tomorrow, if you want to watch, if you've liked what you've seen so far, again, that's exclusive to the KC Premium members. That's by hitting that join button on our channel or at the bottom of your screen underneath the YouTube feed for $9.99 a month. You get all the main event action from all the races we've been at. We were at the CKNA Grand Nationals last week. Next week we'll be doing the main events from the Maxxis Grand National Championship on dirt in Blacksburg, South Carolina. And then, of course, we roll on through the Ohio Sprint Series set for the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Rock Vegas at the end of the month. 2 weeks after that, the SCUSA Super Nationals. That one will be one of the specialty races we have fully free. And then, of course, a lot more racing coming your way in 2024 here, not just across the US Pro Kart Series, which is set with 5 events, kicking off at the Speed Sports Racing Park in Houston once again for our second visit to Houston, Texas. But a ton of races for you guys to watch live on demand as well. Through the tram lines we go. Elio Meza on the inside there. Eli Warren, as mentioned, on the outside. The Privateer Red Speed. They keeping it nice and slow. The same with Elio, who's focused solely on the flagman, trying to keep it easy, trying to keep it good, and a great jump for Connor Ferris. What a jump for Ferris there. No green. Too good of a jump that time for the inside lane, it felt like, Randy.
Yeah, definitely too good of a jump. I'm glad they called that one off because that was about a 2 to 3 kart length advantage headed into that first turn for that inside lane. Try to get a little better formation, a little better start on this one. But at the same time, that outside lane's got to be ready when they hit the gas coming up for the start on the inside lane. That outside lane's got to be ready to go as well, and it doesn't appear as though they were when we had the start that time. So we'll give it another shot. Elio Meza and Eli Warren bringing them down. Connor Ferris looking to get a good start on the inside. Follow Elio Meza into that first turn where he could come out in second. He's done that before, and he's going to try to do it again today or this afternoon. Emery Lida, who's been running strong all day, he starts in fourth, but he's in that outside row, which can give you fits sometimes. So we'll see how they shape up coming down for a start now.
Yeah, here they go into the tram lines once again. Mays on the inside, Warren on the outside for MDR KA100 Senior. Looking good this time around. It's got to be good on the punch-off for both lanes. This time looks a little bit better, and it is. Green flag in the air. Still a good jump for the inside lane, though. Meza gets through, Ferris gets through, Warren to third, Rudolph into fourth, and right behind there in the fifth spot with a good start is Emery Lida. As Ferris wants the lead already, nearly gets a nose down inside on Elio Meza, but he can't quite complete it. Through the bowl, so far so good, as it has been for most classes. Pretty clean starts here today, and Elio Meza commands the grouping into the infield hairpin for the first time, Randy.
Connor Ferris, just as he had hoped, gets a good start on that inside row and runs in second, trying to hold off Eli Warren. And Warren takes a peek inside, can't quite make the move there, but he's right there to pounce. Elio Meza now, a little bit of a gap, not a whole lot, but maybe 3 kart lengths right now as they work their way through the first lap. Emery Lida trying to get reeled back in there. He lost a couple of spots on the start as well. Our rundown after the first lap, we've got
a handful up front there. Meza leading over Ferris and then Warren, then Rudolph. Good pass in turn one by Cooper Shipman. But now Dalton Haynes, kind of got hooked on the rear bumper of him. trying to look low into turn 4. They both work together to get by Emery Lida, and that's going to open the gap up even more from 4th on back. So 5th is Shipman, 6th is Haynes, 7th is Lida, 8th is Braden Eves, who's going to send it on Emery Lida to the inside in turn 8 and get through, and Lida gets tripped up as Mick Gabriel gets around him as well. And Lida drops in behind to the 9th spot now with Eves to 7th, Mick Gabriel to 8th up front, still holding station and smooth for the top 4, while this midfield battle from 6th or 5th on back continues. And look at the lead here. What a performance for Elio Meza, by the way, as Gabriel gets around Braden Eves down in turn number 1. But Elio Meza is pulling away by himself while Eli Warren and Connor Ferris are working together, Randy.
On his own went purple with a 50.916, 0.2 of a second quicker than the drivers chasing him. So Elio Meza, without any drafting help, clearly the fastest kart in the racetrack and gapping the field right now about a half a second over Connor Ferris. Connor Ferris wants help. He wants Warren and Rudolph to kind of help draft him back up to Elio Meza. But if they start racing each other, Meza's just going to keep on going. Back in 5th, Dalton Haynes trying to close in on that top group, but he's got a ways to go as he's being pushed by Cooper Shipman.
Down to turn number 1 here. Connor Ferris that time did make up ground on the race leader Elio Meza, so maybe he can start to roll. Took a little bit to get going, but Connor Ferris with Eli Warren right behind, pulling away a little from Aiden Rudolph even, who slowed down a bit that lap. And Dalton Haynes, Cooper Shipman not making up much ground either. Here's the two of them, 5th and 6th. They've traded that spot. Haynes moving forward, Shipman behind him. They are pulling away from the groups further back, but they're not necessarily making up a ton of time as of yet. Here's Mick Gabriel. There's Braden Eves on the red and white MPG Motorsports machine. Gabriel on the white and blue AEM Karting EOS kart. And there's Brandon Lemke there on the green and orange Millwright Racing Tony kart. He had a terrible start. The 901, a not great qualifying, a wreck in Heat 1, a win in Heat 2. He's up to 9th now and starting to dig forward after a not-so-great run from the 8th place starting position. And then back from him is Emery Lida, and then Luke Welcome, who goes purple that time.
The Emery Lida getting shuffled back. He's dropped 6 positions, so not the run he had hoped for. Certainly not the run he's been having today. He's had some really good runs, but he's back now in 10th. Brandon Lemke trying to get into that top 5, but he's got a ways to go. He's actually fallen a spot. He's back in 9th. Braden Eves in 8th. Mick Gabriel 7th. Cooper Shipman 6th. But they're all chasing Elio Meza, now a half a second advantage over Connor Ferris and Eli Warren. And then a little ways back, it's Aiden Rudolph and Dalton Haynes. Going purple, Luke Welcome with a 50.357. Fastest driver on the racetrack. Biggest charger right now looks like is Adam Rylance, number 940, back in 14th position. Started in 22nd, already advanced 8 spots.
Yeah, he's had to come from the back in all 3 of his heats to make it around the mid-pack, and he's done that well in 2 of them so far, already on the charge for it here in heat number 3. Just coming to halfway this time, 6 in, 6 to go, and we've been focusing down the order because not much has happened up front. Elio Meza is just holding at a half-second advantage back to Connor Ferris and Eli Warren. Aiden Rudolph has even slowed down more so while he's personally gotten better. The rest of the field's accelerated even more, and now Dalton Haynes is almost into the drafting window of Rudolph to challenge for that 4th spot. So instead of closing back up to the top 3, Aiden Rudolph is slipping into the clutches of 5th, 6th, and then you can see 7th and 8th there with Gabriel and Eves at the end of the train with 6 to go.
Yeah, you got to hang on to that front group, and if you lose that draft, you'll get eaten alive, and that's what's happening to Aiden Rudolph right now as Dalton Haynes is closing in, and he's bringing some company with Cooper Shipman and Mick Gabriel and Braden Eves, and even Brandon Lemke trying to join that group and get a few more spots to get more points, to get a better starting position for tomorrow. But Elio Meza right now a constant at about a half a second over Connor Ferris. Connor Ferris trying to hold on to that 2nd spot. Right now it doesn't look like he's going to be able to gain a lot on Meza unless that changes, because they've been racing in line. They haven't raced each other, and they haven't been able to gain on Meza. Last lap they were about a tenth of a second quicker than Meza, and with 7 laps, they got 5 laps to go. That could possibly be enough to catch them. We'll see if they're any quicker on this lap, but last lap they were a little bit quicker, And now as they cross the line this time, they actually lost a tenth of a second. So the gap got wider. So Elio Meza right now, I think, running his own race, hitting his marks, running his lines, and even though they're in line behind him, just not quite fast enough to catch him.
Here comes a move from Haynes on Rudolph. That's the 4th position. So Dalton Haynes in the black and blue Kart Republic moves up another spot. That's a 2-spot net gain for him. Again, he's rebounding from that DQ in Heat 1 for the broken rear bumper. So a good second heat for him. Now looking at a good third heat as Shipman now goes the inside of Rudolph and gets by. And behind him, Brandon Lemke has worked his way past both Mick Gabriel and Braden Eves to get up to 7th. He's the next one in line to try and find a way past the backwards sliding Aiden Rudolph. Big run, back straightaway, deep on the brakes. Lemke's through, move him to 6th. Brandon Lemke back up to make up for his bad opening heat race. So the chaotic opening round of heat races have kind of seemingly cleaned up heats 2 and 3 in this K100 class. Still had some pack racing, still had some good battles, but it's not been the over-aggressive racing that we saw in the morning, Randy.
The fascinating part about having the groups is that tomorrow we're going to go through all these 4 letters together, A, B, C, and D. We're going to throw them all together, and we're going to run them in one race, and that's what usually makes for some wild racing. And I think we're going to see it tomorrow. And wild, I don't necessarily mean everybody going off track and smashing the barriers as much as just there is a lot of competition out here in these KA classes. And it shows in the point standings the 2 KA classes are the 2 closest points battles.
Down to turn number 4 here and through was Mick Gabriel on the inside on Rudolph. That was another spot gained for someone else and not for Aiden, as he's still got more to worry about. Welcome is there in the Vice Racing team. Kart Republic looking to go inside. Got him. Welcome gets through. Here comes Braden Eves to follow as there's an over-under attempt. But now Rudolph's on the outside, and Eves will get him. So move Braden Eves up to 8th. And you talk championship battle, that's one of the contenders in the mix of it. As the 1, 2, and 3 down the front stretch, Connor Ferris looking for help from Eli Warren. It's not there, but with 2 to go, he is hitting his stride at the very end, just inching back up to Meza. It's down from what was half a second about 5 laps ago to 2.5 tenths. Connor Ferris can feel the edge now as this fight is exploding. Look at this, Shipman, Haynes side by side, Lemke coming into the mix. He'll try to get clear on Dalton. He does. So that moves Lemke into the top 5, Shipman to 4th, Lemke to 5th, yeah, and Haynes to 6th, Gabriel 7th. Down the inside and defending is Cooper Shipman. Lemke going to the outside. That's a bad move now, and he knows it. Here comes Haynes, but he can't fill the hole. Lemke going to the outside. Still outside out of turn 9, and now he'll get burned. Haynes goes through. Gabriel goes through, and down at the front. Check it out. Another little bit gain for Connor Ferris. He's a car length back at the white flag.
Last lap chance for Connor Ferris, and Eli Warren is not that far back. If Ferris and Meza get together, and they're about to, then I think Eli Warren is there to pounce. It's a 3-kart battle, and we've got him side by side for 4th and 5th, Cooper Shipman and Dalton Haynes. Haynes right now in 5th, but trying to move in on Shipman. And back to the lead group, though, heading down to the inside part of the course now, turn 6, and a crossover move by Ferris. They're side by side, and inside, Eli Warren takes a peek. Can't do it there. He takes the high side, running out of time. Here comes Elio Meza, last chance, turn 10 and now turn 11. Now to the stripe, inside Connor Ferris. The move's not there. Good launch off the corner and down to the stripe. It's going to be Elio Meza, your winner. Close finish, Connor Ferris in 2nd. Eli Warren 3rd, Cooper Shipman 4th, Dalton Haynes 5th, followed by Aiden Rudolph in 6th, Braden Eves 7th, Luke Welcome, Mick Gabriel, and Brandon Lemke. Through the top 15, Emery Lida finishes 11th, followed by Taryn Odom, Henry Wheeler, Adam Rylance, and Mackenzie Milwain. Rylance with 8 spots. Looks like the hard charger. Good run by Rylance. That is your top 15 finishers. Your winner of heat number 3 in KA Senior. It is Elio Meza, groups C and B.
There's a look at the rest of them all the way down, like you said, for C and B. And only one DNF, Enrique Fernando Molina Bobadilla, down in 28th. But everybody else able to finish, and Elio Meza gets his 2nd heat win on the day. A very impressive run for Elio. He'll start right at the pointy end of the grid tomorrow. I think him and Paulie Massimino will be very close and could very well be your front row when things are all said and done. So good heat race results for them. And now we switch gears to the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Travis Pettit there on grid, getting set to lead the field off alongside Lucas Palacio. This group has been a big battle for nearly every lap of their races. I mean, you would think with the two teammates up front, they could find a way to get into line and push away, but that just has not been the case. There's a look at Marco Romero. He's had a bit of a rougher day, to say the least, but the Team Panic driver still in good spirits, still ready to get after it here as he starts alongside Antonio Pizzogno-Nito. Row 3's got Royce Vega and Michael McGoy, who had a good run through both of his heats thus far. Then it's Cameron Marcia, Marco Samet. Of course, how about Max Christie? He's had 2 heat races where he started 17th. Both of them he's driven up into the top 5. He's got to do it one more time, but if he does it again here and gets another good finish, he'll be safely in the first 10 starters for tomorrow.
And certainly earning it. He had a terrible qualifying run yesterday, but the kid's got speed, he's got patience, and he's got a great driving style. And Max Christie is first 2 heats moved up, I think, 10 to 12 spots in both heats, and looks like he's got a chance to do it again. And if he can do it again, as you said, Xander, he's going to have a great starting spot tomorrow and probably have the speed to say something about the finish.
As they head down to turn number 8 here this time, the rest of your field forms up. Rocco Simone will line up behind Cameron Marcia in the 9th spot. Alongside him, Fionn Shi to round off the top 10. Then it'll be Benja Fernandez on the Alonso kart in 11th. Luke Tall in 12th. Kai Mars and Maximo Carroll make up row number 7. Luke Giglio had a flip in Heat 1 and a top 10 result in Heat number 2. Another top 10, and Luke Giglio might start in the top 15 tomorrow morning after ending up on his head 24 hours prior. To his outside will be Valentino Santillan in the 151. Max Christia and Martin Jaramillo there on row number 9. Gabriel Lopez Velarde and William Kim on row 10. Jensen Michelke and Enzo De Janeiro, row number 12. Braden Wagner, row number 11. Braden Wagner and Jackson LaChapelle on row 12. Luis Fernandez, Tristan Murphy was slated to start 26. Remember, he's started to the back to sub in for Ashton Wooders. We got problems with the 134. That is one of the Sodies towards the back. Liam Sutton is stalled, and it will delay the green. So with Murphy out, then that moves up, I believe, Callan Berghofer to the 26th spot. Mateo Calderon will start 27th. Then it'll be Jacob Majeski on his outside. Jaime Garcia and Nicholas Ardilian. Then Nico Katowski and Liam Sutton, if he can get fired, will join Katowski on that 32nd spot. John McClellan, Simon Klein, Darren Kidd, Edward Kennedy, Ben Gleberman, John Taft, and again, Tristan Murphy subbing for Ashton Moon. In that last heat, he picked up 25 spots to go to 15th. If he does that again here, he'd be a top contender for tomorrow, knowing how quick he has been all day long. D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift, though, at the helm is Travis Pettit. And he hasn't gotten a heat win yet here today, although qualified on the pole. I'm sure he'd love to end off Saturday with one, Randy.
Field taking shape again. Hopefully we can get a start this time. They really were lined up pretty well the last time, but we had a stalled cart in the track. They couldn't go green, obviously, when that was the situation. Track is clear now. So great. What a field of mini Swifts. We've got, I think we're 40 strong on the mini Swifts. So just an amazing field. They put on some great racing today. Look for a great heat number 3 and a good final tomorrow. But let's take a look at them as they come around. Travis Pettit and Lucas Palacio bringing them around for a start. Good speed, good pace, nice formation, making the right-hander to head up towards the straight, and we'll see what it looks like. But we hope to get a start this time and get this heat number 3 underway for our Mini Swift, brought to you by D&J International Services.
Down the trim lines we go for Travis Pettit on the inside and Lucas Palacio on the outside. It's a green and white TKG lockout of the front row. Might be the final time this weekend they get to see it, depending on how this heat race shakes out. To turn 1 we go, and they are 3 and 4 wide through the first corner. It's going to tighten up through 2 and 3. But so far, everyone's made it up the hill and over to turn 3 and down the backstretch. It's Marco Romero that slipped with the lead. There's a couple spinners in the back in front of the field. There is carnage further back in turn 2. More in turn 3. That spread our pack out significantly. But Marco Romero on the Bannock, what a jump there up the hill. And he's brought Royce Vega with him into second. In third is Michael McGoy. Fourth is Pettit. Fifth looks to maybe Palacio as they go through turn number 8, and McGoy's already picked off 1. He gets around Royce Vega for P2.
Unbelievable start by these kids, and they were literally 4 and 5 wide, headed down the hill on the start. We did have a couple spinners. Looks like everybody's back headed in the right direction. So great driving by all the kids. And we head up for the first lap. We had to change for the lead just as they passed by, and we're side by side now. Looks like Marco Romero back to the inside, gets back around Michael McGoy. Royce Vega in there with Travis Pettit and Lucas Palacio, the top 5. But I believe it's Romero leading the way.
Yeah, down the back straightaway here, Marco Romero leading, and then side by side back, that was Antonio Pizzogno on the inside of Pettit. Gives him a little hip check on the end of the corner. Pettit drops back, Pizzogno into 4th. Romero hangs on to 2nd over McGoy. Royce Vega leads us into turn 8 here, and this fight is far from over. Pizzogno to 3rd on the inside of McGoy. And look at Marco Samet getting up in the mix there on the BJR MDR-LN kart. He's right on the cusp in 5th, looking to maybe push McGoy forward and then jump his way up a couple spots higher as the Team Benek drivers are 1 and 2 down the front stretch.
Yeah, great run out there by these kids. Now 2 laps in. It'll be 10 to go now. They got their 2nd lap in. And Royce Vega and Marco Romero lead the way. Vega just went purple with a 55.083. So fast lap for Royce Vega as he leads the way. Romero right in his rear bumper, drafting as the two of them try to check out, and they have a little bit. Antonio Pizzogno runs 3rd, followed by Michael McGoy and Marco Samet. Travis Pettit drops 5 spots. He started in 2nd, and he is actually back down to 6th. So he's shuffled back quite a bit. Fian Shi runs 7th. Lucas Palacio gets shuffled back 6 spots. Luke Tall in 9th, and Martin Jaramillo in 10th.
Look at this in turn 11, down the inside and clear. Antonio Pizzogno to 2nd. He splits up the Benek 1-2 drivers down to turn number 1, and it's still Vega leading, but now Romero is in 3rd. McGoy still 4th with Samet in line with the likes of Pettit, of course, there. Palacio, Shi, Jaramillo was purple last time by, so new fast lap of the race by Martin Jaramillo, who, by the way, is up 9 spots. So from 18th for Martin Jaramillo to 9th, and in this lead conversation as they go to turn 8. Does Pizzogno want the lead? He does. Inside and clear for Antonio Pizzogno, and the Benek drivers get together. As Romero was getting through on Vega, they collide, and slipping through is McGoy to 2nd, and Samet into 4th. So a little bit of trouble in paradise for Marco Romero and Royce Vega as they now fall back into the mix. Across the line, 4 down, 8 to go. Antonio Pizzogno leads. Look at this further back. Lucas Palacio and Travis Pettit have hooked up. They go to the inside and get clear on Vega.
Great racing out there and a lot of shuffling towards the front. Pizzogno back in front now. He's he gets shuffled back, it looks like. McGoy goes into the front, and Nito gets shoved back to 3rd as Romero, I think, moved back up to 2nd. So, boy, nothing stays the same with these kids. I think every lap they've had a shuffle for one of those top spots. And, again, I think, was that Romero that may have gone back up to the front?
Yeah, Marco Romero getting through now. So, Romero, then McGoy. Pizzogno tried to follow, and he couldn't. Palacio is digging. He'll pick up a spot over to turn number 11. And so Lucas Palacio down the front straightaway now, moving forward. Pettit couldn't follow. He's still there, though, in the mix of it. It's Palacio, then Vega, then Samet. 6 cars in the lead group. Little gap back to Pettit and Luke Tall on the number 100 Sodi. Down the back straightaway, Marco Romero still showing the way to turn 4. Inside and clear for Vega. He gets 4th away from Palacio. Here comes Samet trying to do the same thing for 5th. Not enough space. He'll drop back in.
Unbelievable. These kids have been going at it now for 5 laps. 7 laps to go to be halfway home next time by. And, boy, it's anybody's race right now. We got about, I think there's 7 karts within a second of each other. That's how close they are out there. So it's a good run for all these kids. They've kept it pretty clean. A little spin in the start, but other than that, we haven't had any incidents. They're coming by the line one more time for lap number 6, which will be the halfway mark. And leading the way across the line, we got Marco Romero still out front, but Michael McGoy runs 2nd. And in a 3-kart breakaway, Antonio Pizzogno in 3rd. a little further back, Palacio, Vega, and Samet in a second group of 3, and they have put about 3 seconds on the rest of the field. So it's down to those 6 karts, Xander, for this win. I think as we reach the halfway mark, they have checked out pretty good on the rest of the field.
Yeah, the gap just continues to open. It's unfortunate for Max Christia. He picked up another 10 spots. He got to 7th, but now the bus has left the station, although this is going to slow them down. What a 2-for-1 move there from Antonio Pizzognianito on the green and white Orsolone racing machine. Now Romero shuffles McGoy wide. Mark Romero in the blue and white Team Bennett car. Then there's the TKG Kart Republic of Lucas Palacio in the green colors. He goes to 3rd. McGoy on the outside still hangs on into the 4th spot just barely over Royce Vega. And then Marco Samet on the blue and yellow LN kart back in 6th. So that type of racing, that's what slowly eats away at the gap they had just built up to Max Christie and Luke Tall at about 2 seconds from the top 6 backwards. So we still have 5 laps left. They do some more crazy moves like that, it's going to be more than 6 here by the end.
And Max Christia, since he can see them, he's up on the wheel, and I was saying, man, I got a shot at this. These guys start racing. I might have something for him. So he's giving it all he's got, as is Luke Tall. Both those kids moved up through the field really well. And you said, they stalled out a little bit. Got to pass the lead. Romero slips inside of NATO and takes over the top spot. But we'll keep an eye on Max Christia to see if he can close in any further as they continue to race up front.
Here's Palacio for the lead. Lucas Palacio gets through. They're 3 wide for 2nd. Check this out. Magor on the low side and ducking out of the middle. Bailing out quickly was Pizzognianito. Smart move by Antonio as Marco Romero slots into 4th. Vega to 3rd. Samet to 5th. Lucas Palacio carves it up and gets to the point with 4 to go. He'll start to drop to the inside to defend as McGoy challenges him there in 2nd.
The gap now from 6th to 7th is about 1.5 seconds, which can be made up a little quicker if they continue to race. You can see on the racetrack the gap is a little closer, but they are running out of time. It'll be 3 to go next time by, but again, they keep racing for the lead. Romero getting back up front.
Side by side, Palacio. Oh, and he gets a little bit of a shove there to the wayside from the group of 3 with Romero, Pizzognianito, and Marco Samet. So no love for the championship points leader who clinched the title coming into the weekend. Lucas Palacio back to 6th. Romero 3rd. Up front, McGoy with help from Vega. They have an opportunity to break away if Royce Vega wants to take it. And the rest of the group, you can see now, Max Christia, he was 1.9 seconds back. He's 7/10 back from Palacio. So he's almost there. Here's a move from Samet for 4th. He gets through on Pizzognianito.
Max Christia closing in every single lap. He's gotten a little bit closer. He's got a shot at 4th, 5th, and 6th. I really believe he's not going to get to the leaders, but I think if 4th, 5th, and 6th continue to race each other, which they are as they go 2 wide in the corner, he could very well close up to them and possibly make a move to get a better finishing position.
As they exit turn number 9, can Palacio pull something out? He got a little run there on Samet. That's back for 5th. The leaders will stay single file. Palacio gets the 5th spot back. 2 to go. Double sticks given from Porter down at the start-finish line. Michael McGoy leading the way there. Big dust cloud there on the front straightaway. I don't think that was from on the racetrack, though. I think that was from in the pit area, so they should still be clear. McGoy quick to go low to block. And following is Vega. Following is his teammate there aboard the Blue Benix in Marco Romero. So they are ready to freight train McGoy if they can find a hole, and McGoy knows it. So he's making that kart nice and wide. That red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart covering every angle. Now Vega sends it deep, way low into the lead on the inside. Here comes Marco Romero to the outside. Side by side, the teammates to turn 9. Here comes McGoy back through. Here comes the cavalry out of turn number 9.
Unbelievable. 6 karts went to 8 karts in that lead group. Max Christia has caught them and brought a couple buddies with him. It's anybody's race. This last lap is going to get wild down to turn 1, 2 by 2 by 2.
Door to door there for 2nd, and they get together. Antonio Pizzogna did not want to keep Michael McGoy, and they were banging tires. Now they're 3 wide for 2nd. Vega is long gone. McGoy gets through. Palacio on the inside. Samet on the outside. Christie in the middle. And again, there's so many cars in that group, it's tough to keep up with them all. It is now going to be all about Michael McGoy trying to hang on just for P2 in this final heat race. Look at the Sodis going at it further back. And Palacio there, Pizzognianito to the high side. Big run to the outside. No love given there. Palacio's got a nose on McGoy. McGoy closes that, and there's contact as Romero gets into the back of Pizzonia and Cristia, and they're 3 wide still. All the while, Royce Vega's going to cruise to this one. He'll win the heat race. Look at the train for second on back. McGoy gets P2. Palacio will get third at the line. Luke Tall, 8 spots. He gets there to fourth. Romero 5th, Sam at 6th, Pizzonia-Nito 7th, Cristia 8th at the end. He got up to about 5th there and then kind of got hung out on the outside in turn 4, but still a good run.
And Luke Tall was drafting Max Cristia for the entire race practically. When they finally caught up with 2 laps to go, Luke Tall was in 8th, and he finishes up in 4th with all the confusion and all the racing that was going on. For Cristia, he got shuffled back a couple spots and ended up in 8th. Still a good run for him, but boy, it's a wild one. 8 spots advanced by Luke Tall, 9 spots by Cristia. Valentino Santillan, 7-spot advance, but cart number 151 started in 16th, finished in the top 10. So some great runs out there. It was a wild one in our Mini Swift heat number 3, and it's going to be a wild one tomorrow as these kids get together for their final.
Tristan Murphy subbing in for Ashton Woon, made up a ton of ground. He picked up another 17 spots, went to 23rd that time, got right behind the ailing Cameron Marcia, who got shuffled out of the pack and just was kind of struggling there in that heat race after getting knocked backwards. He was running around 9th or 10th for the opening half and then got pushed back to the low to mid-20s and only made up a couple spots from there. And then you saw the rest of the results go through. Majeski up 11 and a lot of other movers and shakers, and you'll get that in a field of 40 deep for the DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Great win for Royce Vega in that final heat race. That'll be a nice boost of confidence to go into tomorrow. Now we switch our focus to the X30 Pro Juniors that are on grid and getting set to go green. We'll take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the final 2 heat races on the day, and then the 2 last chance qualifiers right after.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway to professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Rollison Performance Group X30 Pro Junior getting set to go green here for their final heat race of the day. Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller again on the front row. Jackson Wolney and Enzo Vidmontiano, row number 2. A great second heat for Jackson on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Back to row 3, front Sarah Bradley, his teammate lined up right behind him. And Davin Roberts on the outside, who was also a big factor for a good part of heat number 2 in the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart. David Ramirez starts on the inside in 7th alongside Charlie Smith in 8th. Carter McMurray and Nathan Dupuis in 9th and 10th. Ty Fisher lines up 11th alongside Peyton Westcott. Then it's Mateo Pappas and Max Weiland, Eder Herrera and Alan Bonilla, Alexander Young and Ian Noyes. Your 18 driver grid here in RPG X30 Pro Junior. So Diego Ardiles leads the field off here in the RPG-sponsored class aboard an RPG Cosmic to try and get one last shot at a good heat result here today. Stephen Miller, again, lining up alongside him, who has been pretty close to the best as well throughout the 2 heat races thus far. But we're getting towards the late afternoon, and they really haven't run in conditions like this. This is later in the day than any of the test sessions on Friday. They might have gotten one, but I don't think it would have been too valuable on Thursday afternoon. Different weather for sure. And then, of course, tomorrow is going to be in the late morning for when they race their main event. So a little bit of unknown circuit conditions here for X30 Pro Junior, but they're in the lines and ready to go, Randy.
Diego Ardiles and Stephen Miller bringing them down for a start, looking for the green, and we've got it. A lot of shuffling in those second and third rows. Inside line goes pretty good. Jackson Walney moves up to second. Stephen Miller gets shuffled back to third as they head down the hill. Diego Ardiles leads the way, but not by much. He's got plenty of company as this field is jam-packed around turn 3 and heading back up the hill now to the inside part of the course. And Diego Ardiles leads by about 2 kart lengths over Jackson Walney.
Down to the inside in turn number 8, single file from second back to the 5th spot there. Right in line is Charlie Smith with a good start. He's going to look for 5th now on Davin Roberts, as well as teammate Stephen Miller wants 2nd. And he gets that done on Jackson Walney as Charlie moves up ahead of Roberts. And it gives a big lead to Diego Ardiles by the end of the opening lap with Enzo Vidmontien. The next one antsy to make a move. Not going to happen in turn number 1, though, as Walney pulls back away. So Ardiles up the hill. The margin is roughly half a second or so as they head out of turn number 3 and down the backstretch.
Diego Ardiles already with a bit of a breakaway, kind of unexpected. This has been a really competitive class. I'm a little surprised he's been able to pull away, but they have been racing behind him, and that certainly helped the cause. And now Stephen Miller looks like he's closed up a little bit and is going to make a go of it. But those two have checked out pretty well on the rest of the field as they are 2 and 3 wide behind him.
Yeah, Jackson Walney just getting shuffled left and right, getting beaten up here as everyone just trying to take Jackson's lunch money, it looks like, on the racetrack. Carter McMurray now going to be shuffled on the high side by Dupuis, and Max Weiland, if he's not careful, in 11. He'll let Dupuis go and get into line. But look at the run already for Stephen Miller. He has closed up quickly to Diego Ardiles, and a big run for the 773 down the backstretch. He'll have more than enough speed to go to the lead if he wants it, but he'll wait for now. Roberts still 3rd, Vidmontien 4th, Smith in the 5th spot, then Sarah Bradley in 6th. The gap is about a second and a quarter from Stephen Miller back to Davin Roberts. And if he waits, it might open up, but he was so much quicker than Ardiles this early on. I think the reason will be to go, as there's Charlie Smith making another move. He gets around Enzo Vidmontien. That's for 4th. Another spot forward for California's Charlie Smith coming out of turn 9.
Unbelievable racing back in the pack as the front 2 check out. In fact, Stephen Miller just went purple, running in 2nd. He turned to 49.907. Diego Ardiles still your leader. And now what happened to Stephen Miller?
He's right up there, still right on the bumper of Ardiles. Just might not have crossed the timing loop that time, but he's there.
Must not have checked him on the transponder because he didn't show up as 2nd, but we'll have to check. He's showing down in 16th, but he is running in 2nd. Davin Roberts 3rd, and Charlie Smith and Enzo Vidmontien. That's your top 5. We're 4 laps in and 8 laps to go.
Yeah, as they exit turn 8 there beyond Vidmontien, you can see how that group has Walney and Carter McMurray still in it. They've rebounded a little, at least Walney has, to the 6th spot. Here's a look at the lead. Ardiles and Miller still pulling away, and they're going to get further up the road now as Charlie Smith goes to 3rd. Enzo Vidmontien right behind him in 4th, side by side for 5th. Inside and clear is Jackson Walney. Here comes Carter McMurray on Roberts, and he gets through. So McMurray moves his way now up into the 6th position. Roberts back to 7th. Closing in is Sarah Bradley back there in the 8th position after she was up a little bit higher early on and got pushed backwards. But Charlie Smith making a lot of moves. Now he's got clean air. It's time to show what you're made of. See if you can start to reel back in your teammates up front, who, by the way, have changed the lead. Stephen Miller has gone through. Diego Ardiles down to 2nd, and it's Nash Motorsports leading the way up to turn 11.
Stephen Miller and Diego Ardiles 1st and 2nd. So it's those two have been going at it pretty good. They've got a really nice gap over the rest of the field, and really if they don't race too much, maybe okay to just deal with this one on their own. but that second group just wants a little bit of racing to pounce. But they go head-to-head now. Vinmontien gets around Charlie Smith and takes over the third spot.
Coming over to turn at number 5 this time here, and out of 5 and 6, over to 7, into the infield hairpin at turn number 8 this time. Enzo Vinmontien gave Charlie Smith about a lap to try and point that group back towards the top 2. Decided he felt like it'd be better if he led the charge forward. So he takes back 3rd. Here's Wolney to take back 4th. Jackson Wolney rebounding, continuing. Here is the cross flags hit now. And here comes Carter McMurray to the inside. This will be 4 spots gained now as McMurray gets clear in turn 1. So Smith all the way from 3rd, back now down to 6th, and he's got Davin Roberts knocking at the door for 7th.
Carter McMurray showing up on the scene. He's had a great run in both heats today and trying to make it 3 in a row where he gets a good solid finish, so he have a good starting spot tomorrow. But it's Stephen Miller leading the way, just inches ahead of Diego Ardiles, but a 1.5 seconds ahead of 3rd place Enzo Vinmontien.
As they go crossover move there, Carter McMurray side by side with the likes of Charlie Smith. He crosses him over nicely, and we'll keep an eye on the action while we get set for more. With X30 Pro on grid, we've got Austin Garrison standing by, who had a really close run there in that second heat race. Alex?
Yeah, Xander, you mentioned it there. Austin Garrison, I mean, a pair of P2 finishes today. Unfortunately, bridesmaid to this guy both times, Ryan Norberg. But Austin, I mean, first of all, I mean, what do you need, if anything, to get up to this guy?
So now we've been slowly, working on the car, getting it better and better every time we get on the racetrack. We see this that little bit more. We're a little bit more in the bottom end and mid. That's kind of what we've been going back with, and getting our jetting perfect and everything. So we're slowly, like I said, we're working on it. It's getting better. Hopefully now we can actually attack them a little bit harder this race, and hopefully we can come up with a win.
Yeah, I mean, the second heat, you and Ryan kind of had an unplanned game plan there. You two just worked together the whole time, didn't make any moves, right? Can we expect more of the same here in Heat 3? A bunch of hungry guys behind you. They don't want to see that again.
Right, yeah, I would hope me and Nick just go and check out do the same exact thing that we go and just did. So it's obviously better to go and fight with somebody one-on-one than 1 versus 5, all trying to go and win at the same corner at the same time. But yeah, hopefully it all pans out like how it did last time, but with me in first.
All right, awesome. Austin, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you have it from Austin Garrison. Again, hopefully this time with Austin G on top. And granted, Ryan Norberg would be all right with that, because while it wouldn't be a maximum points haul, it would still mean he'd still be the pole winner for the main event if he ends up second after winning the first 2 heat races on the day. 3 to go now at the line here while the leaders come on by. Miller, Ardiles, only 1 second back to Jackson Wolney, because he and Enzo Vinmontien have started making some serious hay. They pulled away from that second group, and now the 2 of them working together are the fastest 2 on the racetrack by about 3/10 better than the race leaders last time.
Yeah, they've definitely closed in a little bit. Jackson Wolney just went purple with a 48.922. Question is how much time they have to get up to those leaders, but they are closing the gap for sure. Now it's about a second gap from second to third. Stephen Miller and Diego Ardiles have been staying in line and behaving themselves, but even though they have, they're just not as fast. In fact, they're about 0.3 of a second a lap slower than the second group of Jackson Wolney and Enzo Vinmontien. 2 laps to go this time by, and now a pass for the lead, and that's Diego Ardiles getting back around Stephen Miller. He's waited long enough. He might hear footsteps. He's decided he maybe needs to make a move and get away from that second group closing in on Stephen Miller.
Yeah, I mean, he could feel them coming. He probably took a look back over his shoulder and all of a sudden saw go-karts there when there was some dead space for a lot of this heat. So Ardiles now taking the decision to just go to the lead, try to block, maybe trigger a fight for second, get the battle going behind him, and then he can get away. But Stephen Miller right there with a nice crossover in 9. They'll bang tires, and Ardiles hard over the curbing. He spins out of the lead into the grass. Diego Ardiles out of the race here, and also more contact at 11 last lap. Took one of the SCR drivers out. It's Wolney to the lead, only for 50 feet. Enzo Vinmontien now leads us up the hill in the final lap.
Unbelievable. Those 2 guys got together. Unfortunate for Diego Ardiles. Right now, Stephen Miller, I think, This leads the way with just, white flag. This is our final lap.
Yeah, this is it. Final time around. Enzo Vidmontien, Stephen Miller versus Jackson Wolney, who was seemingly not a factor earlier on. Now, Miller to the high side, all the way around the outside on Vidmontien. They don't want to give him the space, but he's got it. Into 9. Now they crash. Wolney to the outside. Here comes Charlie Smith. Charlie Smith and Carter McMurray. Now they go to fight. Final turn. Smith low. McMurray high. Crossover. Carter McMurray with a crossover wins the heat race at X30 Junior.
Just when you thought it was safe to go outside, it's not. Oh my gosh, that has got to be the finish of the day. And how about it for Carter McMurray? The race came to him, waited for his opportunity, and I have a feeling there's a former Daytona 500 champ in the pits that's pretty doggone excited right now for that finish.
Yeah, I mean, that was about as exciting as it can get, and that's how Jamie McMurray's won a couple of his big races, is in that kind of fashion. So, like father, like son for Carter McMurray with the heat race win in X30 Pro Junior over Charlie Smith. Davin Roberts third, Sarah Bradley fourth, Stephen Miller unofficially fifth, Jackson Wolney sixth, Vidmontien seventh, Alan Bonilla eighth, David Ramirez ninth, Peyton Westcott 10th. Ardiles did get back going. He finishes 11th ahead of Max Weiland, Eder Herrera, Ian Noyes, and Alexander Young. Nathan Dupuis was the SCR driver that went out in the last turn, and Ty Fisher and Mateo Pappas had problems in that one as well. They did not get a single lap completed. We go from the juniors now to the X30 Pro Seniors. Our final heat race on the day, and it's sunset hour here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Ryan Norberg won both heats. He finishes second or potentially even third, and it could easily clinch the pole for tomorrow. But he's trying to make up every point he can to try and get championship number 8 on the national scene here this week, and he comes in at over 90 points behind Diego Ramos. That guy right there has been the closest to him. Austin Garrison in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed was right there in a good side-by-side finish, 18,000 shy of the win in heat number 2, but a couple of consistent runs for the 392 Red Speed has him good. Braden Eves, on the other hand, has had a day that's been kind of a bit of a struggle. A good qualifying effort to start third, and in both heat races it felt like he was just trying to fight to hang on, especially that second heat, doing everything he can to hold on to it. Hopefully the changes they've made to that MPG Motorsports Kart Republic has made it fast, and he'll be able to go and challenge those top 2 drivers that he was right there, hundredths off the pace of in qualifying. To his outside, this standout rookie, Mexico's own Ernesto Rivera, lines up in the 4th spot, and he has been very impressive, to say the least, here in his senior outings so far. It is the first of the final couple of outings. We'll see. He will be moving full-time over to Europe to race in F4 in 2024, so we're only going to get to see him stateside for a handful of races, maybe a couple of winter championships as well. We know this guy, an All-American, Hayden Jones, is back with the RPG group. He was super fast in that second heat race. Drove up with Paulie Massimino to be the 4th and 5th fastest drivers at the very end, as they both got around the fading late Marian Kremers, who has just been right there, about a 10th off, nothing more, nothing less on the PSL Karting Bureau Art. He rolls off in the 6th spot for the final heat race of the day. Back to row number 4, of course, Will Power, who was in that crazy crash with Harley Keeble in heat 1, had a much more tame heat number 2, fending off the challengers. He rolls off 7th alongside Alessandro DiTullio. ADT, 2 races moving forward. The first heat really good, the second heat decent on the International Motorsport Kart Republic. Jacob Kolar and the Vice Motorsports, the Vice Racing Team Kart Republic starts in 9th on the inside. New helmet for Jacob. And to his outside, Justin Ataconis, who has had a very crazy welcome back, a chaotic welcome back to the seat here for US Pro Kart Series competition with a big run to the grass in heat number 1 and still a kind of a up and down run in heat number 2. Paulie Massimino, on the other hand, moved forward in both of his heat races. In fact, in that last heat, he nearly owned the fastest lap of the session, and he was right there with the speed he needed to run for the win. The BJR MDR LN car driver was quick through practice, was one of the fastest drivers Thursday, just had a bad qualifying effort. He rolls off 11th alongside Sodi Racing USA's own Harley Keeble. Then row number 12 has your championship points leader, Diego Ramos, and the early points leader in the season, Brandon Carr. Both of them a frustrating start to the weekend, watching their championship hopes start to fade towards the way of the RPG number 1 car. They need a Hail Mary in Heat 3 and potentially some bad luck for Ryan Norberg, or it's going to be an uphill battle for Diego to fight for the title tomorrow morning. Dalton Haynes rounds out the top 15 alongside rookie Max Taylor, Tyler McIntyre, Nicholas Terlecki, Ryan Raffa, and Gia Cicero on row number 10. Here we go, boys and girls, for the final heat race of the day. Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, green flag, and Garrison with a good jump on the outside. He'll get into second as they go to turn number 2 and 3.
Man, that was a smooth move by Austin Garrison. Not too many people can pull that off. He found just enough room to fit into second place, and now he's got to hang on and protect low because they're after it. But Austin Garrison hangs on to second, and right now on the rear bumper, Ryan Norberg chasing him down. Norberg with a good clean start, and Garrison right there with him, but they've got a lot of company out there. The first, I would say, 8 to 10 carts still nose to tail as we work our way through lap number 1.
Braden Eves now losing a little bit to the top 2. Ernesto Rivera all over him. Hayden Jones right there as well, while Garrison and Norberg start to break away. Kremer's 6th. Massimino, another great start, up to 7th. He's continuing to roll as Eves goes low to block from Rivera. Just losing a little bit at the end of the straightaway, trying to hang on for dear life in the 341 as down the backstretch. There's your top 2. Here's the massive scrum. Eves, Rivera, Jones, Kremers, Massimino, and then DeTulio right there in the 8th spot at the end of the grouping. All here lined up. Eves kind of holding him up right now, just trying to hang on, hoping that the speed will come, but it's not there yet. I don't know if it'll be there all the way to the inside in turn 8.
Boy, low protection there as he took the inside line, and obviously nobody's going to get around him on that kind of a line, but it's not going to go very fast either, and he's just losing ground to that lead group. But we're side by side. Oh, can't quite do it there. Heading back up to the line.
Look at the leaders, how far they've gone away. Ernesto Rivera is getting impatient. How long is the rookie going to be nice to the veteran here who is stacking the field up nice and low for third? Ernesto looking to cross him over in turn 3. Didn't get enough. Spin it out to the outside lane. That might have been Paulie Massimino. Spun around in turn 3. Massimino, I think, just got spun to the outside retaining wall, and there he is getting back going. Paulie Massimino spins around at the top of the hill. He's back going, but way back now from the leaders.
Getting a little wild out there. Ryan Norberg leading the way. Austin Garrison right there. It takes a peek.
That's Rivera getting through on Braden Eves. He gets third. Eves now gives the bumper to him. He gets back to third. Kremers into 4th now on the PSL Karting Bureau Alert. Behind him, look, it's DeTulio. Now Kremers to the inside of Eves. He gets through. Eves still door-to-door with Rivera as they go down the front straightaway.
Our lead group now 4 seconds ahead of that second group. So Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison, which are still running right close together, have checked out 4 seconds on the field, and this second group has just been wild. There must be 20 that are running right together out there, and they have been going back and forth side by side, changing positions, trying to get back to that third spot. And right now, Marion Kremers, I believe, leads the way of that group in third.
Eves now has to go as DeTulio was going to send it on him, so he moves back to P3. Kremers back to P5. DeTulio into third. Kolar to the inside. There's Brandon Carr going by. Rivera pushed to the wayside lane as Justin Ataconis and company are there. And finally, 3rd, 4th, and 5th have some separation while the rest of the field is just stacked up. Look how far back Hayden Jones is. Dalton Haynes in the mix there. 3 wide on the low side. Oh, battling down to turn number 1. Jones still on the high side by side with Haynes. He gets back in line there. That's around 13th or so. As into turn number 4, it's Kolar down on the inside with Carr behind, Rivera there, then Justin Ataconis, and then Diego Ramos and Harley Keeble just trying to keep their noses clean.
The entire field practically is together except for the top 2. It's unbelievable that nobody's really gapped. Now, those second 3 of Eves, DeTulio, and Kremers have checked out a little bit on the balance of the field, but the rest of the field, they're bumper to bumper out there. It's unbelievable how close they've stayed together, and all the while 5 seconds out ahead, Ryan Norberg and Austin Garrison.
Yeah, I mean, it is a huge lead for them here now, over 6 seconds for the top 2 from this group of 3. Garrison just riding. Eves still defending now to the inside. This is from DeTulio. Kremers right there on the 345. And then Brandon Carr did get around Jacob Kolar eventually, so he's picked up some time. But check out the top 2, how far away they are. Ryan Norberg, Austin Garrison, Garrison just stalking him right now. Not making a move for the lead yet. Keeping him close. Keeping him within striking distance. The bad news for Austin Garrison, there's no extra drivers behind. Even if he wins this heat race, it'd be a good ego boost. It'd be a good boost of confidence for tomorrow in his machine. It won't take Ryan Norberg off the pole. He's still got a 1-1 for the first 2 heats.
The chances of Ryan finishing third are between slim and none as long as he finishes, I believe. That's for sure.
Look at this crossover from Marian Kremers. Almost got it on Eves. Going to try it again through 3. Looking low, trying to get a nose low. Eves closes him off. Kremers and everyone else playing pretty nice. They haven't moved him out of the way. I'm surprised some of the veterans behind Eves haven't done that just yet as they go to turn number 6. Marian's still there. Brandon Carr closing in. Eves now gets a little gap as DeTulio rides in line in the fit spot. He'll go to the inside of Kremers now in turn 8.
Unbelievable racing out there. DeTulio up to fourth, getting around Kremers. Braden Eves holding down that third spot as he tries to hang on for a good points position to get that spot for tomorrow, but it's far from over. 3 wide coming off the corner and down to the stripe.
Big contact there as Rivera didn't expect Carr to go low. Now Eves to the inside. Oh, and he nearly goes up and over. He absolutely sent it to the right rear tire of Marian Kremers, trying to hold on to the spot, and Kremers somehow hungs on to it as they go through turn number 4.
That's easy for you to say.
Yeah, wow, was not at all. But it was not at all easy that Eves didn't go over. He about flipped up and onto his head, and I have not seen an impact that hard in a minute, at least from front to rear, that sends the rear guy up and over. But nonetheless, Kremers 3rd, Rivera 4th, Ramos 5th, Carr, Keeble, Kolar, DeTulio back to the end of the grouping.
Unbelievable. That really got tight out there. Now it's kind of thinned out a little bit and sort of kind of settled down. We're down to 4 to go this time by, and it is it has been a wild one here for sure.
Everyone in the field getting furled black flags from Porter that time as Kremers now is having to worry about Rivera, who's right there, the rookie, trying to give him a little love tap into 4, but Marian Kremers holding down the fort well, taking up the flag of where Eves was as they go through 5 and 6. And now through turn number 6, Rivera gets a little bit sideways. Ramos is there now. This is, again, great stuff for Diego Ramos to make up points. As look at Brandon Carr to the high side, trying to get clear. He gets clear on Ramos. He's going to get to the inside of Rivera, but they'll make contact. Side by side, hanging on just barely. A good outside move. Brandon Carr picks up another one as they go up the hill to 11.
Unbelievable. We got 3 to go next time by. Cross and the line, Norberg and Garrison, 12 seconds ahead of the field. But the field has been racing each other every lap. That's part of the problem for them. Marian Kremers runs in 3rd, and Ernesto Rivera 4th, Brandon Carr 5th, but they're far from over. In 6th is Diego Ramos, and Diego trying to get that points championship right now, just trying to get a good starting spot for tomorrow. But that 4, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, and they fan out 2 and 3 wide. Now entering turn number 9.
Look out, Brandon Carr to the outside. Now Ramos into his teammate a little bit. Kremers going to give way to Ramos, and now Diego gets through. Diego says, hey, sorry, buddy, didn't mean to do you like that. But now Kremers is stuck on the outside as he gets in behind Harley Keeble. And if Ramos isn't careful, Rivera's going to go, so he'll block low. Look at Harley Keeble. He gets into the back of Ramos, and Ramos has a problem, and Rivera just took him out there. I think he got his bumper stuck behind. Ramos looks over like, what in the world just happened? I just got blasted once, knocked my chain off, and got blasted again. And now for the lead. Check this out. Austin Garrison to the point in turn 9. White flag coming this time, and Austin Garrison leads over Ryan Norberg.
And Ryan Norberg's got to be thinking, you know what? It's all good. I got pulled for tomorrow. That's what I need.
I think Ryan Norberg, when he passes by and sees if Diego Ramos' limped cart is on the outside, he may not worry about it. There he sees it now, but he's still thinking. He saw him hop in the seat. Norberg wants a clean sweep. He wants a walk-off win to end a potential championship bid. Austin Garrison blocking low in turn 4. Just needs to defend it more here. He was able to study how Norberg perfectly defended in heat number 2. Now he's got to do the same thing. Can Austin Garrison bring Speed Concepts Racing a heat race win? He goes low in turn 8. Norberg with a crossover, side by side in turn number 9. Wheel to wheel for the lead in heat 3. Norberg around the outside. Garrison will have the nose ahead. He's going to give him room there. Still side by side over to the last turn Inside should be good. Austin Garrison wins Heat 3 in X30 Pro.
Good race by Austin Garrison and Ryan Norberg, keeping it clean, racing wheel to wheel and giving each other plenty of racing room. Got a little wild behind him, that's for sure. Crossing the stripe in third will be Brandon Carr. Harley Keeble will finish fourth. Hayden Jones fifth, followed by Jacob Kohler, Alessandro DiTullio, Dalton Haynes, Marion Crummers, and Max Taylor. That's your top 10 finishers. Advancing 10 spots up to 11th from 21st starting position is Gia Cicero. Then it's Justin Adakinis in 12th. 13th is Donovan Bonilla. 14th is Braden East. 15th, Caleb Gaffara. That's your top 15 finishers in X30 Pro Senior. Our final two races of the day will be our last chance qualifiers for KA Junior and KA Senior coming up shortly.
So with that here, the heat racing is wrapped up. KA Junior's last chance qualifier is queuing up on the grid. We'll hear from a number of drivers from that X30 Pro heat race. How about it for Brandon Carr to survive it all and move through? There was a lot of chaos all the way around. Ends up 11 spots gained to third. Keeble ends up in 8th. Eves drove back up to 14th after nearly flipping onto his head. So that was impressive. How about Caleb Gaffara from dead last up to 15th there, that one. He didn't end up making it out in the second heat, but the first heat and the third heat, really good runs for Caleb Gaffara. Cade Downs picked up a number of spots. Ernesto Rivera, after the contact with Ramos, scored in 20th. Paulie Massimino was spun around and wrecked early on lap 2. He drove back to 21st thanks to all the craziness going on, and then a laundry list of DNFs. Diego Ramos, Ryan Vincent, Nick Terlecki, Russell Boyle, Elio Meza and Cooper Shipman, the Iron Rock teammates, out. Will Power, out. So a lot of chaos on the final heat race of the day, while your BBS Race Engines KA Junior last chance qualifier gets set for the final 6 starting spots in Sunday's main events here on the grid. So a lot of action, a lot more coming your way here when we get set to fire off. But we'll take a break here because there's a lot of track cleanup and a lot of drivers we need to queue up to talk to after that one. So as the KA100 juniors make their way around for the last chance qualifier, this is do or die for these young drivers here. 11 drivers in total. The top 6 will transfer into the main event here today, folks. KA100 seniors last chance qualifier will roll afterwards as well. That'll be the last race of the evening before we conclude our free coverage and move to KC Premium subscribers main events tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. So for the KA100 Junior LCQ starting grid, it's Matias Gonzalez on the inside of the front row there. On the outside is Isaiah Crowley. Sebastian Frigolay on the inside. Alex Pope on the outside of row 2. Row 3, Jose Martinez and Lillian Scarborough. Rowan McCurdy, Jared Clark. Walter Jenkins the 4th. Roberto Renderos and Alex Miller. And we're no green, no good on attempt number 1, so we will send them around again before we go racing here for the final second to last race of the day. The last chance qualifier for KA100 Senior grid has just been released. That'll be 13 drivers on the grid for that one, with Pascal Liu, Lorenzo Kaufman, Camden Remains, Geronimo Gomez-Aza, Vance Bowersock, Charlotte Trainer, Kate Olm, Jake James, Henry McBride, Summer Whited, Christian Blevins, Enrique Fernando Molina Bobadilla, and Leah Block, the 13 drivers in the KA Senior last chance qualifier. So we'll line them up again. Tent number 2, 7 laps, put it on the board, and that'll be all that we get to see who gets the final 6 tickets to the big show of 50 KA Juniors tomorrow. The Super Tune Tony Kart and Matias Gonzalez will lead them all to green as we get set for racing action here. Who makes it through to the main event tomorrow? You got to be 6th or better as they go to turn 1. 1 spin in the back. That's Alex Miller that goes around, but we're racing to turn 1, and there's more spins. Another one around in front of the field. I think it might have been Isaiah Crowley, the off-pole man, but I'm not 100% sure. So as they spin out in turn number 1, the leaders head down to turn number 4. Big slide, more drivers spinning out. That's another one around. That's Lillian Scarborough, I think, spinning on the Kart Republic. So the massive lack of grip on the colder temperatures, the sun moving down to the lower side of the racetrack here at the end of the day, throwing these KA Juniors for a loop. And now we've spun 3 or 4, and the leader gets spun. Matias Gonzalez gets spun out of the lead as Rowan McCurdy was going to the inside to pass. And now Rowan McCurdy on the MPG Red and White Kart Republic leads us over to turn number 11. He started back in 7th. He's in the lead. This is a crazy LCQ to kick things off for KA Junior, Randy.
My recommendation would be just stay out of trouble in this one, and you might have a shot at transferring, because if I didn't know better, I'd swear it was raining out there. Unbelievable with the attrition we've had already. And I think a lot of it is just the fact that these kids know they got to perform in this one or they're going home. They're not racing tomorrow.
So the drivers involved there in the early incidents, they all got back going, all the spinners. Scarborough back in 9th, Gonzalez in 10th, Alex Miller in 11th. He spun coming to green. Isaiah Crowley got spun in turn number 2. They're 6 seconds back from the pack. That means, of course, that outside of penalties, they'd be out of contention, but it's still far from over. This is close to the bubble spot right here. That's Walter Jenkins on the outside in the Parolin. He loses a spot there. Sebastian Frigolay trying to go through. So all of a sudden, here between the end of this pack and forward, we watch them come down. Jenkins, he's now on the hot seat. The bubble spot on the outside looking in is Frigolay. So Sebastian Frigolay back in 7th as the leaders head up the hill. It is Rowan McCurdy, Jared Clark, Alex Pope, 1, 2, 3. Little gap to Jose Martinez, then Roberto Renderos, then Walter Jenkins, and then Sebastian Frigolay as they exit out of turn number 4. So a crazy opening few laps. Got a little bit more tame as we get towards the halfway mark. It'll be 3 down, 4 to go at the line, Randy.
So we've got 6 the transfer. So Frigolay right now is outside looking in, but right on the rear bumper at Jenkins. So we do have a great battle out there for that transfer spot. And I think the kids kind of know if they're in the mix right there, they need to get every spot they can get. A lot of pressure on them because they came here to race on Sunday. They've got to win. They've got to finish in those transfer spots now in this LCQ in order to race tomorrow. Roman McCurdy, he's got it going right now. He shouldn't have a lot to worry about, nor should Jared Clark. But the rest of them, it's anybody's race for that transfer spot for 3rd on back.
As long as hopefully McCurdy doesn't get dinged for that pass that he made that sent Matias Gonzalez spinning in turn 8 on the opening lap, he's good. And it depends. He might be able to even outrun that penalty. But look at this for the transfer. down the inside and clear. Walter Jenkins now moves to the outside looking in. Sebastian Frigolay gets into the show. So Walter Jenkins to the outside edge of the top 6, now back to 7th as they come out of turn number 8 over to turn 9. Clark is still safe, like you said. Alex Pope is all right. Now Jenkins trying the inside. Not going to happen there on the crossover. He falls back to the 7th position as they climb the hill. It'll be 3 laps to go this time by here for the last chance qualifier in KA Junior. Rowan McCurdy, Jared Clark, Martinez, Alex Pope in 4th. Passing there, that is, I believe, maybe Frigolay. No, that's up the road. That's Alex Pope versus Roberto Renderos. Renderos going by, I believe. Alex Pope now back to 6th, or 5th, sorry, and Sebastian Frigolay knocking on the rear bumper there in the Super Tune Tony Kart.
And sadly, Lillian Scarborough, who spun early, turned the fast lap of the race of 52.135, but she's 8 seconds behind the leader. Not much chance of Lillian make it to the transfer spot, but at least a call out to Lillian Scarborough. Right now, she's gone purple for the fast lap of the race of 52.135, kart 882.
Unless there's more contact, you saw that right there. Walter Jenkins tried to get to the inside of Sebastian Frigolay, couldn't quite stick the move. Down the front stretch now, 2 to go. McCurdy, Clark going some good lap times there at a 52 flat for the 2 of them. Back to Jose Martinez, a 52.2. Again, Scarborough resets the quick time, but the spin might have taken her out. Isaiah Crowley was a second better than Sebastian Frigolay and Walter Jenkins. He might have an outside chance, a Hail Mary shot to catch up to the drivers in 6th and 7th and race his way in, especially if they fight more. At the moment, Frigolay is in, Alex Pope is in there on the black and red factory kart machine in 5th. The blue and white Super Tune Tony Kart in 6th is right behind him, but if they stay nose to tail, no change will be good. It's just if they start to battle, Walter Jenkins could get there, and so could Isaiah Crowley, the off-pole kid who got spun off the start in turn 1.
White flag next time by, so this is the last lap to make that move. So those top 6 will be decided next time by. And as you said, barring any penalties that there is that could have an effect on where those drivers finish, but on track unofficially, those top 6 when they cross the line will transfer.
So as they head out of the bowl here this time, Frigolay right there got around Alex Pope on the last lap. This is the last chance, pending penalties for Walter Jenkins on the red and white Parolin to get by for the transfer. Here he goes inside, trying to get clear on Alex Pope, and he makes it through there for 6. Pope now trying the outside on him. To the inside and holding it is Jenkins. They'll still race. Up front, Rowan McCurdy is going to get the LCQ win, but the fight for the transfer to the final turn, Jenkins will hold on over Alex Pope, and Walter Jenkins is in. Pope is out, but again, there's a lot of penalties that'll probably be coming in because there was a lot of chaos early in it. Isaiah Crowley ends up in 8th, closing in just a little bit too late, unfortunately there. Lillian Scarborough again resets fast time, again closes up. Quickest car on the track, outside looking in for Sunday in 9th. Matias Gonzalez 10th, Alex Miller 11th. But the driver's in. Rowan McCurdy wins the LCQ. Jared Clark 2nd, Jose Martinez, Roberto Renderos, Sebastian Frigolay, and with a last lap move, Walter Jenkins is looking at a bid into the main event before anything else shakes up the leaderboard. And from KA Juniors LCQ to the KA100 Senior LCQ. It'll be 13 strong in this one as they get set to go green here. The last race of the afternoon here, Randy.
Yeah, it's been a long day, an exciting day with some unbelievable finishes, some finishes that you could almost predict when we got started, and we're going to go trackside here for a quick interview.
Yeah, let's send it on down to you, Alex. I see we've got Brandon Carr. What's on his mind?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Brandon, I mean, if any way possible, can you describe in words, what that race was from your eyes?
I don't really know, to be honest. It was a bit like, it was one of them races where you just have to get stuck in. If you don't get stuck in, you get spat out. So we made the outside work twice in the hairpin, so we got the gap on the last 2 laps. But yeah, we struggled in quality, but we've been good each heat. We just attempt to get quicker and quicker, but we'll have to see tomorrow. Hopefully the front 2 don't get away, and we can go for the win.
Yeah, two so-so heats and then 1 pretty good heat. How much confidence does that give you for tomorrow?
Yeah, it definitely helps. It definitely lets us start a bit higher up on the grid, but you never know. Anything can happen.
All right, good job, Brandon.
Thank you.
There you go from Brandon Carr. Now let's switch over to the KA100 Senior Last Chance Qualifier. Your starting lineup here for this one as we get set to go green. We'll be given in a moment. Let's go down for one more bit here. Harley Keeble was in the middle of the swarm from start to finish. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Harley, I mean, like Xander said, I mean, you were in the middle of about everything in that race. From your eyes, just tell me from what did you see from all the incidents that you were kind of around?
I don't know, it was a bit difficult really, because I was just hanging back, you know, I was probably 3-4 car lengths away the whole time from the main fight, and then they fought for a few corners. I got there, overtook a few people, dropped back, overtook a few people, you know, it was just back and forward, and luckily at the end there was a few incidents and I managed to get through it all and, well, get away with P4 on the track, not with the penalties.
All right, well, Harley, good job, man, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Crazy race, and I'm sure a lot of official intervention still to go into the night here with potential protests. Here's a look at your KA100 Senior LCQ grid. We mentioned it during the junior race. Pascal Liu on the inside, Lorenzo Kaufman on the outside. Camden Remains, Geronimo Aza on row 2. Vance Bowersock, Charlotte Trainer on row number 3. Kate Ulm and Jake James, Henry McBride, Summer Whited, Christian Blevins, Enrique Fernando, and Leah Block. Let's go down for one more bit of interviews here. Marion Crummers is standing by in a race that saw him go up, down, sideways, and then eventually somehow cross the line. Alex?
Yeah, Marion, I mean, somehow crossed the line and luckily facing the right way, right? So from your eyes, just tell me what you saw out there.
I'm not too sure. I mean, Braden started defending very early. I think lap 1 or lap 2 he was wide lining it for the RBG boys. They were in really much of a rush to get by, so once I got close enough to them, I made some moves, got my way up to behind Braden together with Ale, and tried to get in front. When I got in front into third, I tried to drive away. Braden sent it in on me from pretty far back to get around me, and then I knew once I get to third, I just have to wide line it just like everyone else was doing. So that's what I tried. Got pushed around a bit sideways, a little bit hectic, but it was fun.
All right, thanks, Marion.
No worries.
So there you go for Marion Crummers as we'll go for attempt number 2 here to get this race underway. The craziness of the X30 race looked like the LCQs, it felt like, at least on third on back. Was a great battle up front, but from then on was a dogfight, and we're expecting the same in the KA LCQ. What does it look like down in turn 1 as they race away? Great start on the outside for Lorenzo Kaufman. 2 get turned around at the back of the grid there. One of the Maranello machines and one more as well involved as they go down to turn number 4, and a lot of new faces we haven't talked about today, Randy, so you have to give everyone, including both of us, a bit of a pass if we can't ID a card off the bat, but looks like a great start at least for the 909 Sodi kart of Lorenzo Kaufman to get to the lead. Here's a look at the bubble spot, trying to fight their way into the show down to turn number 8.
How about Lorenzo Kaufman coming from the outside starting position on the front row, running the high side, running it clean, and getting around Pascal Liu for the lead heading into turn number 2. Just a great move by Lorenzo Kaufman.
Out of the final turn here, the driver first one on the outside looking in is Summer Whited in the Vice Racing Team 907. Henry McBride, first driver in the show, and they're fighting still around Summer as on her bumper is Christian Blevins. Leah Block is there. She's picked up 4 spots from the back of the grid, trying to close up in the Cosmic. All this is behind the top 6, now to the inside for 7th. That's the first spot outside the transfer. Christian Blevins gets through on the Sodi kart ahead of Summer Whited to try and move his way forward.
Yeah, good racing out there all around. We did have a couple spinners early, but after that they've kept it clean and they're racing pretty hard out there. And a good battle for that transfer spot between Trainer, McBride, and Whited and Blevins, and Leah Block on the charge as well. So up for grabs on that transfer spot. Lorenzo Kaufman and Pascal Liu are making a good run of it there in the top spot, as is Camden Remains and Germano Gomez. But after that, it gets a little dicier, and they're trying to figure out where to settle in at. But right now, Henry McBride is in, and Christian Blevins is outside looking in. But Christian Blevins in 7th just went purple with a 52.330, so Christian is on the charge.
Yeah, Lorenzo Kaufman about a half second up on Camden Remains at the moment, but the fastest drivers are the ones at the back. Vance Bowersock went purple. Before that, it was Christian Blevins. So while the transfer spot was safe and away, now it is going to be really dicey here for 5th and 6th. Charlotte Trainer, Henry McBride. There's Blevins on the Sodi. Leah Block right there. Got around Summer Whited. She's up to 8th. The girls battling 8th and 9th right there on the outside looking in as over to 11. All of them stacked up while the leaders are a little bit spread apart. Here comes the fight for the final spot in the show. Pascal Lou is under pressure. Christian Blevins is there trying to find a hole with 4 laps to go. Oh, and around he goes. Around goes the 968 of Pascal Lou out of turn number 2. And the red speed's out. Blevins is now in, but here comes Leah Block, and she nearly gets down the inside to get in.
Geronimo Gomez-Aza just going purple with a 51.250, running in second behind Lorenzo Kaufman. And Camden Remains runs in third. Then the battle rages on as Leah Block closes in, as does Christian Blevins. And with Pascal Lou going off to the side there, we got a new person in the transfer spot, and they move up a little closer to that number 6 position.
Up the hill to 11 here this time. Down the front stretch, that's Geronimo Gomez-Aza in the green Orsolone Tony kart. Now showing in the lead. Did something happen to the rest of our leaders there? I don't know if Lorenzo Kaufman's been shuffled back, so this whole pack has changed. Gomez leads it, and this is the leading group here. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5th, there's 6th. Blevins is in, Block is out at the moment. Aza remains, Kaufman, Charlotte Trainer is up there in 4th. Then Henry McBride, and then Christian Blevins, and then a little gap to Leah Block in the 7th position, but they all are quick enough right now. They might stay away because Vance Bowersock spun on the opening laps. Kate Olm did. Enrique Molina did as well. Or Enrique, sorry, just a bit off. He was spun earlier also. So a number of drivers taken out. We're down to really just 9, and the top 6 have a little gap back to the fading 3. So beyond a bumper penalty or a major crash, this group right here, 5th and 6th, they just need to ride. They're going to make it.
Yeah, they don't need to race each other, that's for sure. Leah Block has about a 1-second gap to make up, but they are racing each other in front of her. And if by chance they were to get together, anything could happen, but they give each other racing room. So 5th turns to 6th and 6th turns to 5th. They're still in the show. And Leah Block running out of time, but we white flag next time by. She closes in a little bit further, but just don't know if she's got enough time to make a move on that 6th place transfer spot of Henry McBride.
Yeah, Leah Block right there in the 957, her first career national level event in the semi-pro K100 senior class, trying to make it through to the main and transfer here at the end of the year. But just a bit outside of the bubble right now, about a second and a quarter back. She was a little slower the lap before. That time, little bit faster. Within a second now is the 957 Cosmic. Then there's Jake James, who's made up a couple positions. He got around Summer Whited a lap or 2 ago. He's in the 8th spot there in the Tony kart. Whited back in 9th on the Vice Racing Team Kart Republic, just outside looking in as well. The driver just barely in, hanging on. Henry McBride there in the LN kart. One more lap around, a smooth lap for Henry. He looks back, he's got no pressure. He can cruise through, and up front, Geronimo Gomez-Aza. Camden Remains, Lorenzo Kaufman. Just ride, boys. Don't pass. Hang on. You're all going through to the big show tomorrow. The final race of the day, it's won by Geronimo Gomez-Aza. He takes it in the Senior LCQ. Remains, Kaufman, Trainer, Blevins, McBride transfers. Leah Block, first driver on the outside looking in. Jake James 8th, Summer Whited in 9th. Enrique Fernando Molina Bobadilla in 10th. Vance Bowersock 11th. Kate Olm in 12th. Pascal Lou 13th. Again, the results are all unofficial, so Leah Block, if there's penalties in front of her, that could put her in. It could put even Jake James or Summer Whited in. Stranger things have happened. But as they finish, Henry McBride, the last driver to get the golden ticket into the final main event of the season. That concludes our live coverage today, folks. We'll be back tomorrow on KC Premium for all main events starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. For Randy Kugler, for the US Pro Kart Series staff, for everyone here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and for everyone here on our team at Kart Chaser. Thanks for watching, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning.